Summon Sign is brought to you by you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Hello everyone, welcome to episode 23 of Summon Sign, Last Stand Media's weekly in-depth gaming discussion podcast. I'm your host as always, Brad Ellis, and joining this week is Colin Moriarty. Colin, you came out earlier with your Southern Dandy towel. You worked out. Yeah, Dad.
I worked out, and then I kind of made a mistake because, well, first of all, it's good to be here, and it is, you can say our Colin Moriarty. It's me and all my personalities. And today it was a bit of a busy day because we don't wake up till late, as everyone knows. But while we were sleeping, the pool people opened our pool.
Oh shit!
And then I woke up to an email. The pool is open, so that was fun. So then I had to go and kind of putz around. We have the robotic vacuum, that you drop in, and then it just vacuums. For you, like a Roomba kind of. So I've been dealing with that and thing, and then I've been dealing with the garden. I got some broccoli rabe going in the garden. I got some carrots going in the garden. Some Walla Walla onions, cucumbers. So we got to kind of, so I've been watering the plants. So we started late today because of your internet issues, which we can talk about if you'd like, but it didn't matter for me because I had to do this later. So I just did it before. And then I worked out, and then I went outside to get the thing out of the pool, started sweating, again, after the shower. So it was a mistake, but I'm here and I have my dandy towel and I'm good. And I'm glad to be here. Thank you for having me.
Yeah. Thank you for joining me. And also joining a special guest, Jason Polansky, producer at Atari. Good to have you here, man. I'm very excited.
Good to be here.
Yeah, your game list is very exciting, very unexpected. So I was like, okay, we got some good stuff on here.
Yeah, it's eclectic. I mean, we can talk about my gaming taste, but it goes all over the place. But Colin, I got to ask, because you never really talk. I don't remember you talking much about gardening, but as Micah seems to be the one who does most of the cooking, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like that's a fair assumption.
Yep.
Who determines what gets grown in the garden?
I do. She doesn't really care about any of that stuff. That's what's so funny. I was talking to my dad about it when he was here, and he's like, "Oh, the flowers look good out front because I got some zinnias going, and some all sorts of things." And I'm like, "Oh yeah, it's all me." Yeah. So
nice. So then you set up some sort of chopped scenario,
right?
You give her some broccoli rabe, and you're like, "Okay." And then when you try, you say, "Don't really taste the broccoli rabe. Not really coming through."
Yeah, it's a half-assed broccoli rabe being grown in a backyard, but as opposed to that Andy Boy California broccoli rabe, which is the best. I love broccoli rabe so much. Rapini, as it's also known. Oh, it's so fucking good. Very Italian, very Italian vegetable. Is this the first time that, Jason, you've been on this show?
Yes.
Yeah.
First time.
Cool. Welcome.
Yeah. You've been on Sacred Symbols Plus a couple times, right?
Yeah. I think I was on 3 times.
Oh, wow.
But yeah, so I realized this whole and I was on Defining Duke talking about the Yakuza series with Maddie.
Oh,
okay,
I did that
nice.
before. I am the reason why it got canceled because it was one of the last episodes.
You are the reason. Actually, Brad's the reason it got canceled.
Yeah, I am the reason.
Oh, all right. So there you go. 2 reasons right here.
Yeah.
Sorry, Maddie.
The reasons. Colin, you got is that a custom Wonka shirt? One of your main
customs?
Yeah,
my custom made Wonka shirt. That's one of my favorite movies, even though I don't like chocolate at all. I love that character. Actually, I thought you'd appreciate this too. It's my. It's
the main man one.
Yeah,
there it is.
Micah got it for me, my wife, and I sent that G Fuel directly to Dustin because I don't want that trash. I just wanted the cup with Mega Man and Rush on it. So sorry, It looks like poop, doesn't it? A little like poop water.
Yeah, you said it's protein.
It's protein and peanut butter. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I never put peanut butter in mine.
Like powder, the peanut butter powder, the PB.
Oh,
whatever.
okay.
Famous.
Yeah, you cut calories massively. Once I realized that, you like 2 tablespoons of peanut butter is an absurd 200 calories.
Oh yeah,
I eat peanut butter powder. It's 60. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's real. It's a fraction of it. Some people mix it in water and then they'll make peanut butter out of it. But
yeah,
I just use it as a supplement because I'm not crazy. Like the vanilla, I use the vanilla protein powder. I can't remember the company of it. It's a famous brand. It's not like a mysterious brand, but the peanut butter helps it a little bit better. But I eat so much peanut butter. And it was like I was saying on when I went to my doctor and they were like, your cholesterol is really high and we want you to take statins, and I still haven't actually started yet because I'm not really into it, but I was like, can't we do something about the diet? Is it that it's pretty obvious like why my cholesterol's high. I like eat like a jar of peanut butter a week, like a jar of mayonnaise every other week. I eat like 1 million eggs a week. I eat red meat like every other day. Like maybe do something about the diet. Start there.
Wait, don't you eat once a day?
Yeah.
How do you
I eat for 4 hours in a 4-hour window a day. So from 7:30 to 11 or 11:30 or so. So I eat dinner at 7:30 to 8 or so. Then we go for like a 1.5 mile walk. And then I'm pretty peckish the rest of the night. Like I'll like eat pretzels or like have a donut or something. So, but once I go to bed and then, before I go to bed, obviously, and then I wake up and I haven't eaten right now in, I don't know, 16 hours or something.
Damn. I just envision 1 hour of that is just Colin with a ladle and those like Costco sized peanut butter jars.
Oh, dude, I eat Jif with a spoon out of the jar.
Oh my God, dude.
Like totally do that almost every day. I'll have a few spoons of Jif out of the jar. That's like an old. Damn. I didn't know that was weird because we did that at my house all the time. And then people are like, you eat peanut butter out of the jar? Like you don't put it. I'm like, yeah, dude, fucking. But it's horrible for you. It's horrible. And then I try, Jason, you'll appreciate this. I went on a diatribe about this on another show. I was like, I got to do something about the peanut butter because I eat so much of this stuff. I like Jif and Peter Pan and all that shit. So I'm like, what about the natural peanut butter?
Yeah.
And so I went and I like the natural peanut butter too. It just kind of, I like the oiliness. It's actually good. It's just hard to spread and whatever. Dude, so it has no sugar. This was like, I was like, Jaffe, explain this to me. This is just peanuts. That's all it is peanuts pressed. And then this is peanuts and sugar and all that kind of stuff. And the fucking natural one has just as many calories in it, like to a spoon. I'm like, it doesn't
It does make
any sense. It doesn't make sense. Like,
it does because peanuts are more calorically dense. Sugar is not. So when you're supplanting, it's all equal volumes, right? So when you replace one with the other, that's the offset. You're not using the same amount of peanuts and then adding sugar. You're using less peanuts, adding sugar.
Right. So
that's
like 98% peanuts.
That's science.
98% peanuts, 2% sugar would be 100% peanuts. That makes you wonder, like, what's the point? Like, to me, I'm like, so there's really, because I always thought, I was like, oh, it's a little more natural. You don't want it to, but I'm like, it really is no point to eating the natural peanut butter because it's the same fucking thing. And it's actually worse, as far as like quality, like Jif. Come on, man.
I will say though, if spreadabilities are okay, you said peanut butter. Peanut butter is like, I use two of the most used condiments I have: peanut butter, maple syrup. Okay. Wow. And exactly. I make a lot of pancakes. That's like a hobby of mine like making pancakes once. Anyway, that's another thing. Skippy natural is where I've landed upon because that is spreadable and it doesn't have like that oil. I don't know how. There's probably some artificial shit that shouldn't be there, but whatever. It's close enough to the line that I need to be. But if you ever combine peanut butter and maple syrup, that is like, and make like a maple peanut butter. I did that and I thought I was a genius. And then I looked it up. I said, oh, they sell this stuff in a jar. And many people are doing this, but combining those two things is unreal.
I can see that being good on a pancake.
Yeah. Oh man. First time I did it, I made because I think I was thinking, man, I want like a peanut butter sandwich. I'm like, and I got some leftover pancakes from the morning. I'm going to make a maple peanut butter pancake sandwich.
Nice.
And that's really some sliced bananas on there. It got weird real fast, but oh man, don't do that. It's too delicious.
I love a good hot cake.
Oh yeah.
I'm just trying to use as many different synonyms for it as possible. I don't know if they're all different things, Pancake, flapjack, hot cake.
It's a regional
thing. I think it's
thing.
all the same, right?
Because the McDonald's hot cake, don't even get me started on how good that is, dude.
Yeah.
That's like this. That's like the hit. It is for decades been the hidden gem of people. You get like when I randomly go get breakfast, especially when I was in California at McDonald's, you wake up, you're hungover or whatever, and like you get pancakes. I'm like, fuck yeah, you get the big breakfast, dude. You get the eggs, the hash browns, the pancakes, the sausage patty. Oh, that's good stuff, dude. Well, that's wonderful. I'm so happy to hear that you love pancakes because that's a great New England Northeast food. So
is that
I'm sorry.
We own that? Does the Northeast own that? Like being in New York, is that
I feel like the maple syrup shit from like upstate New York,
oh, true.
Vermont, New Hampshire, Quebec,
Montreal. Yeah, no doubt.
I feel like we got a little bit. I mean, maybe not even. I'm not a New Englander, but maybe but maybe they do have an ownership over that. But that's wonderful, dude. I love pancakes, waffles, all that kind of shit. French toast, though, out of those three, the trio, French toast is the best in my opinion.
So good.
Yeah. It's great. Yeah, real good. I made a French toast. So that's the other thing is since I've started going on this sweet breakfast exploration, because that's what I love. I get hyped about these like carby breakfasts. If I'm not making pancakes, I'll make a French toast. Waffles every so often, but I'll look at every bread I see now or every bread adjacent thing. I'll look at it and think about French toasting it. So I like French toasted some interesting cake from like a Middle Eastern bakery around the corner in like a few weeks back, and I made that in the air fryer. It was the first time air frying Sick. French toast. It was like some French toasted cake. I'm like, this is ridiculous. What am I doing with my life?
Dude, that's good stuff. For French toast, like I know people like the challah bread and Texas toast and all that, but
yeah,
or like that thickness. But to me, I'm like, I love just Wonder Bread style bread. French toast like smothered in butter. You know, like Micah makes fun of me because when I make French toast, we have like the flat top on the stove to make stuff in the middle of it. And I like butter it all up and then I put the French toast pieces on. And then when I go to flip them, I just take them off and I just re-butter it. And
yeah.
Then I flip it over and then I put it back on. You know?
I have a big pan. All right. So I'm going to give you another pro tip. I'm going to bring it back.
Yeah, please.
French toast, a peanut butter sandwich. Do that. And then you can, I'm telling you, it's close.
Yeah,
like
I think that would work. I think, yeah.
Oh, I assure you, it works. I speak from experience because, and also, like I have a big pan, and I'm usually just making it for myself. So I actually will butter like one side, cook it there, and then flip it to the other side, buttered, newly buttered. Absolutely. Right. Use salted whipped butter. That's another tip.
Oh yeah, Breakstones.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, dude, Breakstones all day, all night, dude. I go through Breakstones like it's going out of style. You know, like. Yeah. That's a Long Island special. That's like whatever, because it's kosher, so it's like everywhere. Yeah.
It goes great with the bacon I make alongside it. It's perfect.
Damn, you guys are a bunch of like fat geniuses with all your combinations that you're making.
This is why I only eat for 4 hours a day because I would eat all. Like people don't understand.
Colin, you have like the most like fat kid habits I've ever heard, and you are not obese. It's insane.
You
grind it out.
Yeah, I have to make concessions. Like I tell people this all the time. I don't think I have a problem with food. Like I wouldn't want to get that dramatic, but I think about food all the time. I think when I eat, I'm thinking about the next thing I'm going to eat while I'm eating the thing I'm eating now. And if there were no consequences, I would eat constantly on a constant basis. I love eating. I love eating like shit. And like I haven't done this in a while. Micah reminded me of it recently when I used to make I'd buy hot dog rolls and mozzarella sticks and make mozzarella stick hot dogs. Instead of like a hot dog, I put mozzarella sticks in the bun.
You are a fat genius. It's crazy.
And it was so good, dude. It like, you know, like the potato roll. I forget the name of
Martin's.
Yeah, Martin's. That's right.
Hell exactly yeah. Right. Another. That's got to be an East Coast thing, I think, as well. Yeah.
Oh my god. And you just put the mozzarella sticks in there and dress it like a hot dog, however you'd like. You know.
Damn.
It's wild.
You know.
Damn.
Anyway,
that's impressive.
Anyway. You know, I'm sorry about that.
So this is a video game podcast, right?
Yeah. No, I mean, this is just the LSM way, man.
I know it. I love
we talk about French toast for 15 minutes. Just the way it goes here.
I'm down. I'm in. Let's keep it rolling. French toast, that mozzarella hot dog.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's the best, dude. It's the best.
I gotta try something like that someday, just to get unhinged. If I'm over at your house someday, Colin, I need the Colin special.
Oh yeah, we'll hook you up with all sorts of insanity, you know, because I eat very normal like entrees, like dinner. Micah,
I see,
and she's great,
good stuff. Yeah, all the time.
She's like a really really great cook. It's like very very fortuitous for me. But when I cook for myself or when I go, I'm totally feral now. Like I don't know how to do anything anymore. I used to cook for myself for many years. It's not like I'm actually pretty domestic. Did my own laundry. Right. It's like not a big deal. But now I'm just like in a fucking locked up state where I can't. So it's like, oh, what am I going to have for dinner if Micah can't cook for me? It's like, I don't know. I'm reverted back to caveman.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I'll have a chicken patty or something. Yeah. With a gratuitous amount of Land O'Lakes cheese on it. You know.
Now, Micah makes great food, but I have one question, Colin.
Mm-hmm.
What was up with the round hot dogs? This like the patties, the hot dog.
Those
patties.
were good, dude. I got to be honest. It was like very unsettling.
Yes.
In eating it like that and it tasting like it tasted, because obviously you're kind of going in for the burger.
Yeah.
You're getting the hot dog taste. The problem with that was that they were really expensive. It's like this is just not worth it, actually. Like,
right.
But it was a cool experiment. I don't know if we have any more. We eat a lot of hot dogs in this house. We sing a bunch of various jingles when it's hot when it's time to make hot dogs. Actually, I know you guys don't. Well, I know you don't. Do you watch football, Jason? Are you a football person?
Not really.
Oh,
no.
Okay. Well, you wouldn't know the song "Waiting All Day for Sunday Night." which is
I do. Of course, that was Oh no, I'm thinking of the Monday Night Football song.
Oh yeah, that's like a whole. And then that guy got in trouble because he called Obama like, he said he wasn't from the United States or whatever, and that guy got taken off of it about Monday Night Football, and then he was back. But that's not what I'm talking about though. But we do Waiting All Day for Hot Dog Night.
Okay.
In that version, and a bunch of other things. Hot dog, Paradise City, Hot Dog City. So we have a bunch of jingles that we like to sing when we go. We're actually insane. If there were cameras in this house, like, we're completely insane. I have no idea.
The fattest family that's not fat at all. It's so crazy. I love it. You have like fat brain. I love it. Good.
I couldn't even believe it, dude. When I went to the doctor recently, I hadn't gone in 2 years, and they weighed me, and I was just flat over 2 years. Like I was like 2 pounds heavier or something like that. But I'm more muscular now.
Gaining
so
muscle,
yeah. So I'm like, I don't know what's going on here, but it's good. I guess I'll eat 3 donuts like I usually do in 5 minutes and see what happens.
Hey man, whatever you enjoy, and as long as you're healthy, whatever, man, do your thing.
Yeah, I just don't. I mean, no offense to people that are heavier or obese or whatever. It's just I can't get to that point.
Like, I mean,
I'll definitely, if like I got to that point, I would definitely like cut it off because I know how hard it is to get that shit off.
Definitely. And as we get older, it just gets harder and harder. So you got to take care of yourself or try.
My metabolism's just fallen through gone.
Yeah,
gone. I never even considered my weight until my mid-20s.
Same.
Like,
just eat everything. Didn't even matter.
Whatever you want.
Yeah.
Oh, anyway, I'm sorry. Most of you were
no. Fascinating. I love hearing about all this stuff. I had no idea Jason was such a pancake connoisseur or breakfast expert too. Very fascinating.
I don't like to consider myself an expert. More of an enthusiast. It's different. Expertise implies talent.
Okay. What about, you think intermediate then? You're definitely not an amateur.
No. Because I know enough stuff. I just wouldn't want to call myself an expert.
Okay.
It feels like more braggadocious than I want it to come across.
Okay. Definitely enthusiast. Love it.
Yeah, like so my friends be like, "Oh, he's a foodie." I'm like, "Am I a foodie?" I love terrible food. I love awful food. I love fast food. Like, give me all that stuff.
Good,
I don't think
man.
a foodie would be caught dead eating at a Burger King. I'd be like, "Yeah, I genuinely like this burger."
Yeah. Sometimes you just eat a burger, man. It's good shit.
The faster the food, the better.
Yeah. The burger is underrated. It's high quality food.
It's the best thing you can eat is a cheeseburger.
Mm-hmm. It's so
the best.
You're close to the South. I mean, I would consider slow cooked barbecue brisket to be like the best food. Period.
I like barbecue food. They have their own variety here. We're in the North South. Outside of Richmond, so it is the South, but I don't consider it really the South. And you go further south, and you get into the vinegar stuff and all the different. And it's good shit. I mean, soul food and all that kind of stuff, mac and cheese and grits, and it's all perfectly fine. But when it comes down to it, cheeseburger and fries all day, every day.
So good.
Fair
Definitely. Before we get into the show, yes, this is a show about video games. Fear not. We will talk video games.
Listen to Sacred Symbols sometimes if you think this is anything, please.
Yeah, Sacred Symbols goes on for, no joke, 45 minutes or an hour.
Yeah,
but that's part of the beauty. It's part of the beauty about it. I enjoy it.
Change nothing.
Yeah.
I won't.
I know.
Check us out, patreon.com/lastmedia. If you want to support us, $5 and up gets you early access to all of our shows. This show, Punching Up, our Nintendo podcast, Defining Duke, our Xbox podcast, and of course, Sacred Symbols, our PlayStation podcast. We greatly appreciate it if you support us. Also, laststandmedia.store, we got some merch over there, like this Summon signed shirt I'm wearing right here. You can get that over there. We also got some new Defining Duke merch, I believe, is up now. The Health is Wealth shirt, right, Colin?
Yeah, we're almost at 100 pre-orders for that, I believe, and which is great. I mean,
that is awesome.
Which is like, it is incredible because we sold 400 of the Moriarty Raygun shirts, which
That's
I was
a good
like,
shirt.
Because I when we did it, because we're doing it, it's not print on demand really. We have a deal with a print house, so we get a final number, we just print them, and it's just more equitable for us. And I was like, oh, maybe we'll sell like 50 or 100 of these Moriarty Raygun shirts, and then we sold 400. So I have no idea what's going on out there with the shirts, but we appreciate everyone buying them.
Thank you, everybody.
And it's been great seeing people in the Summon Sign shirt on Twitter. People have been tweeting out the pictures. Those have been going out. So yeah, thank you for your support over there. It's a great way to support us.
Yes.
If you don't want to be on Patreon, though, you should be on Patreon. Stop being a loser.
Yeah. It's a really good value. $5, insane value on Patreon. Check it out. Let's do some little warmer questions also before we talk about games. This is from Jelkers Anonymous. Good day, guys. Do you have a fantastical thing that you imagine on a consistent basis? Like something that you are 99% sure would never happen, but still enters your thoughts. I get up at work at 4 a.m. and every single time I get into my car in the darkness of the early morning, I am careful not to linger too long before stepping in, just in case zombies are finally real and one of them tries to chomp my ankle from under the car. Keep up the great work, guys. Sacred Bets was a blast to listen to. Oh yeah, check that out. Sacred Bets, Sacred Symbols Plus, our most recent episode about about the Summer Game Fest coming up. So if you want to hear some insane bets, check it out. But yeah, guys, anything weird you think about like that? I got one right off the bat. Anytime I'd go in the deep end at a pool, I always think about a shark coming up from the bottom for some reason. Like a shark can survive in the chlorine or something like that. But every time, I always think of a shark and it freaks me out.
Man, you started talking about one thing and then it kind of pivoted to something else. You were like something 99% that would never happen, completely fantastical. Right. And the first thing that came to my mind were abs. Like that's 99% fantastical, especially following the previous conversation we had. Man, this is tough. What I think about is I play hockey. I play ice hockey like 3 times a week at least. And like, I guess I sometimes imagine, like, I sometimes feel like the most horrific things that could possibly happen with all the things going on, on the ice. And that stuff never comes to be. So that's cool. But as far as something like that, yeah, because you hear crazy stories and horror stories and that kind of things about the most horrific injuries. And it's with a bunch of guys. Like, we're not going that fast, but with lower skill levels, sometimes I'll play in those skates, and that's where stuff can really go awry. So I guess it's not the most fantastical thing, because I'd say 99% of the time it doesn't happen. I'm like, oh, someone got hit. Oh my God. Okay. There's a lot of stuff moving around. People have sharp objects on their legs. Like, I often think about the time where when you jump over the boards, for example, you think about somebody swings their foot over. They're literally swinging a blade across at neck level. And you're just supposed to be fine. Everything's going to be fine. But you just think about that 1% chance. It's like, maybe there's a possibility.
It's funny, man, because like you and I have talked about hockey pretty extensively, I think, on a different show. We must have. And I played obviously most of my life until my 20s. And I never, ever, 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 ever considered like the most heinous things that can happen with a skate blade, which for some reason, like, I hated wearing a neck guard. I had like I was a goalie. I had a dangling thing on my helmet, but not like, I hated wearing a neck guard. And that was really to stop people from skating over your neck and just killing you. Yeah. And then you see things like, wasn't it just last year where someone even in the NHL got fucking gashed? And I don't know why that was. Mostly for me, I never sharpened my skates because most goalies don't. I mean, I used to take my skates and like get them sharpened to get them even and then rail them over a bench in the because like you want to stay flat and be able to have like lateral movement. You won't want an edge when you're a goalie. It's like not going to work well for you. And so I guess I never like nicked myself on my own skate or had that experience to like remind me, because my skates were never ever sharp. Like I only got them sharpened to clean them up, but people be there with the stone and like doing all this shit. And I never even considered it, So yeah, it's interesting with like grown men. It must be a little scary. Are goalies still scarce in men's league hockey like they used to be?
My God, there's literally there's a website. There's a guy locally here who does like rent a goalie, where you could pay him like, I think it's $80, and he'll like find a goalie for you on demand. I have a pretty extensive list now, but yes, every so often you get those emergency emails where someone needs to find a goalie as soon as.
I got to get back out there because I think I'd be in demand just for the position, because I don't want to play out. Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah.
And they play for free. That's the other benefit of being a goalie.
Nice. Damn. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Do you guys keep stats? Do you keep stats and have standings and stuff in your leagues or anything like that?
In the leagues, there's just standings. There's no like personal stats.
Box scores or whatever. Yeah.
Just cool. Team set. Yeah. I mean, the refs barely show up and pay attention as it is. Literally had a ref observe a penalty right in front of our bench happen. And then I asked the guy, I said, "Hey man, that wasn't a penalty?" And his response was, "Could have been." That was his response. I was like, "But," and then he just shrugs.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So they're not keeping player stats at all. And hey, the benefit of being a goalie is you also don't have to imagine having your neck slit by a guy who's changing, who's hopping over boards.
Yeah, exactly.
That's great.
I'd love to get back in the net, dude. I tell Michael all the time, because we met long after I stopped playing, but I'm like, it's so funny how flexible and fast I used to be, and like how I can like barely. Yeah. Goalies are getting bigger now, and I've noticed that goalies even play further back. And it was unheard of to play in the crease when I was a kid. Played on top of the crease, cut off angles. Goalies are getting so big that they need that extra second of reaction time. It was really Hendrik Lundqvist that started doing that. And goalies are so different now. And I'm like, I don't have the advantage of being big, so I have to be fast. And I don't have that anymore either. So I don't know how that's going to go for me. But I have an answer for you, Brad, about this.
Yeah.
That I think's right in the spirit of what he's talking about. Whenever I but often when I type in a password, or when I get so when I like go on Bank of America and I get my little code and I have to type it in, I pretend that I'm doing it under duress. Like I have to like do it really fast, right? Like, so like I'll get the buzz and I'll be like, all right. And I'll like type it in quick and like hit the enter button, like before they jump into the room, and almost kind of like System Shock Remake actually in the beginning of that game. And I was
thinking Hugh Jackman from Swordfish.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's like you can go all the way back to the net and all these like weird, interesting tension points of typing quickly before like something happens. I've been doing that for probably since I started going on the internet in like 1995. So that's going on AOL and like typing in the password real quick and like hitting enter, like behind you. Oh, I love that kind of shit. A little fake tension. The other thing I pretend is that my garage is going to be like a makeshift safe house in an apocalyptic situation.
Oh yeah,
like I got all the tools and like things ready to go and all the space and like a little bit of Jericho spirit, in that. Yeah.
Workbench, yeah, totally. This is from Sotelo74. Is the SoCal and NorCal beef real, or am I just going insane with the Southern California smog coating in my lungs? Now, Colin, you lived in NorCal for a very long time.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think?
My opinion is that it doesn't really come up. Like that, it's in my experience. Like in San Francisco. Yeah, I lived there for 12 years or whatever. I never heard it. No one talks about LA unless you're like going there. And when I lived in LA for only 3 years, but it's the same thing. No one's talking about Northern California. I think some people I understand this, but I think a lot of people don't. California is fucking massive. And San Francisco, you can get from like Portland, Maine to Philadelphia in the same amount of time it would take you to get from LA to San Francisco in a car. That's how big the state is. So you're almost talking about two different localities that are really unaffiliated with each other, and often talked about splitting them into multiple states when I was there because it's so big. So you're more of a native and you're a Southern California native. So you might have a different perspective, but my perspective is that it just literally never came up. Like no one cared.
Yeah. No one cares. Yeah. I'll tell you that here. No one gives a shit. No one cares. Maybe like the only time I could see is like, maybe I've heard it a couple times in like the fighting game community, like, oh, NorCal, repping NorCal or SoCal, but that's about it. But otherwise, no one cares about it. Like, I haven't even thought about that in like 10 years. So it is not a thing. I'm curious what made you bring it up, Sotelo. Someone yelled something at you, maybe.
Yeah, I'm curious about that too. Like, the unfortunate reality, this is very similar to like New York sports for the most part, is with the exception of the Islanders and the Rangers, really, where they are in the same division. So they just play each other constantly, which is awesome. And that's a real rivalry, is that there's no like sports rivalry really in the NBA because the teams are either not great at the same time or they're just in separate conferences. So like the Sharks and the Kings kind of have like a thing maybe sometimes, but not usually. The Kings are really good. The Sharks weren't. They had that one playoff series that was like disastrous.
Yeah.
And then you have like the Dodgers. I would say the Dodgers and the Giants is probably the most real because they're in the same division and they play each other a bunch. But like the A's and the Angels are in the same conference or in the same league, but they're not really interacting. And and the Angels are moving, like getting different names and like all sorts. Like, so there's like no continuity, and the Raiders moved to fucking Vegas. And so I think the things that would drive that kind of rivalry just don't exist. It's very similar to, and Jason would know this, like the Yankees and the Mets, like there is no rivalry between those teams. Like it's not at least when I was a kid, and I was born and raised on Long Island in Mets territory, unfortunately, but I was a Yankees fan. Is that like even in the Subway Series in 2000, when they played in the World Series and the Yankees destroyed the Mets, it wasn't like that tense because until interleague play began in the 90s, the Yankees and the Mets never played. Literally never played. The Giants and the Jets play once every 4 years. So, and that's like a scheduled thing. Like they play once every 4 years. So the teams don't interact. The Knicks and the Nets, the Islanders and the Rangers, I feel like those are more rivalry like But like Long Island has its own team, so there's not even like this interscene sort of conflict there. California is interesting for like that though, and I think it's an interesting question. But like the only thing I remember were the merch, like the NorCal merch with the bear on it. You know, like that's a really popular brand. Like, and that would be like in San Francisco, and you wouldn't see that in LA. And
no, you wouldn't.
But like whatever. But that's about as far as it went. In my experience.
So not
is
really.
What I'm saying, Jason. What I'm saying about New York sports is that wash with you. That like now I haven't lived in New York in the 21st century basically, so maybe it's changed now. But the Yankees and the Mets, like there was no beef, and the Giants and the Jets, that was like completely irrelevant. Like no one gave a fuck. Like I had beef with the Patriots and beef with the Bills and beef with like, but not the Giants and the Mets. I never thought twice about. You know. Yeah,
I'm not too. I can only speak to what I know, like from my other people's feelings. The only strong opinions I have are in hockey, and even then, they're not even that strong, to be honest. But yeah, I think the Giants have more beef with the Patriots, like that whole rivalry. See, okay, that just throws away your whole thing, because there is this weird. This is what I was going to get to, is that I'm around a lot of hockey players, and there is like really entrenched feelings about the Rangers and the Islanders. Islander fans root against the Rangers. Ranger fans root against the Islanders.
Hardcore.
They chant "Pot fan sucks" at Ranger games, which is an Islanders reference. So that absolutely exists between those two, which is wild.
That's what I always said. And you'll appreciate this, Jason. And that's what I said earlier, is like that is the exception, because I grew up an Islanders fan, and I've long told the audience I was not allowed to go to Islanders Ranger games as a kid. Because they were out of control.
They were crazy. Yeah.
Like they were completely out of control.
Yeah. Everything in the division is so close, and they play each other so much. So actually this is crazy, because I grew up in the New York suburbs, but I'm actually a Flyers fan, oddly enough. I know, it's crazy.
I don't have any feelings about that, really, to be honest. It's fine. Yeah.
But the weird thing is, because I grew up near New York and went to a bunch of Ranger games, I love going to Ranger games. So I'll root for the Rangers if they're not playing the Flyers, which is like unheard of, because the rivalry between, it's not just Rangers Islanders, it's Rangers, Flyers, Devils. It's like
Penguins,
all
Capitals.
Those. Not really. It's like, but those three, like within, because you could drive from New York City to Philly in like 2.5 hours. You could take a train there really fast.
You're saying in person. I was thinking divisional, because I was like, the Islanders beef with the Penguins and the Capitals is way more significant.
Oh, true. Yeah. I'm saying in person. So there is like this local rivalry between, I'd say, those three. Like that was always palpable. I have yet to go to an Island. Actually, no, that's not true. I didn't go to an Islander game until they played in Barclays.
Right.
Like I never went to Long Island to a game.
I never saw them there.
But I went to a bunch of Devil games. I went to a bunch of Ranger games. And when you went to a Devils Rangers Flyers, those got crazy. I've never seen more people get thrown out of any sporting event than Devils Flyers games at Devils stadiums. It was crazy.
Yeah,
and I've seen every other permutation of thing, and they were always fine, but man, those got wild, because Jersey's like a divided state.
Right.
The Devils are kind of a relatively newer team in the grand scheme of things. So the state was kind of divided, where North Jersey was the Rangers and South Jersey was for the Flyers. So then the Devils are like just the haters that are like, nah, screw through those teams. I'm going to get on these guys. So there's like there's definitely a tension that's there for those fans.
Yeah. It's interesting. Yeah. The Devils came in 82, I think, from Colorado. And like it's funny, man, because my best friend Ramon, he's a huge Devils fan, and we don't even really get into it, because like it's not like I don't really have too much beef with the Devils, but it is true, and actually it was making a little beef with Micah and I, because you have to follow the politics of the hockey, the way the playoffs went. Micah's a huge Bruins fan, and the Bruins lost to the Panthers last year and lost to the Panthers this year in the playoffs. She wants the Panthers to lose. I was like, when the Panthers ran into the Rangers in the conference finals, she was like, "Can you just stop rooting?" Like, like anything bad that happens to the Rangers, like I want the Rangers to never win another game ever again. You know, like, and no matter what situation the Rangers are in, and it's funny because Maddie's obviously a huge Rangers fan, and just to needle him in our Discord, you'll appreciate this. And I don't know if you've ever been to a game where they do this, because they do this at the Devils games too. But if the Islanders are winning at home with 10 minutes left in the third period, they play, "If You're Happy and You Know It, Clap Your Hands" on the piano. But what everyone says, and I put a huge video of it in the Discord for Maddie, is "If you know the Rangers suck, clap your hands." If you know the Rangers suck, clap your hands. And that's only if it's tied or they're winning towards the end of the game, they'll play it. and it's like a tradition at Islanders games, and I love that, and I grew up with that, and there is just something about, I'm like a huge hater in sports. Like, as much as I love the Jets and I love the Islanders, I also hate certain teams, right? And root against them in perpetuity. And so the Rangers getting bounced, I was like, fuck yeah. But I had to keep it a little quiet. Mike is in the other room. She's hearing it now, but
Yeah, so my fandom, it basically goes like Flyers, Rangers, everybody else, and then the Devils. But honestly, it's like hockey fan first. I'll go to any hockey game and just enjoy watching it. But if I go to the Devil games, I'm rooting against the Devils because those fans are brutal. Interesting.
Yeah, the Rock is supposed to be a really cool place to go to a game, but I've not been.
Well, their fans are so bad because they just don't show up. It's the easiest thing to get tickets to ever is a Devils game.
Yeah, they're very hot, and like the Devils were so hot in like the early to mid 90s all the way through the mid 2000s, and then it seemed like they kind of were in a different era now. Anyway, everyone's like, shut the fuck up.
I don't worry, we got video game pushing. California beef, I don't know.
Yeah. This is from Meatball. What's up, edging multiple times a day summon ussies? I'll never forget, I found out what that means by joining this company, because I thought it meant something completely different. When I thought it was like a Smash Bros reference about edge guarding.
Oh, I thought you thought it was watching that movie The Edge, but then turning it off at the last 10 minutes.
Right. Or what we used it the other day in a landscaping terminology. Edging is like, is like, cutting your edge on your lawn. So I'm sorry, this company is a complete HR nightmare.
That's okay.
It not only from that perspective, but also the perspective that no one has contracts. So we just all do it on gentlemen's agreements.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. Except Colin or Dustin, doesn't he? Does he have a contract?
He did, and then it just lapsed, and then he never.
Oh, okay.
I mean, everyone has the option. It's just for some reason no one wants one. I don't know.
We don't need to.
Yeah,
it's fine.
I've never fucked. If I fucked someone over at this point, you would definitely know.
Yeah, totally. All right. Warm up question. What are some of your favorite villains in video games, and what makes them a good villain? For my vote, I'd throw in the Elusive Man from Mass Effect or Gaunter O'Dim from Witcher 3. Colin, I'm assuming Kefka would be one of your favorites.
Kefka, definitely. I mean, my favorite is Dr. Wily, of course.
Dr. Wily? Yeah, Dr. Wily.
But we don't really know anything about him. And one of the fascinating things about doing Mega Man in the modern era is learning more about him and like making it. I've said this before. You will appreciate this. I think you must know it. Is Mega Ran's song Wily?
Yeah.
You know that? Yeah.
Yeah.
And people can go find the video. I actually rapped a verse of that with him on stage, which was awesome. Where I did one of the verses.
Yeah, that was kind of funny live show, right?
Yeah,
like
kind of
very early one. Yeah.
Yeah. And which was like a really cool moment because I love his music and I love his songs because not only with Mega Man, he does a lot of Mega Man stuff, obviously, but with like Final Fantasy and others, he adds so much texture to stories that are kind of in between the lines or not even there. And if you listen to the song Wily by him, it's like it's the story of Dr. Light and Dr. Wily, Dr. Light, the creator of Mega Man, and Dr. Wily and how they were partners and all this kind of stuff. We know this stuff from the instruction manuals and like little glimpses of it, but it's never been expanded upon. So it's kind of disingenuous to say like he's my favorite. I love him. And I love Mega. It's like like his creations are like my obsession. I wish they made amiibos of all of them. It would be amazing. Like
oh my god, the Robot Masters. Yeah, that'd be insane.
It would be sick because I just love that kind of stuff. But yeah, I yearn. Frankly, I yearn to write the next Mega Man game. But really, I yearn for another Mega Man game because I want to see what they would do with him. So it would be a little disingenuous. Kefka's great. It's just that they've kind of diluted him, I think, over time. It really shouldn't matter, but like the idea of like the crazy person around the bad guy that becomes the bad guy is kind of trite now. But at the time, it was in '94, that was pretty unique. And I remember falling in love with him pretty quickly. And it was actually the Final Fantasy anthology, right? That was the one that came to PS1 where it had the FMV.
Yes. Yeah.
And I was like, wow, this is like really allowing you to imagine it. We saw a little bit of that with the N64 kind of like demo for Final Fantasy VI that kind of showed them in 3D, but this was much more beautiful and much more fleshed out. So yeah, shout out to Kefka as well. And then I just have like, I guess in looking at this, I would just shout out a couple of like factions. For instance, I really love the Chimera.
I knew you were going to say that. I just knew it, dude.
Yeah.
They were cool, man. I like them.
Which are from Resistance. What's cool about them, and this is another example of, if you, only Resistance nerds know this, which of like there was like 5 of us, but you never, so you'll know, Jason, you never actually see the Chimera as they are. Like you're fighting like these mutated humans and mutated like earthbound life, but you never see the Chimera, and we never get to see, like, we never get to go to their homeworld. And I think I've said this in the past, and I don't care. I've definitely said this in the past, and no one seems to care, which is fine. But I have it on great authority that like the Resistance 3 ending was changed, like at the end of development, that like you did go to the homeworld, like towards the end of the game. Like there was going to be a whole different ending, a continuation, and then they kind of had to wrap it up instead. And so we never got to like see that, but it would have been cool to see who the aliens actually were.
Yeah. After 3 games. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I do love those games.
Jason, any video game villains that you just love?
Yeah. Top of mind, first one that comes to mind, Colin's going to appreciate this. Monokuma. I love this guy.
Oh yeah, dude, that's a great choice.
I'm a huge Danganronpa fan. Actually, if I was at my desk, I have like one of my friends actually made like a little like painting thing of it. I got on my desk there. My logo for a lot of like chats that we have like on Slack, it's just Monokuma, which is great. Love that guy, Danganronpa. Is he the real villain? Not really, but as a mascot, as a villain mascot, he's the shit. He's so good. Always full of surprises, and never, and the shtick never gets old. I mean, every single game is just,
that's a phenomenal choice. Phenomenal choice.
Yeah.
Awesome. That is a good pick.
I do, speaking of Insomniac, Dr. Nefarious. Love that guy.
Sure.
Big fan. Love the Ratchet games. And he just stands out as just this really great, campy villain, like right out of a Pixar movie. He has the most ridiculous goals in mind. And he's just so funny. And his relationship with Lawrence is awesome. And then, villains I hate, just to fuck this guy, the shovel guy from Lies of P. Hate him. Don't like him.
Shovel guy.
You know what I'm talking about? I don't know if you.
It's one of the bosses, right?
It's not even a boss. He's just there. He's just this guy, and then he shows up, and you're like, clearly there's some sort of mini boss. And then, but he just swings the shovel, and he's like, then he spits gas and fire at you. He's the worst. He doesn't even have a name. If he has a name, I don't even care what it is.
I'm trying to remember. Guy. I've gone through Lies of P. Is he just like a random person you meet out in the world? Okay, he's like a mini boss.
Yeah, exactly. But if you pop up, yeah. Aren't they robots?
Well, there's humans in the game too, but this guy looks like a big robot.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, he's a robot.
Okay, I see this guy. Yeah, he's just like a walking normal enemy. Yeah, he's like a normal enemy just in the game. It's really funny.
Right. I do remember the only one of these of the normie enemies that consistently gave me a hard time. So yeah, hate him.
I really wonder, Colin, what you'd think about the lore of that game. I don't want to say what the end. I'll tell you what the ending is some other time.
I know what the ending is. I know.
Okay.
I know what happens.
I'm just really curious what you'd think about all that kind of stuff.
It's a story on Sacred Symbols because we knew it. Like, we spoiled it for ourselves, and then we made up a fake version of it, which was that Walt Disney thing, shows up at the end, and people thought it was a real spoiler, and it was fucking awesome. No, I went and read because I'm never going to play it.
Funny. Yeah, that was so funny.
How could anyone actually believe that?
The ending, just real quick, Brad. The ending, fucking awesome. I mean, that's an awesome idea. Cool. Love it. Yeah, but it's not a game for me. I think it's too hard for me.
That's why I wonder if they're actually what the DLC is. I don't think they'll do that ending as the DLC itself. If they do, that'll be crazy. Because once you announce it, I don't think that'll be the DLC.
Spoiler. That sounds like sequel territory kind of thing.
Totally. Can't wait. Love it.
Villain wise, Colin, I'm curious what you think about this. I actually think Genova in Final Fantasy VII is a really fascinating villain. It's just this kind of extraterrestrial alien that crashes on this planet and kind of manipulates everything from behind the scenes. The one that sets Sephiroth on that path. There's a lot of mystery still around her and everything like that. I always thought she was very fascinating.
Yeah, definitely. Especially in the remakes. It's funny how much they've, in my opinion, defanged Sephiroth. Like, I actually think more is less in the case of him. I actually don't think he's strong in Final Fantasy VII Remake or Rebirth as a character at all. But it's funny because those are amazing games nonetheless without him. And it's actually kind of the Kefka syndrome with Gestel, where I was saying, like, it's not about, like, it's like a pump fake. You're actually seeing it more play out in this than the other one,
Yeah. Also, I always just love Ganon, classic Zelda enemy.
True.
I just loved his appearance, like when he was this horrible pig-looking thing with a trident. I always just thought was so cool. Very terrifying villain. He gets some depth later on in the Wind Waker game, which I think is really cool. His motivation, everything like that. But he's not the most deep villain, but I just like him a lot. I think he's really cool.
Best Ganon death. in any game is that ending of Wind Waker.
Oh, Wind Waker?
It's so sudden and wild.
Yeah.
Following everything else that's style in the game.
Twilight Princess, like he gets like stabbed in the chest and he like screams out. Yeah, it's really cool. But
Wind Waker, he's just like this enormous thing. Can I say this? I don't know if I should say
when
it.
you fight him,
don't spoil.
I'm not going to say it then. Yeah, all right. Yeah. Well, but it's similar to how you said he gets stabbed in the chest. It's just like how he gets slain is great. It's a great moment.
It is good.
Yeah.
All right. Let's talk about what we're playing now. Colin, System Shock 2 Enhanced Edition. You've been playing this. This has been out on PC for a while, but it's on console now. So you're diving in. Please.
So it's not. This is the wrong one. System Shock Remake is
it remake or is it?
Okay. System Shock 2 is coming. So there's an enhanced edition of the first one and an enhanced edition of the second one.
Okay.
The second one's much more playable naturally because it's more of like a Deus Ex style or BioShock style game. The first one it had a remake from Night Dive that was like long in development and finally came out last year, and then it came to console recently. System Shock 2 I think is being remade, but it's not.
No, I just said just System Shock.
Yeah, so it's just here. I'll do it in your document. There you go. Do you see it now? The yellow text.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, there it is.
It's weird. I couldn't find the name for System Shock Remake anywhere.
It's just it's just called System Shock, but it's the 2023 edition of the game. So
talk to me about it.
I will play System Shock 2 when the remake of that inevitably comes, but not until then. Or if it comes to console, I'm not playing on PC because I'm not a huge fucking nerd.
Yeah, you are.
So in different ways.
You are a huge fucking nerd.
I am an enormous nerd actually, but I just hate PC gaming.
Yeah,
and I hate PC gamers. I'm like,
wow, oh wow,
bold statement.
It is a bold statement. So, System Shock is this 1994 game from a studio that's defunct now called Looking Glass, and it is the progenitor of what would become BioShock later on. Ken Levine worked on a bunch of games in the 90s and into the 2000s, but System Shock 2 was a game that he was seminal in. He didn't work on the original System Shock, and it was System Shock 2 and all of that catapulted him ultimately to BioShock. So there's like this kind of almost mysterious GTA 1/2 history to BioShock, if BioShock was like GTA 3, where most people jumped in, right? Very few people comparably have played GTA 1 or 2 or even know what it is. And the same is true of this. System Shock was a moderate seller on PC and very popular and critically, but no one really knew or cared about these games, and they were never ported over. And really, it was like the Deus Ex games that kind of became the console version of what those games were doing. So I knew that this game existed, and I had looked at it. I had actually watched like a long play on World of Long Plays, which is an amazing YouTube channel. If anyone doesn't know about it, it's just a repository of like not dialogue free, but what would you call it? Commentary free?
No commentary.
Yeah, no commentary sort of playthroughs, like complete playthroughs, and it's great. And people play them efficiently, so you can kind of see everything, but it's not like a speed run or anything.
Right.
So I familiarized myself with those games over time, and System Shock 1 especially came off as very much an adventure game to me, and was like this very, if people go and look at it, it's like this very crowded screen. It's really ambitious for its time. There's like no doubt about it. But it's not my style of game. And it's very, I won't even say traditional, it's just old. And System Shock 2 is a much more, if you look at it, and I wouldn't play System Shock 2 without playing the original System Shock, but System Shock 2 is much more recognizable as kind of like an immersive first-person shooter in some sense. So I've been thinking about this game. Night Dive is a studio, actually, Jason and I were talking before we started because Atari has purchased this team. And I was asking him, I was like, this must be the game that convinced you guys, right? And obviously he does, he's not just a producer. He is a producer there. He wasn't in on the sale, obviously, so it's unknown to him. But I'm like, this must have been a very compelling game to see because it's so good. And I was a little surprised by my lack of history with this game, specifically because I do love BioShock. BioShock's one of my top 5 games of all time and is like an exceptional experience. Like everyone should play BioShock, in my opinion. If you're a player of video games, it's like seeing some of the great films of all time. Like I feel like you need to understand what BioShock is and how it hasn't really been replicated. It's very strange. It's very similar to The Last of Us for me, where sometimes things are just so well done that it becomes very difficult to make something like it. Everything is kind of like a hollow representation of it at best. And So BioShock 2, which wasn't Levine, BioShock Infinite, and now we're going to get Judas, which isn't a BioShock game. I nailed him down on that because I kind of was like, it's a fucking BioShock game, isn't it? And maybe he lied to my face. I mean, he could be. I kind of hope he did because I think that would be fucking sick. But I was like, okay, so this remake comes out on Unreal Engine last year on PC. And as people that might be familiar with it, it was kickstarted actually, and it's been in development forever. And it was supposed to come out, I think, as soon as 2017. And so obviously it came out 6 years after it was originally supposed to come out. And as I understand, it was rebooted and like there was a bunch of shit going on with it. But sometimes tortured things end up really good. And this is one of those examples. I don't know if this is going to resonate with you. I said this on Sacred, but this is an example, and I can't really think of too many examples or really any other. I'm sure they exist. This is an example of a game earlier in a series or kind of a continuity of games that spawns something. So in this case, System Shock to BioShock, that then BioShock becomes this seminal thing and inspires the remake so that the remake of the original game plays and looks like BioShock. Mm-hmm. And it's pretty exceptional. Now, it's nowhere near as good as BioShock. It's not one of the greatest games of all time. It's very primitive. It is very Castlevania 2-esque, and like, it's not going to tell you anything, and you're just going to have to assume a bunch of things about it. And I would never have been able to beat it without some guidance. I haven't beaten it yet. I'm deep in it. I wouldn't have gotten this far without some guidance.
Right.
There's like no quest log or like anything. It's not telling you what to do. It's just like, here's what you have to do ultimately, which is go after the system, the space station's AI. And it's like a rogue AI called Shodan. And you kind of play through this very atmospheric, balanced, well-paced, eerie experience on this space station around Saturn. And I'm into it. Now, I played with the collectibles guide and am playing with the collectibles guide. I love Power Picks. Everyone knows that. If you guys don't know the site Power Picks, POWERPYX.com. Really great trophy guides and often great walkthroughs and collectible guides. And what this guy does in a spoiler-free way is just gives you the order that the collectibles should be found in and like what you might have to do, like a sentence of how to get them and like where they are on the map. So I've just been following along with this thing, making sure that the next thing I find is the next thing on the list and so on and so forth. And that's kind of guided me through the game because otherwise I really wouldn't know probably where to go. And I would play with a walkthrough because I'm just not a very intuitive gamer. There's a lot of things that this game does that I'm like really impressed with that I think are small things, but are really cool. So to set the game up for people, you're basically playing as a hacker. The game takes place in 2072, the space station that's like an aerostat around Saturn. And so for people that don't know like what that is, it's most, I think, talked about with Venus, where theoretically we could have pressure suit free experiences in the atmosphere of Venus, where like a space station or like a aerostat, as they call it, would be like high enough in the atmosphere where air would be normal, temperature would be normal. And so like, you're not going to get crushed by the Venusian atmosphere and all the rest. And you can find these like happy mediums in all these different planets. So there's like a space station that really looks a lot like Rapture. And so this is kind of funny where I'm realizing like, wow, look at how much this inspired this, because when you watch the original, and I went back and watched like a bunch of it on a long play, it's like, it was like this. It's beat for beat the same game, but it didn't look like this. It didn't feel like this. Like there's like this backwards continuity from BioShock that's really, really cool. And one of the small things I really like about it, so you're contained. All right, so let me go back. I'm getting all over the place with the story. So you play as this hacker, and the hacker is basically threatened by this person that lives on the space station that's like trying to take it over, basically, to use his skills he's basically caught committing a crime and blackmailed. And so like, you're going to use your skills to undo Shodan's AI constraints. And in return, we won't fuck you up. And we know you want this like bio implant in your head. You're going to do it on the black market. We'll have our fictional company, which is Trioptimum, which is like the fictional, like overarching like evil company. We'll have them do it for you, like, and we'll do it all right or whatever. So that all goes to plan. He like undoes the AI controls. He gets knocked out, given the surgery, and he wakes up 6 months later. But when he wakes up, he finds that Shodan has gone completely rogue and taken the entire space station over. That pretty much all of the people on it are dead. and that the only things left are like robots that have taken over. And so you kind of go into the space station and you're trying to figure out what to do, and you have to kind of like stop things from happening, and you go from there. I won't spoil any more of it from there. That's literally all in like the first 10 minutes, by the way. And one of the small things I like about it is because it takes place in like, I like games that take place in continuous time. Resident Evil 2 is like this, and other games where like you assume there was no rest. It could be this continuous like 14-hour period. Alan Wake is another where like you can kind of feel like it takes place within a period of time. There's some sleeping and shit, but this is one of those games where it's like from the minute you start to the minute you end, it's all one continuous experience. There is no like save point or like I'm going to sleep and rest. You can like go into these little almost like Vita like or Vita like chambers from, Vita chambers from Bioshock. Yeah. And so there's stuff like that, but it's all in real time. And one of the cool things that I really like that Bioshock and Bioshock Infinite don't do because of the constraints on their native console, which would be PS3 or 360, is every body you kill stays exactly where it is the entire time you play. And even when you go back to places and like there are new enemies, like sometimes like some new robots will appear or whatever, and you kill them and then their bodies stay. And this is like one of those really small things where I'm like, this feels so lived in and real, like real time, really immersive. Because you're like running around from engineering to executive to the flight wing and all these different things. And you're going back and forth and you're finding it the way you left it, like really the way you left it. If you drop a gun somewhere, it stays. Very Fallout-like. You move things around and it stays like that. And I just feel like little things like that in an immersive sim, especially with one with like a deep inventory system, lots of guns and all the rest. It's important. It's important that you nail those little things. It's a much deeper game than Bioshock. It's like inventory management and
it's an immersive sim. Is this your first time playing an immersive sim?
Well, no, I played Prey, the Prey remake, and Deus Ex. I played back when I was younger, like the couple of those that came to console. What was it? Mankind Divide? No, that's a newer one. There was one on PS2 or Xbox, the original Xbox that I had, and that was the first one I played.
Invisible War,
right? Yeah. And as I was actually going to ask on in reflection into my notes as we like get off this topic, ultimately, I was going to ask people to recommend me more games like this because I don't really think that it doesn't feel like there are that many actually, like when I was like looking around. So yeah, there's a lot to say about it, but I really like it. It is very sticky. And one of the cool things that for me is you can save whenever you want. And it's so quick on PS5. It takes like less than a second for you to like just go into the menu, save, and then it just goes back. So I'm saving like every 5 seconds. And so the game clock is at like 11 or 12 hours, but the counter on PSN is like twice that because I keep like trying to get through parts better. I'm like, I took too much damage there. Go back to the last save. Oh, I used too much ammo. And I keep doing that constantly. And it's probably the most obnoxious. Like if someone was watching me play this game, they'd be like, what the fuck are you doing?
Right.
But like I wouldn't stream and play like this. But for me, I'm like just inching my way through, trying to maximize myself.
I think a lot of people do that actually, Colin.
I hope so because it's very satisfying to me.
Sure.
To play like I can see it. I can see it being like, well, I played Bioshock and Bioshock Infinite like that because you have to for the platinum where you can't die, right? And so you're constantly saving and all of that. But I was really scrubbing for trophies. For this, I'm like doing it for the satisfaction of trying to maximize the experience and not use too much. There are things that are annoying about it. The inventory management is super fucking annoying, and there's way too many items. And it's got a Fallout like system where there's just a bunch of trash and shit everywhere that you don't really need, but you actually have to collect it because you need to recycle it to make money, and you need the money to buy upgrades for your weapons. I haven't spent money on anything else except for upgrades for my weapons. And so there is like this annoying backtracking and kind of like sticking around, like dropping everything from your inventory somewhere near a recycle bin, and then like going somewhere and just gathering everything, going and recycling it, and then picking everything back up. It's like, this kind of sucks actually, right. But you have to do what you have to do. But overall, minor quibbles with an otherwise really remarkable game. Highly recommended. And PSN Profiles is a site I love and I use, but it's opt-in. So it doesn't tell a whole story, but it tells an anecdotal one, is that a lot of people are not playing this game. And the other thing that I'm noticing is that this game is washing people out and filtering them quick.
I could see that.
Which I also noticed. Like, you could just see that from the trophies. I already have an A rating on PSN Profiles with 30% of the trophies, which is like, for people that use that site knows, that's unheard of. As an example, I have 42% of the Stellar Blade trophies, and I'm a rated C, meaning that like I'm an average player, and with System Shock, A would indicate that I'm at the top tier, even though I haven't gotten anywhere close to beating it. So it's definitely filtering people. So that's a lot. That's my experience with System Shock Remake.
Jason.
Yeah.
What's your history with this game? You're involved in it in some way, but have you played it or anything like that?
Yeah. So to be clear, this was not planned.
No, it was not. It was not planned.
This is a pure coincidence, and I kind of saw it coming when I heard Colin's interest in playing the game on Sacred Symbols. So, we do own Night Dive, but they operate as an independent company. That said, I do have access to get free keys for all their games, so that's nice. So I did actually play about maybe like 2 hours or so on Steam last year of this. I did not have a history with this game, but my favorite game of all time is the original Deus Ex. So that was my entry point to this. So that would be after System Shock 2.
Right.
So when I went to this, I was like, oh, you immediately see the bones of it. Because even with like the puzzle piece inventory and that kind of stuff. But I did play it and I enjoyed it. This is definitely a PC centric game, just by the way all the systems remain, and they really, I mean, that's kind of Night Dive's strength, right? Is they try to, they really do try to keep faithful to the game. I mean, this is one of the few that is literally a ground up remake instead of using their Kex engine, which they did for something like Turok or recently PO'd, and Dark Forces, where you could see, oh, this is the original game. It's just been updated and remastered and tweaked for modern devices. Whereas this being ground up. So, I really enjoyed it. I played it for about 2 hours but it's hard. I'm like Colin, I don't play a lot of PC games. And when I do, I try to set it up to be as console-like as possible, which is why, I mean, I'll talk about it later when I talk about Selaco. But at the time when I was in that situation, I usually play multiple games at once. So I played this. I got into a small groove. I was away on vacation or something and just started playing a bit on my laptop. And it was awesome. Like, it's really cool. The atmosphere is there. The vibes are there. But it is, because of its nature, it is like, it never holds your hand. It never tells you where you're supposed to go. That's actually one of the biggest benefits of keeping those bodies lingering, because it tells you where you've been without telling you where you've been. So when you explore new areas, you haven't been there because there's no dead bodies strewn around. So that's pretty cool. But I stopped playing it for, a few days, and then I tried to get into it. I'm like, where was I? What was I doing? And then just haven't picked it up since. Now that it's on consoles, it's on the list and I will get back to it. But what I played, I really enjoyed. I love the vibes. I love the style. And it actually is also a strong influence for Selaco as well. So it's kind of fortuitous that we're talking about these games on the same podcast, because there is a deep connecting tissue there as well. But from what I played, I basically echo everything Colin's saying. Like, it is truly like historic gameplay, and like one of these games that is that's super relevant. I mean, everybody talks about Arcane and how much they love them and what they do, but this was like one of the early foundations of the whole genre.
Definitely an important game in immersive sim history for sure.
Totally.
Crafton Picard wrote in, "Hey, butt slurpers. Really curious to hear Colin's thoughts on System Shock Remake as he continues to play. I'm very surprised he said he was enjoying it on Sacred. For what I know of the game is that it's very obtuse and old school and difficult to understand what to do and where to go. I want to play it, but I haven't gotten into it yet. To be honest, I'm a little intimidated by the old school nature of it. With Colin saying he can't even handle the puzzles in Resident Evil games, it really surprises me that he can handle System Shock. Colin's gaming tastes just continue to befuddle me, but that's one of the things I love about LSM. Everyone has such diverse tastes in games, and I like getting all the takes from true gamers that I respect. Keep it up, guys." Colin, you're playing with the walkthrough though, so that helps definitely.
Yeah, again, like the spoiler, playing with the walkthrough would be more literal, but yeah, I'm playing with help for sure.
Yeah, some help. Yeah. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's totally fine.
Yeah, I love strategy guys, so I've always loved that culture, and so that's very natural to me. But I will say to Crafton Picard that there are Resident Evil in this game are very different from the puzzle perspective, in the sense that, first of all, I think I could and do handle most of the puzzles you encounter in Resident Evil games. What I'm talking about are like the big, like, got to find all these things. Or I think bring up Uncharted, where it's like, you got to turn the fucking 17 statues and shine the light. It's like, I'm not like, literally I see that stuff and I'm like, I'm not doing that. So I'm going to look this up. But like simpler things are fine. And System Shock's not a puzzle game. There's really only one kind of puzzle. And it's these it's very similar to like the pipe dream style hacking in BioShock, where you're hacking these like, and you're doing it in real time actually, which is kind of cool. So you can be attacked and stuff by enemies while you're doing it. You're kind of hacking these modules with circuits, and it's like it's a little mini game, and there's two types of them. And what's funny is that and they don't even explain shit about the mini game either. Like you just encounter them, and you have to just, you know that you can move parts and that there are things to do, but you have no idea what you're supposed to do. And I like had to watch a YouTube video that was like, this is what it really means. And once you understand it, I woke up one day and was just really good at the puzzles. I think my brain just worked on it when I was sleeping one night, and I was like, yeah, this is how you do it. And so I differentiate them in that case, and that the difficulty in this game, and that's why I brought up Castlevania 2 as a very specific example, because for people that are familiar with that game, they know that there are things that game asks you to do that you simply cannot know. Like there's just no, I don't know how you would know that that's what you're supposed to do. And I always bring up like kneeling down with the crystal
against the wall.
Yeah, against the wall, and a tornado comes and takes you to another part of the map. Like what? You know? And to me, I'm like, no one figured that out by themselves. No one. That was
everyone had Nintendo Power.
Right.
Yeah.
That was in Nintendo Power, and that like circulated that way. And I kind of feel like System Shock is more in that vein, where it's not quite as obtuse, but I can imagine that people get stuck. And I was reading a bunch of stuff about the game. Like people are getting stuck at all sorts of different parts of the game. And some of it's historic. Like you can go back to the 90s on GameFAQs and see a lot of that stuff too. So people are kind of playing this game in that more crowdsourced way when necessary in kind of the internet era. And with that, I feel like it's much more just akin to a Castlevania 2 style game, where it's just obtuse. It's not like you're encountering some puzzle with 7 different objects you have to put into it and you have to rotate them. So there's nothing like that in the game. There is a chessboard in the game that you encounter at some point. You can play chess in the game, which is cool. And there's a trophy for doing that and winning, which I got, called En Passant. So you can check that out as well. But yeah, so I get what you're saying, but you're not really comparing like to like.
Cool. Connor McCurdy wrote in, hey, bitchin' Bradley, cock dumpling Colin, and jerking it Jason.
Oh, God.
This is our audience, Jason.
Oh, I know. I've listened to every
you're
episode,
part of the audience.
So
you know.
It's all good. It's all good.
My question is for Colin. I've already purchased System Shock for the PS5, but I've been holding out and diving in because my fear of how it will play on a controller. What are your thoughts on after playing this? Does it play well, or is it frustrating to navigate?
No, it feels great. I mean, there are some interfaces that are made for mouse and keyboard, like, or for a mouse specifically. Like I had to look up how to act. So there's a part of the game where let me back up. Very similar to Fallout. There's some similarities to Fallout. And one of the similarities to Fallout 3 specifically is you can go into places that are just irradiated, and you just get irradiated and it does slow damage to you. And there's like ways to resist it. And one of the things, you find different permanent modules for yourself that can help you, like a vision thing and all sorts of things. And one of them is this environmental suit. And I had no idea how to turn it on. And I had to look it up, and it's like you had to take the reticle and put it over an icon and then press triangle, when clearly it was just like something you clicked on in the original. So there's like little hangups like that, but it generally translates the controller pretty well. I lowered the velocity of movement from 50 to 40% to make it a little more manageable, which I think is important. And I play inverted, so that you might want to take that into account as well. As I understand it, this game does have mouse and keyboard controls on console. However, on PSN profiles, someone was saying, or a few people were saying that like it doesn't really work for some, like it doesn't read a keyboard, or it doesn't do something. And Jason, I don't know if you're producing this game in the post, but I can send you that if you're interested. But so there is that option, and it might work. It might just be like a patch issue or something.
I can also second that the controls on a controller are actually pretty good. Like I had no idea how it would work either, but even when it first came out, and that was before they released the console version, so it wasn't even like final controller support, but I was playing it on Steam with an Xbox controller, and it actually was surprisingly efficient and solid. I didn't have any problems. So I agree with playing with a controller. Good to go. Yeah,
no problems at all. I mean, if it would be like playing Prey or BioShock with a controller. It's really not. It's not as fine, obviously, but BioShock's not really fine either. I mean, that's not what it's known for, is fine control. It's not. Yeah. It's not.
Yeah. The other thing to consider is that oftentimes you do go into your, I believe I remember this, like at some points you will have to move a cursor around on a screen, but that has become more normal in console gaming since Destiny.
Yeah.
Probably. And then Cyberpunk most recently, I remember doing that. I was like, okay, this is what we're doing now. Fine. Fair enough.
Yeah, I don't really mind. And I would like to start. I'm a little surprised PlayStation hasn't leaned into releasing an official mouse and keyboard to kind of make note that games are starting to use it on console. And
yeah,
I haven't played with a mouse and keyboard in fucking, dude, I don't even know. Like I did play some PC games like around the turn of the century, but I don't even know if I would have much of an advantage because I don't know how to really do it anymore. You know, right. I want to use a controller. So I'm happy to be, even if people feel like it's a handicapped way of control, I'd actually prefer it. So
it's just
I didn't think twice about the controls in the game. Hey, there is one annoying thing about the controls.
Okay.
There are energy weapons in the game. So you have a health bar and then you have an energy bar. And the energy bar could be used in a number of different ways. You can use it as a energy for a shield that will stop you from being damaged and it goes down. You can use like different weapons that will get it to go down or whatever. And you're pressing square to interact with things in the game constantly. And square is also reload. And so you'll go to hit square and like not miss a prompt all the time. And if you're equipped with an energy weapon, you'll reload your energy with your ammo, but there's like a very limited amount of ammo. And I must have restarted literally 100 saves, literally. From accidentally reloading because I'm going to need that later. I don't need to reload because you can find little energy things that will like refill you permanent, like over and over again. So you don't want to save those for when you really need them. So there's little things like that, but you could just remap your buttons if that's.
I was going to say, can you remap it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
I don't like messing with remapping too much because in my experience, I found that Dying Light's really the ultimate example of this for me, where I was like, why is this game on the triggers? Like, why is so much of it doesn't make any fucking sense? Why is everything on the triggers in this game? And then I remapped it for the face buttons and realized like the game doesn't function. Like you can't play it like that because of the combination of things. So I just try to go with what the developers think is right. But I am a little more skeptical of a studio like Night Dive simply because they're clearly not console people. So like what they think works might not necessarily actually work, but it does work in this regard. And you can even remap your controller on a system level if you really having problems, you know? So
yeah.
So a small complaint.
Do you guys remember back on PC when you have to use like weird controllers? Now everything's so great nowadays. So you can just plug in an Xbox or like a DualSense and it just works. But all those weird controllers we bought back in the day, just
half of them didn't work.
Yeah,
like you couldn't like get them. I hated that shit, man. I was formed born in 1984. We got our first computer in the early 90s and our first computer on the internet in the mid 90s. And I very quickly was like, I fucking hate PC gaming. When I was like 12 years old, I'm like, I hate this shit. You know, like you go to Circuit City, buy this controller, buy like this game. The game doesn't fucking work. The controller doesn't work. You don't know what's wrong. Like this shit sucks. And I think that's why I'm like so against it to this day. It's like why everyone listens to music that they found when they were 14. You know,
everything, all those controllers, everyone had like a different setup. They always had a different cable that they had to go into. It never quite felt as good as you wanted them to. I remember there was one, am I hallucinating this or did this really happen? There was a controller for PC that had like a screw-in thumbstick. Is that real? Or
that might have been real. I can't think of one off the top of my head.
I don't know.
I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, if that did happen.
Yeah, I don't know why I'm envisioning this as something that was real. But
well, shout out to Microsoft because they're the ones that bit the bullet and normalized using a specific controller, and it worked great. So
yeah, definitely did. Okay, this is from 34 Counts of Bradical. Why was System Shock Remake under advertised? It seems to me that it's important enough to warrant some kind of attention. That's it. What do you think about that, Jason?
Oh man, great person to ask. Okay, so actually, here's the interesting thing. We are not actually the publisher of this game. I think Night Dive has some skin in the game, but it's because it was their project, so they definitely do. But it's actually published by PlayOn, Prime Matter, which is a subsidiary of them.
That's PlayOn is.
I think it's all under the same. Yeah. I think it's
that was a reform. That's like a newer moniker, right? PLAION.
Yeah, exactly. That was formed. Yeah, exactly. Right. We do a couple things with them. Cool. They actually lead the 2600 plus thing as well. But yeah, so they're the publisher, and the biggest push was on PC. I think.
Right. It was.
You know, if I'm to make an assumption, because I just don't know, is that they basically connected with all the PC relevant stuff when it came out, and then that was the biggest push of the game, and that was last year. So that's probably why the marketing is relatively subdued. Like, I've seen some stuff about it, but maybe I'm targeted because that stuff's just in my history. But yeah, because you look at it was a success on Steam. I mean, it's a success on PC, and that's where it's going to resonate the most. So I think I'm sure they would like to sell as many as possible. I mean, I would as well, because it all goes up to the pockets themselves. But man, I just blanked. But I just think that's just the rationale of it. Is this is like gravy at this point? Like, you've hit probably 90% of your demographic on Steam, and then the rest of it is going to come from consoles. So
totally, that's what I was thinking too. I was like, this is such a PC focused game, and all the PC players probably scooped it up a year ago, because I remember seeing ads for it, and there was a demo for it, and all that stuff.
Totally, yeah. And PC Gamer was all over it, and I think it even won some awards at the end of last year. From some outlets, so that was cool. Definitely got a lot of buzz and recognition last year when it came out for PC.
Yeah,
I was bummed to see I think it has a 78 or something on Metacritic, and I'm like, in what? This is why I hate scores. I just hate them, and like why I refuse to capitulate on it, and will never ever as long as I'm alive ever have scores on this in this company, because I want the conversation. I want people to like dedicate the time to understand what needs to be said about it and not reduce it to a score. There is no reality where this game is a 78. I will say that. I mean, no reality where that's true. So that's the kind of shit where I'm like, ugh. That's not doing it any favors. I play 70 somethings all the time, but a lot of people are turned off by that. And
this kind of hits close to home, because I've worked on games that got a bunch of games I work on are score in the 70s, and I think it's not actually that easy to get higher in like the mid to high 70s. And when you're working on these older inspired games, you encounter that critic that's like, oh, it doesn't do enough to modernize. It doesn't do enough new stuff. It's too difficult. They should have adapted more so to the times. When you realize, if that's not the point, how much can you really knock that in a critical sense? And that's where just putting scores on things becomes difficult. And I think all of Night Dive stuff is ultimately like, they work on great games. All the games they put out are awesome, but they are very much, and this is actually more the appeal, I believe, of work with those guys, is like their focus on preservation and keeping the old games as they were. They're not trying to make brand new versions of these games that that would kind of lose what made them what they are. So.
Yeah, they have. Yeah. It's frustrating to me, because I know that they did the 3 Turok games from N64, right? And we talked about that earlier, and like Quake ports, Shadow Man. And like, I want to spend time with all of this stuff and relive it, especially the Turok games, because I was an N64 person, certainly. But it's just like, I think the audience would get so mad if I started just like, they already get mad with the way I spend my time playing, like the games I spend my time playing. And I'm like, I can't just spend 3 months of my life platinuming the Turok games. Like, it's not possible. But I really appreciate what they're doing, because there are a few really great studios out there that are doing awesome work, really catered to a specific generation or type of game. Like, you look at what was going, I can't think of the name of the guys that worked with Capcom. I wanted to say Visual Concepts, but that's not right at all. On the Mega Man collections and all that, the DuckTales collection, those guys, they're in Northern California. I can't remember them. They're very focused on that, and like, these guys seem more focused on the turn of the century 3D stuff. And so it's cool to kind of pick your lane and make sure those games live again. I really want to recommend System Shock, because I think a lot of people didn't pay attention to it. I don't know if people realize its deep connection to BioShock, not literally, but just obviously, and and certainly figuratively. And there's just so many things about it I love, and I love games. I love all sorts of games. I think you can deliver almost anything. Can be a game, any length and type and what you do in it, and it's all good. So I'm not saying a game needs to do a thing a certain way, but there's something very attractive to me about a game that you get whatever you put into it out of it. It's cool to play. It's very old in that way, which I love. I love that kind of shit, where it's like, you could just play this. It's like, I make fun of Dagan, as I always say, for playing BioShock without listening to any audio diaries. Right. And it's like, but he got something out of it. Right. And that's cool. Yeah. It's like, you have no idea what's going on, of course, but you got something out of it. This is a game where if you don't put any work into it and just play it, like it's going to be like useless. You have to read the documents. Like you have to listen to the audio diaries, and the audio diaries are so good. And as I understand, Shodan, the AI, it's the same person that played her in the 90s is playing her on the new one, which is dope.
That is cool. Wow.
And because she's like a female Skynet type character, and it's I just highly recommend it. If you like BioShock and you're into like taxonomy in video games like I am, you really should play System Shock, because I think what you'll find is the reverse remake, like I said, a very rare example of this game a game like BioShock spinning out of something which then goes back and helps the original be reformed for a new audience. It's good shit.
Right. Yeah.
Were you trying to think of Digital Eclipse?
Digital Eclipse, that's the company. Yep.
Yeah, we own them too.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah. They're great. Dude, one of my
exactly, and it's the same idea, same idea of like game preservation. Like that's what they specialize in.
One of my major regrets, I don't have very many regrets in the games industry. I've gotten to do a lot of really cool shit, and I'm really happy with my career, and I'm honored to be able to do this kind of stuff, and very lucky. When I was at Kind of Funny and they were releasing the Mega Man collection, the first one, they were like, I was dealing with them for some reason, and they were like, we're having a few people, like huge Mega Man fans, they have like the randomized kind of portion of the game where you can do like special permutations of screens and beat like boss rush modes and all that. And they were like, you can do one and send it to us. And what we want you to do is to go through YouTube videos and just find the portions of each stage you want, stitch them together, and we'll call it Moriarty's test. And I waited too long, and it only got into the 3DS version of the game. It was not on any other version of the game, and I was heartbroken, but it was my own fault.
Damn.
So if you have the 3DS version of that, go check it out.
Yeah, you can't download that game anymore either. The 3DS store's dead.
I have the physical version, I think, but yeah, it's probably not. I doubt many people had it. They do a really great job, not only with the games and the emulation, which is pretty straightforward for those games, but the documentation. The level of love into the museum stuff, and I think that stuff's so important.
Yeah, totally.
Well, I'm really happy you enjoyed System Shock. It seems to me like I always get stoked when I hear people on the surface. It seems like they're branching out of what I normally expect them to play, and this is not something I expect you to play. So I am happy you're playing through it and you're digging it. So that's really cool.
Yeah, I don't know. It's funny, man. I would be interested in your opinion on. It doesn't have to be now, but. Jason used the term earlier, like eclectic, like taste. Like I actually think my game taste is incredibly eclectic.
Yes.
And I'm always surprised when people are surprised that I play something where I'm like, I actually think I have a pretty open mind about games and play. And I'm not saying you're insulting me. I'm just saying it's interesting that people are surprised by that, because I'm like, what kind of gamer am I? I don't understand. Like, what is it that I play more than anything else?
I think a lot of people probably got the misconception of like, you don't want to have to try to figure stuff out like that. Like the Resident Evil comment with puzzles and stuff like that. But it's like, well, you're just kind of finding your own way to play the game, and you're doing it. So I think that's what's surprising about it. It's because I'm like, if someone to me was like, well, I don't like Resident Evil puzzles, but they're going to play System Shock 1, I'd be like, okay, like, I don't know how you're going to do, but you're doing it.
Yeah, I'm doing it with augmentation, so
that's fine, man.
I would have gotten
better
nowhere.
Than nothing.
Yeah, no,
it's totally fine.
And again, it's like Dagan always says, my brother, he loves spoiling things for himself. He's always been a big fan of that. Like he doesn't give a fuck. He doesn't care. Like for some reason, he just doesn't care about spoilers, and he actually goes and seeks them out, right? Like and like reads about them and like goes and spoils movies for himself and shit. I don't know, like it's totally fine. It's like I don't look at strategy guides and like letting some people it's anathema to some people, and I totally get that. Like they're like, what is Dustin's one of those people. He like almost never uses guides. He doesn't understand it. Dagan's actually similar with playing a game where he like wants to figure it out himself. To me, I'm like, no, dude, I have no problem with like looking something up and just going. It's supposed to be like experiential, so it's really up to you to get through it. And I feel like the strategy guide's almost a dying art. There are I don't know how much you guys look up at Game Help, but it fucking sucks with rare exception these days. Yeah. It's horrible. A lot of it's AI written. And so when a source like PowerPix or something like that has a good guide, it's like, yeah, this is good. I can use this.
I actually find I'll shout out Neoseeker.
Yeah,
I often ending up there, and because I'll usually only consult guides to see where I'm at in a game, to know how much further I have left. And I just find consistently they're always organized and they have exactly what I want to know. And I could avoid spoilers. Yeah, they're really great. So
yeah, so I mean, sometimes playing the guide is fun, man. Like I played through Dragon Quest VIII with a guide, and it was so much fun. I really loved going through it because you have all the recipes for like alchemy and all that stuff. It's great, man.
Especially old games, because we're so now trained to be spoon-fed stuff and like given directions on where to go and having constant checkpoints and all of these tools that are created to give you a more, let's say, pleasant experience, right? Mm-hmm. If you ever try to go back and play the old stuff and then you take off all of those guardrails, you're just kind of sometimes flailing in the wind, and it's just like, well, I could, scour every corner of this map to find out where to go in System Shock, or you could just tell me where to go, and then I go there, and then I deal with the problems along the way. How about that? Because that's the experience I want, right? Hypothetically speaking.
Yeah, totally. Very cool. Colin, just use that strat for Elden Ring.
Yeah.
And we'll get you back in, baby.
Maybe I will. Yeah. I don't, there's a few games I want to get.
Guide. I'm your wiki guide for that.
Before I get it, that's really an execution issue for me, but it's like before I get to like the idea of going back to things I've missed or skipped over, there's just a few other things I need to get through. I'd actually like to platinum System Shock if I can, which is a incredibly difficult platinum. But you have to beat it. So it has 4 difficulty settings. It's like combat, puzzles, like whatever. There's like all sorts of different things. You can set them from
like 1 Silent Hill,
right. You can set them from 1 to 3. A game that really modernized that in like the more modern era was Shadow of the Tomb Raider. I don't know if you guys remember that. Had like a very granular difficulty setting, which was kind of cool.
Totally.
And I didn't actually know that System Shock had this. So you can set it for whatever you want, like in a very granular way. But setting it so like 3-3-3-3, you have to beat it in under 10 hours on 3-3-3-3 for the gold trophy to get the platinum. So I'm going to challenge myself to do that. Apparently, if you are very efficient and use a guide, you can do it in like 5 hours. I have no idea how you beat this game in 5 hours, but we're going to find that out, I guess.
Yeah, that's cool. That sounds like a fun trophy to get. All right, Jason, Megaton Musashi W Wired. Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I had never heard of this game ever until you wrote it down. I was like, what the hell is this? Please.
Yeah, really straightforward. Yeah, go for it. Really straightforward title. Easy to remember. Definitely don't mix up the Wired and the W. It's okay. So this is a level 5 game that was released a little over a month ago, I want to say. It actually originally came out in 2021, and it was Japan only. They also released 2 seasons of an anime that came out sometime between then and now. Haven't seen any of that. Like I said, I didn't hear about this game until a coworker was like, "Oh, did you hear about the new level 5 game?" I said, "No, what is that?" It's digital only. It's on Switch, PS4, PS5, and PC. It actually has cross-play between these as well. Or sorry, cross-save at least. I don't know. Nice. Cross-play. Yeah, I'm actually playing this on Switch, which is probably the worst place to play it. But portably, it's awesome. I do have a Steam Deck, but it's just too big. I mean, I got tiny hands.
It is a big thing. Yeah, it's big.
So if I want to play it on a train, it's perfect on a Switch. Really great portably. So the game itself is very story driven. It takes place in like this little town that's actually a shelter from in an Earth that has been invaded by aliens, and most of the population has been destroyed. So there's like this false idyllic Japanese town where everybody lives, and they all are undergoing like a memory alteration so that they can live in peace, while the real stuff is these big battles between these giant robots or these rogues fighting off these aliens outside. The game is kind of divided into it's actually. Did either of you play 13 Sentinels?
Yes,
Aegis Rim.
I played just like for an hour or so, and I hopped off.
Yeah.
Okay, it's kind of a similar setup where you have your storytelling moments where it's like side perspective, you control this character, you're talking to people, you're doing things, and it's just dialogue. And then completely separate from that is the action. And the action is not that real-time strategy stuff like 13 Sentinels, which I loved, by the way. This is actually a third-person combat game where I could almost most closely associated with a Musou style game because it's so simple at least the beginning. They add all these elements, but I'm so overpowered all the time. They just kind of blast through things. There's different difficulty levels. This game has an absurd amount of customization options, an absurd amount of side content. There's even PvP modes. This game has way more content than it should ever have. But and it kind of caters to any kind of person that would be interested in playing this kind of game. For someone like me, let me get out there, experience the story, hack and slash, do some side quests. I am definitively the main plus extras guy in How Long to Beat. So I'll be doing the core side quest things that have additional story elements. I'll make sure I grind enough so that I'm not under leveled, and then I'll go through the main story. But there are you could turn this into like a Monster Hunter style experience by grinding for gear and upgrading. You have there's 3 mechs, and then there's like a 4th one that's kind of in another area. So you can modify these 4 mechs. Literally changing out 4 components of the body, the head, the torso, and each arm. And then you have 6 weapons equipped, 3 melee, 3 guns, and all of these. It's just tons of loot. It's tons of stuff. It is overload. Now, the good news is that
this looks like Armored Core, the amount of customization you can do in this game. I'm just developing circuits and stuff like that, motherboards. Yeah.
Yeah, it is so hard to keep track of everything that's happening in this game with all the different systems it has. Disgaea is one of the first games I played through that I finished, and I'm pretty sure I comprehended about 10% of how I actually played that game. 90% of that completely lost on me. This game, not that bad, probably more like 40%. I understand about 40% of what's going on with the game systems, and the 60%, that's for the freaks who want to go hardcore in there and spend because you could literally spend hundreds of hours playing this game. But this game rocks, because even if you don't want to play, go into all those deep systems, you could just play the missions, hit that recommendation option, and it'll just auto-equip everything for you. And then you get into the battle, and you're off to the races. But the game is, first of all, the story it tells is really fun, really compelling. I haven't played enough of level 5 games where I could say I'm a huge fan, but I'm a huge fan of everything I've played, to a huge extent. I've played all the Professor Layton games, loved them, absolutely loved them. Each one, banger, happy they're making a new one. Ni no Kuni, loved them. Loved the first one, played it on PS3 when it came out, played the second one, PS4 when it came out. I was day one on those games, absolutely loved them. Really excited to see what they do with Deca Police. Don't know what that is, but it's not an RPG soccer game, so I'll probably check it out.
Yeah, it looks pretty cool.
Yeah. So these are so I really dig what they're doing. So I heard level 5, and I know they're trying to make a bit of a comeback. And I said, yeah, all right, let's check it out. Let's throw these guys $50. It's kind of a lot to roll the dice on, because nobody was talking about this thing.
Right.
Nobody. And it just kind of dropped out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And it's awesome. It's fun to play. It's simple. It's light. Goes down easy as a portable game. It's really cool to balance out the the story-driven parts when I'm at home, so I really get immersed in the narrative. The characters are so much fun. It's got a lot of that. It kind of straddles the line between that traditional anime aesthetic, and I'm not a big anime. I don't watch any anime, but I do play a bunch of anime games. I can't deny that. I've already mentioned, Danganronpa earlier. So, but it also has some of these kind of wacky looking character designs that you'd see in a Professor Layton. Like one of these guys' faces, you see immediately, you're like, why does his face look like that? You're like, oh, okay, we're doing some
It's
weird
funny.
stuff.
I can see. I've been looking at stuff on Steam here for the last few minutes, and you can see that for sure in the human faces. It looks really clean. But at first I pulled up a video from Nintendo's YouTube channel, and I don't know if they have their own footage or if it's just whatever. It's just it looks kind of low res and stuff, and you can see it here on Steam what it's supposed to more look like.
Yeah,
it's it looks cool. I love level 5, dude. It's actually another one of the random shirts that I wear is a level 5 shirt. Might be the only level 5 merch in the entire world.
It's awesome.
But are you a fan? I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, when I went to the Ghibli Museum in Japan, the thing I was most familiar with Ghibli-wise was Ni no Kuni. So all I wanted at their store was Ni no Kuni stuff, and they had nothing. It's like, damn.
That sucks.
I know the feeling. But go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to ask you if you are I actually loved level 5's early, their earliest stuff is my favorite stuff. So Dark Cloud and Rogue Galaxy.
Dragon Quest 8.
Yeah, Dragon Quest 8.
Yeah.
Is a big one of theirs too. then of course they get into late, and like you were saying, the Inazuma 11 series and all of that kind of stuff. And then of course they also had White Knight. What did you say? White Knight Chronicles?
Yeah,
that's about what I was gonna say. That was like
two of them.
That was a dud. Yeah, the second one I never even played. That was a PSP. Was it PSP or there was a PSP version or something, right? Or a Japanese?
I think there might have been a PSP version of that game.
PS3, right?
Yeah, it was poor PS3. I hated that fucking game. I hated it.
Yeah.
What a disappointment, dude. Yeah. It looked so cool. Damn.
It's great name too. But no, I have not. So I was late to getting a PS2. I didn't get a PS2 until the Slim came out. And that's so I had a GameCube first, got that like immediately, got an Xbox shortly thereafter, and then got a PS2. Now it's like I get every console when they come out. But yeah, I would love to go back and try to check out some of the Dark Cloud games because I hear great things.
Yeah, they're on Dark Cloud, Dark Cloud 2,
they're on PSN.
Right. Yeah, and Rogue Galaxy are all on PSN.
Rogue Galaxy is the one that really piques my interest.
They were Sony owns those games, obviously, so they were amongst those like very rare PS2 ports that actually existed. Oh, it's pouring out right now. Holy shit.
Whoa.
I didn't know it was going to even rain.
Dude, I want to buy White Knight Chronicles right now.
Do it.
Just to play it. It's $19.
Digitally?
Worth it?
No, physically.
Oh. Wow, that's not bad.
I still have my 60 gig PS3. Like with the backwards compatible.
I have a backwards compatible one too. Yeah, it's fucking awesome. I could never get rid of it just for PS2 games and everything to play.
Totally. Yeah, but this game is just so it's fun and the story is really great. And you mentioned the visuals. Even on Switch, I mostly play it handheld, but the actual story sequences when you're in the town walking around, that art looks phenomenal. I mean, on the OLED, it looks great. Even blown up on a 4K TV, it looks great. And the action is, it's just very basic. It's simple. I'm sure it looks way better on PS4, PS5, PC, but it does the job. It doesn't bother me. I've played way worse looking games on Switch. It does have some weird stuff. For example, like there's an odd amount of mobile like things in this game. Like there's microtransactions, which don't know why you'd ever need them. Maybe if you're involved in like the PvP stuff or you want to get a faster grind on some items, but they also do things like premium pass or daily login or other kind of things like that. There's a lot of odd things going on with the menus that they just kind of bombard you with stuff that I don't know why it's there. And yeah, just the amount of content you could get into. Like I could see somebody going absolutely crazy over this, and they just kept going. They just kept adding stuff.
Damn.
Yeah, but it's a lot of fun. From what I understand, even though the anime is not done, this does tell the completed story. I haven't finished the game. I think I have about 25 hours into it. So I'm getting pretty close to the end now.
Yeah, meaty game. Jeez. This is from the Snack Squatch. Hey guys, Jason, what do you think of Megaton Musashi? I saw this game and it really has my interest. This art style mixed with the mech combat looks really neat. Thanks for all you do. Well, I guess you kind of just talked about all of that, but you're positive on it.
Totally. This game is awesome. Lots of fun. If it looks appealing, if you're down with that anime style aesthetic, I do highly recommend it. It's totally worth it. As far as why they didn't market this thing, probably because they don't have any money to do it. But yeah, definitely, I'm happy to throw them the money. It's way worth it. I had a great time playing it.
Yeah.
Sorry, somebody is going absolutely crazy on a doorbell over here. So
I can't even hear it.
I'm going to run for like
go.
See what it is.
Yeah, go.
Sorry.
It's interesting, Brad, because it's cool to see Level 5 make a play to own something. They've been making things for everyone else, and that's obviously how a lot of studios get by. But it's a dangerous game to not and to ultimately try to crack that nut and own the biggest thing you make. This was an obsession in Insomniac though, and it didn't work out for them. So, and that's why they ended up going to Sony. So it might not be the fruitful path, but I understand that need to be like, we need to own shit. We need to have.
Yeah, you want to have like some ownership over something, but they've definitely fallen from grace. It seems like in relevancy. And I miss them a lot. They made some really cool games, but that was a long time ago. Probably a completely different company, different people. So they still are they still doing Yokai Watch? I know they did those games. And
they did. I don't know. I don't know. I was surprised when that came out here, and it was not relevant at all, basically, because it was so huge in Japan.
In Japan, yeah. Didn't catch on like
never
Pokemon.
played those either.
Yeah, I think most people are just fine with Pokemon probably here. But,
they really did try to make it a thing because they did 6 Nintendo, of those games at least, and the anime, all these other things.
Mm-hmm. They tried, but shout out Level 5. We'll always have a soft spot for you.
Yeah.
All right, boys. I've been playing Rise of the Ronin. Now, this came out at a bad time. It came out the same day as Dragon's Dogma 2 originally. And I was like, damn, dude. So I played Dragon's Dogma 2. Always wanted to play it. I like Team Ninja. I don't think they were like an amazing developer, but I like their games. I think they're fun. Stranger of Paradise, I like. One of the best 7s I ever played, for sure. Enjoy the Neo games. Obviously, we liked the old Ninja Gaiden games, all that good stuff. But Sony's having that, whatever it's called, their sale thing called. Do you know what it's called?
Yeah,
their title.
I was going to say State of Play. That's not it. It's the
something play, right?
Yeah, it's something.
Days of Play.
Days of Play. That's what it is. Days of Play, and it's the 7th or 8th one now. They said.
Yeah, and it was $20 off. So I was like, all right, I'm in now. And I thought it was. I didn't know a lot about the game. I knew it was Team Ninja, so I had kind of an idea. But I thought the premise around it and the time setting or the time period it takes place was very interesting. It was like, Colin, you'll probably know the exact year, the 1800s, when America's kind of getting into Japan.
Yeah, it's like the 1850s.
Yeah, the story kind of revolves around that. But you play as these. The game starts. You have 2 characters you actually make. So first of all, I didn't know this game had like a character creator for a very long time. I thought it was going to be like how Neo 1 was, where you were like that William guy. But no, there's a character creator in it. You create 2 characters right off the bat. And booting it up, it looks just like a Team Ninja game. Very, very Neo. Like Colin, you'll probably know exactly what I'm talking about, how it looks and feels. It does not look like a very high-res PS5 game at all. It looks more like a PS4 game, which is fine, but it runs good at 60 frames. So I'm happy for that. But it's not like a graphic powerhouse or anything like that. But, you know, they're Team Ninja. They just pump out 1 billion games. But anyways, you play as these samurai characters or assassins, I guess. And the whole point early on in the game is to take out this American, I don't know what his rank is, general, commander, whatever, Matthew Perry, historical figure.
Oh, so it's like alternate history.
Yes.
Oh, cool.
And you like fight him in a boss fight. It's really cool, actually. Yeah, it plays a lot like a Neo game. It's less complicated so far gameplay wise than those games. Like in Neo games, you have like 3 stances you do, like high, low, medium. You don't start off like that at all. I played like 4 hours. I eventually got a stance and it was just for 1 weapon. So it's definitely not as complicated in that sense. There's difficulties also. Like Neo games, you just kind of hop in, but there's 3 difficulties like Stranger Paradise, so you can play on a more normal one and all that kind of stuff. I'm playing on the hardest one because I wanted that challenge. But it's very fast. It's very bloody. You know, you're cutting up guys, like heads are flying off. I was kind of surprised about the gore when I just chopped some dude's arm and head off. I was like, oh my God. But there's tons of weapons to play around. Like I was using 2 katanas at one point. Then I got like a rapier or like a saber from like an American soldier. And they'll have like their own special moves and all that kind of stuff. But the game starts off very linear. You going through stories. You can also swim in this game like underwater. I was like, whoa, beaten from software to something usually. Well, you can't Sekiro, but I like seeing that. I always give points to games when you can swim underwater. I always hated that in Wind Waker when you could not swim underwater. It's like, how do you make a game on the ocean? You can't swim underwater.
Yeah, you can't go under.
Bullshit. Anyways. But yeah, you go through this whole thing. You have to make some choices early on that I didn't expect from a narrative perspective, which is really cool. You go through this whole tutorial stuff. Then eventually the game opens up to an open world. I've only been in the open world for like an hour and a half. So I haven't like gotten the fatigue yet, I guess, of doing it. But it's been cool. Like you walk around in the world, there's targets you could take down. Like every region is divided up into section. You would probably love this shit, Colin. It's like region divided up and you can see all the stuff within that region.
Nice. Yeah, I love
you kind of check all that stuff off and you get like rep with people and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
You do stuff to like reveal on the map. I was like, oh yeah, Colin would love all this shit.
Cool.
It's good shit. You know, that's fun to do every now and then. So I'm having a good time with all that. There's builds like a bunch of skill trees, I guess. And there's like 4 main stats, strength, dex, and like a charisma kind of one and like a range one. But there's also like dialogue options that I didn't expect in the game. You can talk to like NPCs like and make choices and stuff like that. And I saw in the skill tree, there's stuff for like, you can lie to people and stuff like that or try to deceive people. So I'm kind of curious how that's going to work out in the story more on or later. for instance, one guy I fought earlier on, I like pumped him for information about some stuff, and I had a choice to like let him live or kill him, and I killed him obviously because it was fun. But I'm really curious how that kind of stuff is going to get fleshed out more. You can get a mount like a horse. I haven't bought it yet because I didn't have enough cash at the time. There's also sneaking around, all that good stuff. You know, you could get some stealth kills, which is really interesting in a game like this. It definitely reminds me of Sekiro, which is a good thing in my opinion. You got a grappling hook you can kind of use like at Sekiro, like at certain points. But it's funny, you can use this grappling hook in combat too to like grab an enemy and pull them towards you. Or there's like explosive barrels out in the side. You can like grab one of those and throw them at a guy. It reminds me of Spider-Man kind of. You know, when you're playing Spider-Man, you're fighting dudes, you can just like zip something really quick and swing it around. Very much like that. Of course, not as smooth as Spider-Man, but I see some of that DNA in there. But, also, I was extremely worried about the loot because I hate the loot in Teen Ninja games like Neo and Stranger Paradise, where like everyone you kill is puking out loot constantly. And there is quite a lot of loot compared to most games like this, but it's not nearly the level as those past games. Usually the loot is like you get it from a chest or a boss fight, not literally every single enemy you kill. So I'm very happy about that. But like I said, I've only played 4 hours so far and I am enjoying it. I think the combat's really fun, actually. I'm having a really good time. You parry a lot of stuff with a triangle attack and it feels really good when you do it, which is super important. The combat feels really solid, really tight. There's a lot to it. I'm still kind of adjusting. Like there's a mechanic where you can like hit someone, then wipe blood off your sword to get like stamina back really quickly. Really cool stuff like that, but it just takes a little bit of time to ease into it. But yes, I am enjoying the game a lot. I am looking forward to playing more. I heard people saying it gets very repetitive later on, especially in the open world, so I'm really curious about how that's going to evolve. But so far, so good. Or I'm like, yo, this game's pretty cool, man. I feel like people are kind of sleeping on it right now because I'm not hearing a lot of people talking. Obviously, it's selling pretty well, honestly. It was doing very well in Japan, selling pretty well here, so that's really cool. But yeah, cool ass game so far.
Question for you.
Yes.
Did you play Like a Dragon Ishin?
Yeah, I played some of it.
Okay. Is it like similar characters? I know it's a completely different game.
There is a character in it that I think is just like in that game also, like a historical figure. Okay. So I haven't played a ton of Ishin because I've been kind of burnt out on Yakuza games.
Okay, fair. That's fair.
The only one I haven't played is Ishin, Dead Souls, and the new one, Infinite Wealth.
Yeah.
But I love those games. I just need a break. I'll come back to them. But yeah, it kind of similar vibes. Like there's like, I think you can get like a pistol later on and stuff like you could in Ishin and stuff like that. But
cool.
Yeah, similar vibes. If you enjoyed that video, you have a good time. Absurdity, like violence and all that kind of stuff. It's a really cool game.
Also, what did you think of the jump? Because you were just playing Ninja Gaiden, right?
Mm-hmm.
So to go from like one of that's like the first foray to their hack and slash.
Yeah.
And then now you're at the latest.
Yeah, it's kind of, I mean, it's very different, obviously. But it's like, man, I think Team Ninja still makes good combat. I still think they got, like, that's their strength, in my opinion, honestly, as a developer. And I like them because, they did their take on Souls. But to me, theirs felt pretty damn different in a lot of ways. They obviously took inspiration, but they made something kind of their own. And I always really liked that about them. And yeah, I'm enjoying it more than Ninja Gaiden right now because Ninja Gaiden's, old ass game. It's from PS3, Xbox 360. So yeah, it's so great. Good. Ninja Gaiden is really good.
The first Ninja Gaiden?
Yeah, that's for Xbox, the original
Xbox,
and PS3, the Sigma one. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love Ninja Gaiden, but it's like, it is an old game, and some of it is kind of bullshit. I'm just like, this is just old game design kind of stuff.
I was a different man then, too. Like, I was 20 years old or whatever, and I just loved hard game. Like, Ninja Gaiden Black was awesome,
Yeah.
On Xbox.
I love hard games, too.
But now I would be like, oh my God, no. Like, what if Ninja Gaiden comes back, I'd be like, please don't be like annoying like those old games where those games are so fucking annoying, but they were fun. And I was just way better at games. But I'm a slower, stupider, denser man.
Yeah, well, with this game, Colin, difficulties, man. If you ever just wanted to play through it, do your open world.
This is my next on my list. You'll be pleased to know.
Ooh, okay, yeah.
I was gonna get into this actually next, and then I kind of got distracted by System Shock because that's what happens. You go on PSN, you kind of dig around a little bit, and you're like, okay,
yeah,
and you realize things are out. It's still fucking nonsensical on the storefront, but you like figure out these little things. I'm like, oh shit, System Shock. And so I just got into that instead. So yeah, Rise of the Ronin is next. I would like to check it out.
Yeah.
It seems like it's better than people are giving it credit for.
I think it got like
myself, I guess.
mid-70s on Metacritic. And I'm like, seems a little better than that right now, but I'm still very early in the game. Who knows how I'll feel when I beat it.
It's interesting.
Let's see.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. I was going to read a question.
Oh, I was just going to say it would be interesting to get your guys' take on, Koei Tecmo from like, they are so mercenary. I'm actually almost fascinated by it. Like, as far as like the big publishers are concerned, even inter-publisher, like when they worked with EA, right? And what was that game? Yeah, Wild Hearts.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm so fascinated by them because it seems like a very healthy outlook to be like, we'll really do whatever, work with whoever. Obviously, they really kind of helped give Xbox a lot of credibility in the late Xbox era, the original Xbox era.
Mm-hmm.
And I like that they're willing to just be like, yeah, we'll do whatever. We'll make a fucking Musou, a Zelda Musou, and then we'll make like this thing, and we'll do this Ninja Gaiden type game. We'll do this Final Fantasy game for you.
Yeah.
And we'll do and Metroid Other M and all sorts of other things that they were. That's not lost on me because no one interacts like that. It's why I have the dream of Konami, this hypothetical alternate reality where Konami would let Capcom make Silent Hill,
right?
And like just like capitulate and find good partners. And so I really like that. And they apparently something, I don't know if you, Jason, I don't know if you've been plugged into this or tuned into this or you even give a shit, but I've really been plugged in to Stellar Blade being this random second party game that Sony doesn't own. And Sony only works with Tecmo Koei otherwise in that same relationship, because people think Sony published Neo, but Sony was just the worldwide distributor of Neo. That's a self-published game. And this is an IP where Sony actually did act as publisher, but doesn't own the IP. And so like the rules are also changing for Sony about how they find partners and how they court them and what they get out of it. Because it used to be that Sony would never even look in your direction if they didn't own the IP. That was like a hard no, Yeah. And I famously have said, Limbo is a great example of a game that was like, and many, many, many others. So it's cool to see that softening. And I think you just find good partners and good permutations. I wonder if this game will get a sequel. I wonder if they feel like it'll be worth it. It always struck me as like Sony, I think, was happy to distribute Neo and Neo 2 worldwide, and they saw the money and they saw that it was more popular than met the eye, and they were probably like, oh, we want to get in on that maybe a little lower to the ground floor,
I feel like Sony wants to be the FromSoft or like the Souls-like console. They want it to be associated with it. Like you could tell with the State of Play, the most recent one and stuff like that. They're definitely courting games like that big time because they are popular, and I guess they want to be the console known for that, which is not a bad idea.
No.
I would do that if I was them too.
I also think that, to your point, Colin, I think like any deal always comes with sliders, right? Nothing's ever written in stone. So Stellar Blade's interesting for a lot of reasons. One, it started off as a multi-platform release, and they may still want to do that. But I think the biggest thing, second, is that I think Sony is actually using Shift Up for a lot more than just Stellar Blade. I think Stellar Blade is probably like the smallest part of whatever deal they made, and the rest of it is going to come from their mobile knowledge from Nikkei.
Right, because because of their
All
right. Dustin always brings up how pervy that those games are. And how like wild. It's almost like Stellar Blade's almost like mild compared to those games.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Totally. But I think that if Sony's making an effort to really court or try to have like a big mobile game, like that's one of the biggest ones, like full stop. So I think that's what they're mostly getting out of this relationship.
Right on. Good insight.
Despite all the success of Stellar Blade, that'll be my assumption.
It's good. They got on the ground floor on a lot of stuff like Genshin Impact, which is good for them. And Withering Waves, I think, is only on PlayStation for console wise. So that's probably another big gotcha game. So they're on that.
And Honky Star Rail, as we like to call it.
Honkai Star Rail, yeah. Honky Star Rail.
You won't believe the lines. The lines at the merch booths for those MiHoYo games are crazy.
It's insane how big those games are. Yeah.
It's nuts.
Yeah. Those gotcha games are insanely popular. This is from Kill Win Die. Brad, Rise of the Ronin? ? I got to this recently and went into it mostly blind. I was pleasantly surprised with the intro to the game, especially with the twin blade stuff. The only thing I did know about with the game before was, however, was the glider. I just got the glider also, so I haven't really gotten a chance to mess with it, but open world gliders, always fun. I was expecting an interesting introduction to it, but you literally just find it in a shed. This game feels like a budget Ghost of Tsushima in a lot of ways, or maybe even a better way of the samurai game. What are your thoughts? Well, I'm positive it is a much smaller budget than Ghost of Tsushima. I'll tell you that. A Sony first party game, I'm sure it cost way more in this game, especially how many game Team Ninja puts out and how fast they do them, especially.
Are there any haikus?
No, not that I've seen yet.
Do you ever strip down and get into a pool?
Not that I've seen yet. Maybe give it time.
Then I'm not going to play it.
Yeah, maybe we'll get some of that. I don't know.
Those strip down animations probably cost $7 million.
Oh yeah, definitely
worth it.
Yeah.
I don't know. I find this comment kind of interesting about getting hung up on finding a glider in a shed. Like, that doesn't seem like a big deal to me. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Would you prefer to get it from Leonardo da Vinci?
I beat the shit out of a guy, and I threatened him, and he told me where there's treasure in his shed, and I got his key and I killed him. And there's a glider. And I'm like, okay, well, he had a glider. Because, you don't need Leonardo da Vinci in this game or something like that. It's fine. You don't need that.
Like
Zelda, you get it.
It'll be a little.
Do a couple quests and you get it.
No, you go in there and it's a DeLorean. That would be better.
That'd be pretty sick, actually. I'd be into that.
Yeah.
If it just became like a time travel game and I had no idea, that'd be amazing.
Yeah. When you do that quest in Stellar Blade and you get somebody's treasure, it's a bikini.
That's true. I'd be cool with that. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, you'd love that.
Yeah, you could be a girl in it. Yeah. They can do it or the hell weird stuff they want to do. I'm down.
How does the game take advantage of, you were talking about Matthew Perry, the Commodore, not the actor, R.I.P. Both of them R.I.P. But how does it, I guess what I'm curious about is like, how does the history play through? Because that's something I'm really interested in as well. It is a very, the gunboat diplomacy and like the cracking open of Japan. People have to understand Japan was like completely isolated from the world for hundreds of years, except for like Dutch and Portuguese traders, basically, that like were allowed to go to Nagasaki once a year and shit. There's like, you can read all sorts of weird things about how they'd have to go to Ito and give like a tribute and do all this kind of stuff. And they would trade books and knowledge. And I'm trying to remember the name. There's like a name for Dutch knowledge, like Rangaku or something like that, where like it was like all the things that came from these books that they were translating. And it's just like so fucking interesting. And then suddenly it's just cracked open by force because people want to trade with them. And I think it must have been amazing to see that, witness that. I'm wondering how that plays through.
Well, so the beginning, like I said, I'm still kind of early, like 4 hours into the game, but so far the who you were in the game originally, some of Japan is embracing the Western civilization coming in, culture and everything like that. And there are some holdouts still of Japanese, like, I guess like that's what that last Samurai movie is kind of like, just like different opposing views of Japan and stuff like that. And you are trying to like early on in the game, kill Matthew Perry to take him out, who your master and everything like that is very the more old school Japanese mindset, I guess, like that, or tradition. But other than that, I haven't like gone into like Matthew Perry, like beat our ass and we had to escape and stuff like that. But other than that, I haven't like gotten into a whole lot of overarching plot about all that kind of stuff. I've just been kind of like, the arc my character has been on right now is kind of licking his wounds and then leaving this area and setting out into wider Japan. And like I just got to Yokohama and there's like some Western style buildings in there and stuff like that. So I don't know how deep it'll go, Colin. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. Like I was reading about how they went over, they left like the East Coast, went all the way around, went to Japan, delivered a letter saying we'll be back in a year, went to Hong Kong, came back like 6 months later, like way early, and then figured it all out, signed all the treaties and went back home. And it's like, damn, they were gone for like years. It's like, go home, Matthew Perry.
Go home,
like,
Matthew.
Go home. What are you doing?
Go see
These
your
people
wife
were just
and kids.
floating around for years. I always think about that when I read about the Age of Discovery, especially. It's like, this guy left in 1550 and he came back in 1567. It's like, what?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what are you doing? I would go fucking nuts being gone for that long. So they're like, yeah, we're going to wait for your answer to the treaty. We'll just go to Hong Kong. It's like, go home and send someone else. Don't you want to go home? He must have hated his wife or something.
Some of them probably didn't want to go home.
Yeah.
They just like roaming around, I guess. Yeah.
Banging broads at every stop, like these.
Yeah. Yeah, totally. I'm sure Matthew Perry did.
It's so disgusting when you think about it. It's like all like diseases and scurvy and like ill nutrition and nothing to do. I always think about that too.
Just sitting there.
What are you doing?
Months. What are you doing?
Cat's cradle.
Cat's cradle. Yeah. There you go.
For like 6 months.
And then your rope snaps and you're fucked.
Yeah.
For the rest of the shit.
You go to like some fucking port. There's disease-filled women and bad fucking food and like all sorts of shit, and then you move on to the next place, and then you bring that stuff back home. Mm-hmm. Calm down out there with the piracy. Calm down out there with the sailing, the maritime trade. We don't need any of that anymore. It's too much.
It's all they knew back then, I guess.
Yeah, they were important stepping stones to get to where we are now.
Yeah, that's true.
You should be thankful to Matthew Perry.
Yeah.
Thanks, Matt.
Yeah, it is. It's pretty. There is a statue to him in Japan, which I thought was interesting because I was like, this must be at least a divisive figure.
Yeah.
But I don't know that we should be so thankful. We set them on this like this crazy collision course with modernity, and they went nuts.
They did.
As any society would when you like take them from the Middle Ages and then bring them to and show them a steam engine in like the 1850s. And then 80 years later, they own basically all of Asia. So,
all right, my bad. How dare you, Matt?
Yeah. It's just interesting.
Stand down, Matt.
You guys like Harry Turtledove or any of that stuff, like the alternate history?
I don't know any of it.
It's just interesting. Like, what if Hitler won World War II? Stupid shit like that. But it would be interesting to know, like, what would have had to have happened if they were like, no, we don't want to work with you. Like, would they have been invaded?
Right.
Or like, what would relations have been different and all? I don't know. No,
it's fascinating.
Me. Yeah, I'm amped, dude. Hearing you talk about this, I'm really amped to play it.
Yeah, I'm really, because I know you're a big history guy, so I'm really curious to hear what you think about it when you play it. All right, this is from Tanner Brandt. Hey, Sun Bros. I picked up the Rise of the Ronin on the Days of Play sale last week, and I've been having a great time with it so far. The setting of the game is great. I really love how it takes place during the end of the samurai era. The game is also a perfect checkbox game for listening to podcasts as you explore Japan. How have you been liking the game so far, Colin? They're speaking your language right
Love
there.
It. Yeah, I was playing. I was in System Shock. I was grinding for materials in a very mundane way, like I was saying, listening to the Sunday shows yesterday. And I love and that's not System Shock's an immersive game. I'm playing it even with headphones, which is very unusual for me. But yeah, with a game like this, I suspect I'll be listening to like John Mearsheimer fucking speeches or something. I don't know, but I'm not going to be probably listening to the game.
Speeches. That's dude. If I found out someone was like listening to like speeches when they're playing like Far Cry, I would think they were fucking psychopaths.
Speech is not really the right word, but I listen to like lectures all the time when I play games.
Okay,
all the time.
I was like, that sounds like a Far Cry villain. Yeah. Something they would do.
Yeah, I listen to lectures and whatever, and just love it. It's yeah.
That'd be
learn something.
Man. If you're listening to speeches, that'd be so funny.
Yeah, I'm listening to like FDR's speeches.
Yeah. So, oh man, that'd be so good. All right, this is from Wesley. Hey, Summoners, I picked up Rise of the Ronin despite the mid-reviews of people I trust. I gave it around 10 hours before I succumbed to the boredom that I've been trying to overcome. I found the game extremely bland. If you agree, what do you think is missing from the game to make it engaging and fun to explore? Well, Wesley, I'm not that deep into the game, so I don't know, but I think the combat is strong enough to carry me through a lot of the game. But I don't know how good the story will be. I don't know how good the exploration will be. And I also think it's just a fascinating time period, so I like being there. It's really cool. But, yeah.
Didn't they play for 10 hours?
10 hours.
10 hours? And bland? Yeah, man, I would have stopped at, like, 2.
2 hours is, like, the prologue of the game, almost. It's like you don't even get to the open world for a little bit.
Okay.
So, hard to say. But, yeah, I think the combat's awesome. So that's keeping me going. All right, boys, it's time for Sorting It Out. On this segment, we just complain about something that's bugged us in the game industry. Game, company, human being, perhaps? I don't know. First of all, Jason, do you have a sorted out? You're itching to get off your chest.
Yeah, I have probably the most obscure sort. I got like a bunch of sorted outs that would probably get me in trouble. So I actually went to the most like, but I mean this one because it is like absolutely the most obscure, weird sorted out. I challenge any future guest to top how weirdly specific these sorted outs are. Okay. All right. So I'm going to issue a sorted out to some publishers who are sitting on sequels to IPs that I am the only person that ever wants them and will be absolutely financial disasters. So with that, I need Embracer and Gunfire to give me a Darksiders 4.
Oh, shit.
Okay. Gonna need Koei Tecmo to give me a new Win-Back game.
Win-Back?
Yep.
Yeah,
and
nice.
Whoever owns the PsyOps series, give that to somebody to make a sequel to that to be continued game because, those are all very obscure IPs that are close to my heart that I think we should have more of. And honestly, the Darksiders, it started with the Darksiders thing. And then when you said the Koei thing, I just kind of expanded it. But the Darksiders one is killer because they have 4 Horsemen in 3.5 games. Like, come on, give me my Stripe game. Instead, they got successful making Remnant from the Ashes, which part of me thinks that was supposed to be Darksiders 4 because it was the
world kind of seems similar, kind of. I could see it in the gameplay.
The last Horseman is a guy who uses guns.
Yeah.
And then they released a third-person shooter.
Yeah.
And I was like, this could have very much been Darksiders 4, but maybe.
Yeah, I guess.
I'll probably never get any of those games. They're probably really poor investments, but I still want them. So there's my sword.
Yeah, I don't think Darksiders 3 did that hot.
No, I don't think Genesis did either.
No, I think I found out for you who owns PsyOps, the Mindgate Conspiracy.
Yes, that's right.
So it was published by Midway, and then Midway liquidated in 2009, and WB bought most of their assets. Right. So there's a possibility that IP sits in their vault somewhere. So that's your target.
Hey, WB, if you get it, it'll be a micro or live service game if you get it back from WB. With a ton
bald guy who exploded heads in multiverses, I guess, and then maybe I couldn't tell you his name.
Get him in Mortal Kombat, dude.
Get him in there.
By the way, PsyOps, the Mindgate Conspiracy, hell of a name.
That is a hell of a name, yeah.
Wait, is that good or bad?
No, like good. That's a great name. I think PsyOps, the Mindgate Conspiracy. Even just calling it the Mindgate Conspiracy, I think is kind of a dope name. It sounds like a walking simulator, like a really well regarded PC walking simulator.
That is kind of, That's weird. Someone brought up PsyOps to me like this week. I was like, what the fuck? I haven't thought about that game in like 20 years.
The movement has started. Here we go. Bring back PsyOps.
Yeah. Start a change.org or whatever.
Yeah.
Get some signatures on there.
So there's my wacky sorted out for you.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if anyone's going to ask for that game ever to come back. So yes, you might have topped it. Colin, what about you, man? Anything that needs sorting from you?
Yeah, sorted out Culture Warriors. Sick of hearing about all this shit. Not because some of it isn't important, but because it's trite and overdone now. Not everything needs to be looked at through this particular, very rigid lens. And I'll just say over and over again that the messengers at the front, like the tip of the spear, are just not up for the task. And
I see.
Like, it's got to be so much more. The whole argument about women in games and minority representation and DI and all this kind of stuff, it's like requires nuance and fair-mindedness, which I just don't see playing out there. And I just think the Stellar Blade stuff, I think, was just like kind of really instructive as far as like basically shift up, saying kind of like, we're not making this game to be perverted. Like, you guys understand that, right? Like, it's obviously she's like sexy, but we're not trying to like be like the fucking raciest thing you've ever seen and like push it to the absolute line. It's not the point. And it's like sad that has to be said in so many words, you know? Right. So I don't know. I'm just sick of seeing this shit pop up on my Twitter feed on a constant basis. It's the same people saying the same shit about the same games, very predictable games. When I saw Concord, I was like, oh boy.
Oh boy.
You know, not because I think Concord's going to be good. I actually don't think people care much about Concord right now. I don't know if that's going to change. It seems like it's not going very well in the preview. As far as
it's hard to say until that game people actually play it.
Right. No, exactly. And they seem somewhat confident in it. We can talk about it later. I think it's going to come up, but I don't know. When I saw that game, it just sucks. It's the same thing when I saw that Tales of Kenzara Zao or Kentara, whatever it's called, which I'd like to play because I like my Metroidvanias. When I saw that, I was like, I know it. I know what's going to happen to this game, And it's just like the fact that like stuff like that is getting wrapped up into more legitimate conversations about representation and more legitimate conversations and interesting and valid conversations about what's going on in certain corners. It sucks. It just sucks that the only people that are willing to touch this stuff are people that are totally single-minded about it on one side. And then like a really inept small group of like journalists and bloggers and podcasters that are totally just as obnoxious as the other side and are not up to the task. So it becomes this very circular, nonsensical, predictable dialogue. And I fucking hate it. And it just sucks because there are so many important things to talk about in the realm of politics and in those different silos. And this is an embarrassment at this point. And it's not because I myself want to be a culture warrior. And it's not also that I think that people are wrong about a lot of the things that they're talking about. I think that some of the things are totally valid and interesting to talk about. Why is this? Why is this person allowed to say this? Why is this person allowed to hire with these rules? Why? But like Eve's tits and a game about a black culture are not that.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know. So that's my sorted out for this week.
Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, I was thinking of Silent Hill is going through its own thing right now too, also with the remake.
Dude, someone ruined that for me because who was it that the woman looks like? And when someone pointed it out, I was like, holy shit. No. It does look like that guy. And I gotta find this for you.
Yeah, you gotta let me know.
Yeah, I'll find it for you. When I saw it, I was like, oh no, they ruined it. They really did. Anyway, funny. Go ahead.
Yeah. My sorted out is to either Bungie or PlayStation who did this. The final shape was leaked. It was pushed out in an update, a lot of it. And I don't know. I assume that was Sony's fault because they did the update. I'm assuming it is, but who knows? But yeah, a lot of the game got leaked and all that kind of stuff. And how does this keep happening, guys? How do you keep I don't know how Sony gets so many of their games leaked. It feels like, I know a lot of people do, but it just feels like Sony always has leaks or some shit like that. Like the Wolverine leak wasn't that long ago. And it's like, of course, The Last of Us Part 2. That was a rogue employee, but it's just like, you got to tighten the hatches, man. You got to do something. Just stop the leaks, man. Please. I don't have to worry about getting spoiled all the time.
So the funniest thing about leaks is when something goes live on, like when a page goes live or a game goes live or something at a time when it wasn't supposed to go live, and people are like, Sony leaked this. I assure you, this might be different because I think it was just for streaming, right?
Yeah, it was only on the cloud.
Okay. Yeah.
So that's a little bit different, and I'm not sure exactly how that goes. But in every other scenario, let's just say a store page goes up early, right? That's not Sony. That is whoever was in charge of managing that page, because you choose the time. Mm-hmm. And if you chose the wrong date and the wrong time, which has happened, somebody's done that here before. I think, was it Atari 50 when we launched it? Like that came out like about a month early in one random geo. We're like, holy shit, we got to take that down. I'm like, okay, we'll take it down. We got it down in like about 3 hours. But that's purely up to the publisher. And that's usually just a mistake of putting in a date. Yeah. Maybe you got the wrong the wrong time zone selected, or they had it in, European like month, day, or day, month, whatever it is, mixed up. So
yeah. And like shit happens. I totally get it.
Yeah.
The only thing is like with this is it was like story stuff. I know. And I know a lot of people care about Destiny story. It's just like, fuck guys, you gotta make sure that doesn't happen or something. You gotta do something. But at least it's hopefully down. I assume it is. So whatever. Could be worse.
I'm sorry for you.
All right, Noah. I don't care about Destiny. It doesn't bother me at all.
Oh, okay. I got it.
Just for all those Destiny folks out there, because I know there's a lot of them.
Sorry,
like Chris and Cog, or Chris, Cog, all those guys. Yeah.
It just makes you wonder. Isn't it interesting? Like, it just makes you wonder how more things don't leak, actually. Kind of like the other side of the coin. Yeah. I think about that all the time. Yeah. It's like things are developed like right under your nose, and put out there.
That's true.
People even think that Astrobot trailer is teasing the PS5 Pro. I don't know if you saw that. I don't think so either, but it would be.
That was like it was like the thing without a shell, and the shell comes on, it turns into the spaceship. I was like, well, it looks exactly like a normal PS5. Yeah. I guess the Pro could look like that, but I doubt it is. All right. This is from Noah Bucci. How would you say that, Colin?
Bucci, yeah, I would say. Yeah, Bucci, I would say, yeah.
Dear Summon Sign, sorted out to PlayStation and Firewalk Studios. In my view, Concord is DOA, and I will list the reasons you need to find new consultants. Opening the presentation with a cliche and poorly written cinematic immediately soured the tone and set your audience up for a letdown when they saw the actual game. The game itself does little to differentiate itself from the already crowded space of 5v5 hero shooter, a genre that has already lost quite a bit of enthusiasm. You treated the one unique aspect of the game, story content, as an afterthought, tacked on to the end of the presentation. No one comes to these games for story, but if you want to change that, then make it the focus. Sincerely, Noah. Now, Colin, what do you think about this? As a PlayStation expert, I'm curious what you think.
I'm confused by this, but it's true, as we just said, like maybe there's something specific about this game that's really going to be sticky and they're really going to believe in. I've seen some people circulating like, well, everyone didn't think of anything about Helldivers either. And I'm like, that's not true at all. People didn't think Helldivers was going to be what it became, but people were excited about Helldivers and thought it was going to be good. I mean, that's a complete revisionism. Like we were curious about what the hell it was. Sony obviously believed in it because they fucking developed it and redeveloped it over an 8-year period, basically. So I don't like this idea that they're always going in kind of blind or hoping for the best in some sense. I think that they have some knowledge of what they're doing, and I don't want to discount that. But so in backing up, like Firewalk is in Washington State, and it pulls from a lot of people in that area. Apparently, a lot of people that were at Bungie are there. And that was going to be attractive to Sony. Remember, too, that these second-party relationships with Firewalk, with Haven, and with Deviation were all announced around the same time. And Sony shut one of those games down and then basically poached everyone that they wanted from the team and brought them in-house. And that's the Deviation stuff that's happening in Southern California. And then they bought Haven and they bought Firewalk. And I think that when I saw what Concord was, I was a little surprised by... I was like, what? Like, why would you be so interested in this that you'd buy them? Mm-hmm. Like, that's kind of the thing. I don't know if it's going to be good or bad. And I don't know if people are going to care or not. What I know is that I know enough about the way, like, about reading the tea leaves for PlayStation games, at least early on, and as we see it now, where it's like, this game is getting fucking hammered. And I don't know what game from Sony's ecosystem has been hammered like this and gotten out of. In fact, this is like one of the most hammered games I've ever seen at a first party. And it is a first party game. So I think I know they want games as a service. I know they want a stickiness. I keep using that word, but they want like a stickiness where like this is the point of the portal. Like I keep saying, like they just want to chip away at all the other options you have and give you reasons to not leave, right? Or not like spend hours elsewhere as they get engagement numbers up. And they have this dual kind of aim at like sales and obviously operating income as well as engagement. But I think about like Twisted Metal goes, we don't really know what that game was, but it's like you get rid of Twisted Metal, right? And cancel that. You cancel The Last of Us Online, which is completely peculiar in my opinion. And the whole, like, I can't believe how much people have bought the hook, line and sinker. Like, well, after developing this game for 5 years, what we realized was we'd have to really work on it after the game came out. We didn't really realize that at the time. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? You don't want to make the game anymore because you're going to have to become a support studio for the game. How did you not know that was going to be necessary? Like, I don't understand like what you're even talking about. So I think there's just peculiar choices being made, but really they're 1 for 1 so far with Helldivers. So there's some reason to be optimistic, but I agree. And I said this on Twitter when I put out the video clip where I was like, just seems last gen, totally late, like completely late to the game. And what's with the Guardians? Dude, I'm not even a Marvel fan at all. But Mike and I were watching it as the stream was going on, and when the guy said his name was Star Child, I was literally like, Star Child? Like, is that too on the nose? What is going on here? You know, it's just so strange. And I also made this point where I've been using the excuse over and over again where I'm somewhat immune to Marvel writing because I don't really watch Marvel stuff, so it's kind of cute or quaint when I encounter it. But it's actually wearing on me now. Having because I know exactly what people are talking about and that dialogue and the fucking hot sauce and all that. I'm like, oh my god, dude. Maybe it is that I just want you to be more serious most of the time or something like that. But it's just not playing right for me. And I'm hopeful. I don't want the game to fail. I'm curious. It seems like the game would have a chance if it was free, but it seems fairly clear that it's not.
Yeah, we just don't know the pricing model for it, what it's going to be, the microtransactions, all that stuff. There's a lot of question marks still for a game that's coming out in like a couple months.
When the beta happens in
Yeah.
We'll know how it feels. I'm not going to play it, but I mean, I can tell you, I was totally open-minded to this game because we didn't know what it was.
Mm-hmm.
The one thing I'll say, and this really annoyed me, I wonder if you guys agree, the logo and the treatment, like the splash screen treatment, is completely 70s, and there isn't one lick of 70s aesthetic, in my opinion, in like the actual presentation at all. And I'm like, why are you leaning so hard into the orange and the red and the weird like halogen light kind of look and all this? It's like, it's very weird to me, and like it's just off marketing, and that's why I was interested in it. I'm like, oh, it's going to be, remember that game Headlander? Did you play that game?
Oh yeah, I know. That was the was that a Double Fine game?
Yeah, it was a Double Fine Metroidvania. And
I didn't play it, but I know it. Yeah,
it was a dope game, and it was 70s. Like that was a 70s ass game, and that was what I was anticipating from this. That's just my own interpretation of like the logo and what they were trying to show of it. And I just wonder about. It's like, again, why did you buy them? Like, do you know something we don't know or something like that? Because I don't know what they were expecting. It almost seems like they were not showing it on purpose,
right?
Because you kind of want to limit its exposure, maybe in some sense, before it comes out, and they know exactly what people are going to say about it because it looks very generic. Yeah, and it looks really generic. The characters are really generic. There's like nothing that differentiates it at all. So I'm surprised that this is coming from a studio that Sony chose to purchase, but it could end up being that this ends up being a smash hit. I have no idea. That would be some turnaround, dude, because it doesn't even seem like people have any sort of open mind towards this game at all.
No, not right now. I do wonder, like, I'm going to try it. I think gameplay looks all right from a gameplay perspective, so I'm really curious about that. But yeah, like the whole vibe of it isn't really doing anything for me. It is just it feels like just Guardians of the Galaxy, and it does feel 4 years too late with that tone and everything of the game. But I hope it's good gameplay wise, because, you know, a lot of people have been wanting multiplayer games from Sony. It's like now we're finally starting to get some. So hopefully it's good. But yeah, Colin, I don't know. Hopefully there's something that they saw in the studio that's there that we just haven't seen yet. I don't know, dude. I'm not sure about this game.
Yeah, I think conceptually, like, people had more of a problem because we saw so much more of Fair Games where people had more of a conceptual problem with that game. And I've never had a conceptual problem with that game. I actually think that game's concept looks really cool. But we can see it. So I'm like, the game that garnered less skepticism is maybe the more dangerous path for them. And maybe we'll get like something much more different and robust out of Fair Games that's more modern or interesting. Mm-hmm. And of course, at a Marathon as well, which is going to be multi-platform, which is totally fine. I don't know, man. Are there examples? You will know much more about this because you, I presume, both play more multiplayer games than I do. Really. You don't play. So maybe you would, or maybe from a production point of view, you'll know.
Yeah.
But yeah, so what I'm wondering is, like, has a game in the space, like in the games as a service shooter space, been received this badly and then turned it around to something that people liked?
This badly?
Yes.
Because like we're talking about like a 1 in 10 on like YouTube likes to dislikes, you know, like it seems like it's like really bad news in some sense. I'll look it up right now to make sure that I'm right on the ratio.
Yeah, what were you going to say, Jason?
I kind of have like some holistic thoughts on where you're going with this, because I think that the audience that this video was targeted towards is a PlayStation audience, and they are right now highly deprived of what PlayStation has been known to do, like the Uncharted, The Last of Us, those kind of games. And then you start off with this like 6.5, 7 minute cutscene that's very story driven, lots of characters, you know, think whatever you want, but it's not even indicative of the game itself. And then the game is like an Overwatch style game. Cool. The ire of those fans is likely what's being reflected in the YouTube video. But when you say, what kind of game has been like this? Call of Duty. Every time a new Call of Duty is announced, it gets completely shellacked.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
With haters. And then the game is the top selling game every year. So I personally don't read too much into this. I'm not going to play this game. I have no interest in it. I haven't played Overwatch. It's not my style. But this is a very, like we're finding with Helldivers, it seems like a very PC first game that will appeal to those audiences, and it will really start resonating once they show the gameplay first. I think their biggest problem is they started with a really long cutscene that was not indicative of the game at all, and they didn't show enough of the game itself. And even if they did, they should have just quickly shown it, got out, and maybe carved out a separate presentation for it and be like, hey, this is this game if you guys are interested in that. And that's how I would have approached it.
Yeah, I think just the cinematic was too long for the start of that game. I think if it was just way shorter, and if they talked about it like who wrote this in was saying Noah, like focusing on I think the aspect of them like introducing story every week is kind of interesting for a live service game. I think that's a really cool idea. And I wish maybe we just got a little more of that or a better idea of how it's going to work. But yeah, I don't know. At least they showed gameplay, for God's sakes. If they just showed another CG trailer, I would have fucking lost my mind. And I think you brought up a good point, Jason, of people just being frustrated at PlayStation with their first party stuff and holding all the cards so close to their chest. People were expecting Ghost of Tsushima 2 or whatever from this stuff. And it's like, we got Astra, which is great. I think that helped a lot with the people like not want to kill themselves. But I think there is some frustration there, especially because Sony, it seems like, and Colin, you'll know this for sure, is like, they don't like to announce stuff, it seems like, unless it's coming out relatively soon if they can help it.
No, I mean, I think that and I'm sure Jason would agree, it's just like, I would imagine exposing your product to as little time as possible is valuable. That's why I'm honestly surprised that there aren't more. I was thinking about this with Grand Theft Auto 6. Like, why would Rockstar give that game to anyone early?
Right.
Like, why?
Right.
At some point, like, certain things are baked in. Like, you don't need preview coverage. You don't need exposure. And obviously, Sony is going to experience a much smaller version of that with their games. But at some point, like, they're just PlayStation first party stuff's going to garner attention. And you don't want to. It's also different, like exposing journalists to the game and having play sessions and offsite events. It's not really the way it's done anymore. No.
I would normally, I would have agreed. The problem is too many people are playing in various corners that we're not necessarily exposed to. And I know that seems kind of crazy to say, like, how is nobody going to know about GTA 6, right? Like, that's probably the most extreme example, that and maybe a Call of Duty. But I do think that there is some value in that early exposure and constantly beating the drum, because people get distracted so quickly that to build up that hype, to build a wave, even on Steam, like building wish lists, like that is how you get exposure. That's how you get awareness on the platform. And you can't do that. And then the longer the window, the more wish lists you can gain. So you got to build up that hype wave so that you can actually cash in when it comes out. And you never know which one of those beats is going to be the one that resonates with the audiences you're looking for. Because like how we have blind spots, like you have, I often hear about streamers and I'm like, who the hell is this? And I look up and they got like 100 million followers. I'm like, I've never heard of this man in my life. Right? Like there are ways to hide on the internet and ways that you cannot be spoken to. And you never know what beat you're gonna do that is going to all of a sudden pull in another audience that you didn't know existed.
Why do you think that there's like some, let me put it to you this way. I think that like you can only assume you can get a person's attention X amount of times, whatever. Like every time you get a person's attention, it's like you have them captive and you should have something for them. And these might come in like advertising beats or preview beats or whatever. But I'm of the mind that like you should maybe like part of the calculus is if you're going to get these people one or two times, like that second time, let's say, the game should just be available so they can act, because like things move so quickly and people's attention is so short. It's why and the audience is probably tired of hearing me say this, but if I see another studio announce a Kickstarter before it's launched, I'm going to lose it. Why would you do that? Where is the logic in that? Yeah. Like your Kickstarter, we're going to run a Kickstarter. It's like, cool, I want to go do it. It's like, oh, it'll be available later. It's like, well, do you have any idea how many games I saw that I never saw again because of that? Like, it's just strange. So I wonder if that's part of the calculus too, is like people have no attention span, including me. Like the long 18-month 3 preview, 2 Game Informer cover, like all this shit, it's done. And so like 1 or 2 times into you hearing the game will just be available.
And right, but those 1 or 2 times, my point is that you don't know how many people, I mean, you have a general idea, right, with your impression numbers, that kind of stuff. But if you're just doing it twice, right, you might not have hit all the audiences that you could possibly hit. So if you hit like 1, 2, 3, 4, then, you know, for a lot of those people, they might only see it once. They might see it twice. They might see it 3 times. They might see it 4 times, right? And if you're interested, cool. I wish listed. I'm done checking out. Like I did that with I think the biggest offender of this was probably Deathloop, where it's like over and over and over again. How many times can you talk about this game, right? And that was one where I had no interest. Like if I know I'm going to get a game, cool. Arcane's making a game. I'm going to buy it. Simple, done. Not going to watch anything else because I know it looks cool. It's awesome. But there's people who may not have actually known what Deathloop was until the 4th time. And that might be a special case because they're overcompensating for their previous games, which were not that successful financially. And like, well, we need people to understand what this is. So let's over-explain what it is. And that and maybe that worked to his detriment. Maybe it's not. But nobody really knows. There's not really a right or wrong way to any of this stuff. Right? Marketing is so kind of ambiguous and weird. Like, what is that one random streamer going to pick up and play that's always going to blow you up? You have no idea, right? And the audiences are so far scattered across all these different communities that you don't actually know which one of those beats is going to resonate. So when it comes to Sony as well, I think right now the bigger question is like, you know, how do you sell the box, right? Because that's the one point to saying, hey, just give us something, give some meat. Like I wonder if, for example, if they led with just like a teaser saying Ghost of Tsushima 2 is coming, right? Would that have softened the blow of Concord? Right? That's an interesting theory to play out. I think so. But you'll never know. Because like, oh, hey, we've satiated that audience that may be angry at Concord. Now let's show Concord.
Right. Yeah. I think you might have softened the blow a little bit, but how much, I don't know. And they might announce something at Summer Game Fest. We have no idea.
Well, the rumors are Keely just lowered expectations a bit on that one.
On Kingdom Hearts, he did for sure, but that's totally fine. I'm used to waiting for 20 years for those games. No problem. All right, boys, from Embers Arcade. Gentlemen, can we get a sorted out on the sorted out segment? For months, Brad has suggested that individual people can be taken to task during a sorted out, but no one ever wants to step up into the ring. What are we doing? Listen, I don't want peace. I want problems. Let's get some spicy sorted outs going. All in jest, of course. Cheers. Well, Embers, to be fair, there hasn't been a lot of people I want to sort out. Right, I'm like, you guys are royally fucking up off the top of my head all the time. I'm sure if I dig really deep, and there's the usual suspects, but I don't always want to repeat the same thing. So sometimes people just don't got them, and that's totally fine. I don't want any sorted outs forced. It's gotta come from the heart. Reinforcing that shit. But yes, you can talk trash on anyone on this show, so I don't care. Billy B. Ronin. Hello, boys. I need to say sorted out to W Games and Player First Games. Multiverses launched again this past week, and somehow the game quality decreased since we last played it. In the full release, we lost access to offline play, free-for-all mode, leaderboards, and after-match stats, among many things. On top of this, you now it's grindy to unlock new characters if you don't want to drop $10 for one. The overall stability of the game is worse, as you'll probably disconnect during 1 out of 3 matches. It's honestly perplexing that the full launch is a worse game than the beta. Well, I don't know how long this game's been out. I haven't played it, but a lot of times online games have rough launches. So I don't know about the connection issues going on with that. But as far as everything else, I'm just not informed on this game enough about like the microtransactions and its model. But if it's worse and it's universally worse in everyone's eyes, that is a bad thing. But I'm not sure. Do you guys know anything about what's going on with this game? I haven't been paying attention.
I saw that it was really popular, or at least it had a high concurrent. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw it went away. I haven't followed anything since it came back. So
yeah. Let me see.
It's odd. I can't remember anything like this ever happening where you release a game and then it clearly, I guess they did say it was beta, but it was out and they supported like a full game. Like, all right, beta's over. Like after people have been investing money, it's like, you can't play this game for a year.
Yeah, it is strange.
That was strange.
It annoyed people. Yeah.
I feel like a Fortnite just disappeared because that was in beta even when it was at like
that was in beta for like 4 years.
Yeah, and Minecraft as well. It's not like they were like, all right, back it up. We'll be back in a year.
I don't know. 40,000 playing 11 minutes ago on Steam. So seems to be doing all right, I guess. Yeah. Man, I love Steam charts. I wish we could get more of that stuff for everything else. It'd be so great.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah.
So great. All right, other side of the coin. Keep it up. Stuff we're pleased with in the game industry. Who's killing it right now? Jason.
All right.
You can't say yourself. Well. You can't say Atari.
I would never. I'm too self-depreciative for that. So I'm gonna give a keep it up to game subscription services, Game Pass and PlayStation Plus Extra, because I keep a running list of all the games I complete, and
same.
I was like looking through all these, and man, I've played a ton of games on these services. Some that, and it's really exposed me to kind of games that I was interested in, and maybe it came out day and date. I'll give an example of that later. But like, there's some stuff where I was like, I was curious, but the reviews were kind of soft, and now it's here, and I have space in my playtime where I'm going to check it out. But like this year, I've completed. So I played Planet of Lana on Game Pass.
Oh right.
Evil West on Plus. Steel Rising on Plus.
I've been wanting to try that game. Yeah.
Yeah, that was wild, and I was able to play through that. Animal Well, which I was ready to jump in, played that. Tales of Kenzaro Zao. Plus, like, these are games I was going to play, and hey, here we go. Fantastic. Hellblade 2, played through that. And then also, like, looking back at, like, the last couple years, I played Starfield day one. It wasn't really connecting with me, so then I gave Lies of P a chance, and it became, like, my second favorite game last year. It was awesome. Like a Dragon, Gaiden, Colin, the man who erased his name. Really, really good title. Yeah. Played through that. That was awesome. And then even games that I was like, man, I know this is going to be terrible, and thank you for this gift. When they brought back Gungrave, talking about weird obscure franchises, when Gungrave Gore was launched day and date on Game Pass, I was like, hell yes. I feel very targeted. This would be like if they announced that Win Back 3 and it showed up on Game Pass. You're like, perfect. You're speaking to me. Oh man, what an experience. But yeah, keep it up. I understand. I'm not talking about this from a financial standpoint. I know, Colin, you've gone off about that stuff, but I just want to appreciate it from the consumer perspective.
Yeah,
and it's really been great. So keep it up.
How much may I ask for Game Pass and for PS Plus Extra? How much do you pay, and how much would you pay? Do you think what is the value for you, like for a Game Pass? Is it requisite, or like right now, or like would you be willing to pay more?
I would be willing to pay more. Like I look at it in the value of these games that I'm playing. I mean, by default, it was kind of crazy. You pay 2 full price games when games were $60. That's $120 a year. That's where they started. Mm-hmm. That's an incredible value. I bought way more than 2 games a year, right? So for people like me, yeah, if you said, oh yeah, now it's like $20 a month or something like that, or even $25 a month, like, yeah, I would easily pay that, knowing that the pace at which I play through games, if you keep the quality up, hell, even if Microsoft is just like, yeah, we're going to continue putting games day and date in the service, but it's going to be, $20 a month now or 25, then I'd still do it. No doubt. Because I would play all those games, and I would play through, a lot of these third-party ones that kind of maybe slip through the cracks that otherwise I would be interested in playing, or I'd wait for a sale or something like that. But it's a good opportunity to play those games that you otherwise might have been on the fence on.
Yeah,
and it also does a good job of reducing risk. Like I tried playing Little Kitty Big City, right? That's the name of it. I started playing that, and I was like, this looks adorable. Let me check it out. And about an hour in, I was like, not hitting. Glad I didn't spend the $20 or whatever it was to find out I wasn't a fan. So,
yeah, totally.
I think it's worth it.
Man, I wish they had this when we were kids. Like I think about it, we'd have to go to the game rental store, which was cool in its own thing, but just it'd be insane how many games there wasn't as like many games it felt like back then. I know there's a lot, but I just think about if I was a kid, like when we didn't have our own money, if we could just get Game Pass for like a year, that'd be so sick.
Oh yeah, dude. There's no doubt that's why I'm always curious about what like the maximum tension is like per what people would pay for it, before it started to snap. Because to me, like, dead honest, like I think like Game Pass, if it was well fed, is worth like $50 a month, and I'm not even kidding.
Totally.
Like
yeah,
so.
No.
It's like, how high could you really raise it before people are like, no, it's no longer worth it? Because I think you're going to get to maybe not 50, but I think you're going to get into the 30s ultimately and stuff like that. And I think that I'll be interested to see what people think about that. But I think it's necessary, and I think it's even valuable there. You know, so it's a matter if you. It's a matter if you care if you're going to own your stuff or not. I kind of do care, even though it's a digital catalog, but most people don't. And
I like to own it too, because sometimes it takes me more than a month to beat a game or whatever. I just like not having to worry about like I have a sub going. I gotta do this kind of thing.
Yeah, I get that.
And there are things that I have bought after they left. Yeah, like a good example of that is Scarlet Nexus.
Oh, right? Like, I love Scarlet Nexus,
and I loved it, so I wanted to finish it. And I played through like as one full character and then half of the other. And I said, I'm going to come back to this. I'm going to buy it. I'll throw this some money, and it's so every so often I'll buy some stuff off of them. And
did you play that, Colin?
Yeah, I did. I bought it. And I beat it. I really liked it. I especially liked the little mechanic of you have like your little apartment.
Yeah.
And you like
I liked it more than Tales.
Yeah.
Oh, really? I wouldn't go that far.
I liked it more than Tales of Arise.
I love Tales of Arise.
Tales of Arise is really good.
That's in like I didn't like that. 10.
I feel like I was not. I liked the game, but I did not like it as much as everyone else. I felt like I was on the outside a little bit, but I do like Tales games. So shout out Tales. Keep going.
Yeah, give me all the Scarlet Nexus.
Yeah, Colin, what about you, dude? Anything you're pleased with?
Yeah, I want to shout out the PS5 itself. Keep it up, PS5. Yeah. I feel like a lot of people are confused, and the PlayStation 5s are very. It's strange. Like I feel like there's something to this idea. It was presented to us by an audience member that like the Xbox centric kind of worry and the path that brand is going down has given people license to pretend that everyone is on the same path, going the same speed, in the same location or towards the same location or whatever. And I just reject that, especially in the short to midterm. And you hear all the time, it's like, where are the games? And I know people are saying, we were talking about it earlier, it's like, where are the first party and games, and like, where is like, Uncharted? And it's like, all right, I get it. Like, and these games are in development, and I don't know why they won't acknowledge them, and they'll acknowledge them in weird ways, like in live action trailers, but then they'll never say anything about it. And that's frustrating. I get it, but I have to be honest, and I'm always honest on my shows. I just speak from, and shoot from the hip. I mean, that's the way I like to do it. Is I am very satisfied by this console, and with this console, like, it's funny because I see this thrown back at me. It's like, oh, I'll say like, look how good PS5 is doing. It's like, yeah, but where are the fucking games? And I'm like, do you understand that they're doing it without them? Does that not mean anything to you? Like that, like they're kind of doing it with one arm behind their back right now, and that they're not without games. There's a lot of second party and third party exclusives, and actually PlayStation's library this year, PS5's library is quite robust, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I don't know what you could possibly look at and be like, oh, where are the games? Just because Naughty Dog didn't make it or something. I know Naughty Dog did make one of them, and that it's a remake or the remaster of The Last of Us Part 2. But I'm kind of just tired of reading this nonsense about what is a console that we know now is selling 8% faster in the United States, the world's biggest core gaming market, than PS4. That's making hundreds of dollars more per console from its audience this time in its life cycle. And that has an enormous amount of games on it, to the point where like I can't keep up with it at all. And I wonder what the fuck anyone's talking about sometimes. Well, I was saying it earlier about the Night Dive games, where it's like, dude, I would love to just remember over the summer, like June, July, August, during the PS2 and GameCube era and Xbox era, just nothing would come out.
Yeah.
Nothing. There would be like a game a week. It would be like some shovelware game. And then like Madden would come out in August. And I remember this so well because when I was an IGN freelancer and intern, I was the database guy for like updating release dates, and like going to GameStop every day obsessively and EB Games and like seeing what they say about games release dates and all this kind of shit. And now we don't have that anymore. And I look at that and I'm like, I'm so stacked up with games that you could stop releasing them for years on end. And I don't mean that. And I play way more games than most people.
Right.
So I don't know what the average person out there is whining about. It's strange to me because, and this is what I was saying, and people distorted this when I had said it, but it's like, just because the game is a first or second party game or an exclusive doesn't really make it more important. It's cool for the ecosystem, and it's what builds the identity of the ecosystem, and we all know that. I mean, there's no denying that. But if you gave me 20 great games and you were like, none of them are owned by Sony, why would I give a fuck about that? It doesn't make any sense. And so I'm like ticking off a series of these amazing games over these years. And I guess what I'm saying is I was a little down on PS2, and I explained this many times in the past, where I felt I was really more GameCube and even on Xbox. I mean, I was on PS2 since the very beginning, but I wasn't like that into it, you know, and my eye was wandering. I was still a hardcore Nintendo fanboy, even being an early PS1 owner. It was PS3 that really started to capture me as a PlayStation fan, like as like a focused PlayStation fan. The Wii kind of lost me, and I was, you know, I always owned my PlayStation. It was always kind of like this secondary console for whatever was going on it. And then what was it? Almost 20 years ago, I kind of like, not, I guess it would be like more like 15, 16, 17 years ago. It's like, yeah, I'm all in on this. And I feel like my experience has just gotten better and better as the years have passed and as the consoles have gone on, because there's this huge stack of great games. Like there's no way to keep up with them. So I want to say keep it up, PS5, because for some reason there's this narrative that you're not doing well, even though you've sold 60 million units, will easily surpass 100 million units lifetime, and have produced, I don't know if you guys saw this statistic. This is an amazing statistic. Sony has already made in gross income from PS5 $1 billion less, $106 billion, than what they made in the PS4 generation off of PlayStation combined over a 7.5 year period, which is $107 billion. And their operating income, so pre-tax profit, etc., was in the entire PS4 era, 7 years, $9 billion, and has so far in the PS5 era in 4 years been $10 billion.
Yeah.
I don't understand where this, like, I feel like this Xbox centric idea, which I get from their perspective of like gaming anywhere, and this is what's going to happen, and games are going to go everywhere. And I'm like, yeah, that will probably happen in the long term. I don't think it's going to have anything to do with anything other than having apps on your TV and your phone and stuff. That's going to be a PlayStation app. I think we all understand that. But it's not happening now, and I'm kind of tired of hearing that it is, because it isn't. So
yeah, you got to be there at the right moment. Definitely. Yeah, Colin. It's like I'm playing so many games on PS5, and like I played Final Fantasy VII Rebirth this year. That's only on PS5. I'm playing Rise of the Ronin, which is only on PS5. And it's like, there's a bunch of games I haven't played yet. Like the 16 DLC I played only on PS5. And it's like, that's not even including the other games that are on PC as well, like Grand Blue Fantasy, stuff like that. It's like, I have so many games I'm playing. I don't really care who it's from as long as I like the game. So I'm living it up right now. Well, dude, I'm like you, Colin. I have so many fucking games to play. You could stop releasing games for a while and I'd be totally fine.
This is my year so far. Tales of Arise Platinum, Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown Platinum, Grand Blue Fantasy Relink. Played a little bit of Banishers, didn't beat it. Helldivers 2, Final Fantasy VII Remake, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Skur Ritual, Stellar Blade, Uncharted, DLC, Animal Well, System Shock. Damn, that sucks.
It's a lot of fucking games, man.
Man, that's some fucking shitty games, isn't it?
Like, dude, it's like GOTY caliber games, a lot of those.
Yeah, it's crazy. So
yeah, it's fucking insane.
So shout out PS5.
Yeah, you're a good console. I do like PS5. You're too big, though. Hopefully... Yeah, you're ugly and you're too big, but the games are great.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
The Series X is so much prettier, in my opinion.
You got a problem, PS5. You got an eating problem.
My playtime actually kind of flipped. Last year, I think it was the actual inverse, where I was mostly playing Xbox. I just prefer the controller, honestly. Sure. That's why if the game's multi-platform, I'll play on Xbox. But yeah, just based on where the games were for this year, even if they weren't exactly Sony games, yeah, I played Rebirth. I played Stellar Blade. And then all those Plus games that I was talking about, like they were there and games that I wanted to play. So that's where I played them, because they were on the console. So yeah. Good keep it up.
Yeah, totally. Just play where the games are, man. You don't have to worry about the name all the time. Like, I know it's important to the identity, but just gotta go where the games are, man. Just play what you want to play. Don't worry about it. Keep it up for me this week. I don't know. It's hard because I'm on every week, so I always have to try to think of something new that everyone's doing great. You know what? Fuck it, dude. Just keep it up from Software. Shadow of the Erdtree's coming up. It's gonna be good. I don't even have to question it. It's gonna be one of the best experiences of the year for me, without a doubt. So From Software, you're the best. Keep it up, dude. Man, I bet so many people would try to buy that company or somehow thinking about it. How can you not?
Yeah.
They're damn good. Stay
independent.
Stay independent. I got no problem with these games staying independent. Colin, do you remember the first episode of Summon Sign? We did predictions for this year. I'm really curious. I was like, what are my predictions? And I was like, Sony's going to buy either Square Enix or Bandai Namco. And it's like, that ain't happening. There's no way that's happening now.
Yeah,
dude.
It just doesn't seem like they're... I mean, like, I would imagine that comes from the perspective, too, of like presumably softer income or interest rates and like a bettering economy and a bettering inflation picture and stuff. And so I just don't think like M&A. I also think companies are just realizing, and maybe Sony is always kind of knowing this, is you don't really need to buy the cow. Like,
right.
You got to be very careful getting in bed with these companies, which is, again, what I was talking about with the Firewalk acquisition. There's really sometimes no reason. Like, they gain all the benefit. First of all, they own a piece of through Katakala, right? Or something like that. And then
they do.
And they kind of just get the games. So like, what do they need to get involved?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's kind of with Square. It's like, their games are always going to be on PlayStation. It's like, that's not going to go away pretty much ever, unless someone buys them somehow. But I don't see that happening anytime soon. All right, this is from Derek Beek. Want to give a keep it up to Ubisoft and specifically Uplay. Well, I know that everyone just hates extra game launchers, but I think Ubisoft has done a really great job of making it a useful addition to your games for the past decade or so. Every time I start up a new Ubisoft game, I can use points from the previous games that I've played to get fun new equipment and outfits. Then on the app, I can check my entire catalog of Ubisoft games, complete challenges, check my friends' stats, and check on my stats on all the Ubisoft games that I play. It's just a nice little feature when you're bored at work or you scroll through the app settings of what kind of rewards and challenges you might want to earn, at least on console. It's totally optional. If you don't like it, you can just ignore it. Yeah, I guess so. I remember like some Assassin's Creed games I played where it's like, you could unlock Ezio's outfit or some shit. They probably do that for every Assassin's Creed game now that I think about it. But I guess that's cool. I guess. I don't know. I'm tired of logins, but like, that's not going to stop me from playing the game. Jonathan Rumor wrote in, hey, Japan. J. Apin, C credit, B Unreal. Oh, Bureau. I'd like to issue a huge keep it up PP to Jason, everyone at Atari. I've written in multiple times to multiple LSM shows about this, so I probably sound like a shill, but too bad. Basically everything you put out in the Wade Rosen era, not you, Days of Doom, has been excellent. I love the idea of retro-focused independent publishers so much. And games like Combinera, I've like never heard of this. Akara,
yeah.
Akar and Haunted House and Quamp 2 combine arcadey bursts of fun with deeper elements that were never possible then. Thanks so much. Well, there you go, Jason. You got a fan.
Thank you. I don't know this man. This is not planned. This was not staged. I wouldn't have fired shots at a game that I produced, Days of Doom, but I appreciate the acknowledgement. All good choices, man. Akar so Jeff Minter is an interesting cat. Llamasoft is a like kind of a legendary game developer. It's two guys on a farm in Wales, which I actually had the pleasure of visiting in February. I fed their sheep and llama. That was cool. Multiple sheep, one llama. But these guys started, they've been making games for decades, and they're always like these crazy psychedelic arcade experiences. I think, Tempest 2000 was like the first one that they worked on with Atari. Then they did 3000 and 4000. TXK was something they did offshot, which led to a little bit of squirrely stuff. I wasn't there. That was pre my time. And I love TXK. I love TXK. I'll say it. And that was actually a PS Plus game on the Vita is where I played that one.
Wow.
But yeah, these guys just make some crazy, trippy, psychedelic games in their own engine. And they're awesome guys. And Akar is a remake of an unreleased arcade game. So that one's super weird and worth calling attention to. So if you're under some influence and want to see a bunch of flashing lights, allegedly, then might be worth checking out.
Hell yeah. Here's another one for you. Julio Mendez wrote in. Keep it up, Night Dive Studios. After doing God's work and re-releasing top-tier remasters of Stone Cold classics from System Shock to Doom 64, Blade Runner, Shadow Man, Dark Forces, and Turok, I hope they get to continue projects for many years to come. Best in the biz. Cheers, Phil. Now, when I picked this, I wasn't even thinking about you, Jason, about this. I didn't even think about that. I didn't even think about like them being involved with you at all. But I was like, yeah, Night Dive Studio is awesome. They are doing great work. Hell yeah, I love them, dude. Just updating these classic games for modern audiences, it's great, man. It's good shit. You gotta have someone doing that out there. So yeah, shout out Night Dive.
You know what I realized? Like they actually hit just the right era of nostalgia for the people with purchasing power of games, because those are the games we grew up with, right?
Right.
Like, and didn't have the money to spend, but now we do. So I'm gonna get all the Turok games.
Hell yeah. Turok's
awesome. Dude. Turok is awesome, dude. Some of the reboots weren't very good, though.
Yeah, that crazy one that Disney did, you could like melee kill a dinosaur.
I've never played that,
was
but I have it.
nuts.
Yeah, there was like a different one before, a different reboot I remember playing on GameCube. It was not
Evolution.
good.
Evolution?
Was it Evolution? It might have been, yeah. I remember flying like on some fucking bird dinosaur or some shit, and I was just like, this game kind of sucks, man. But Turok 1 and 2, big shout out, dude. Love those games. All right, Jason. Selaco. What is this? Tell me about this. So,
Selaco is a game I've been following for a while on Twitter. These guys, it is a first-person shooter built in the GZ. Let me write this down here. The GZ Doom engine, which is a quote source port of 1993 Doom engine. I wrote that down in quotes. Cool. I don't really know exactly what that means. All you need to know is that it's basically built on the original Doom engine, which is pretty wild.
Yeah,
the developer is Altered Orbit Studios. It's their first game, as far as I understand and what I could find. And it's kind of like a cross between Doom, Fear, they don't have the slow-mo, System Shock, and a little bit of Danganronpa in there because everybody's blood is pink. So that's like super satisfying when you shoot all these enemies and they just like kind of explode as like crazy pink blood. This game rocks.
Yeah, this game looks awesome.
Yeah, similar to System Shock, it just throws you right in the action. Like you just start off, no explanation, nothing. You start moving, maybe you pick up a key card, and then you're off to the races, and you're immediately getting attacked by these guys. Selaco is a space station, basically, where you kind of have to piece the story together through all these these documents that you find. They don't tell you anything. So it is very much System Shock and BioShock like that in that way. Nobody talks to you. The only voices you hear are the enemies like talking to each other, coordinating when they go into rooms and doing tactics and that kind of stuff, which is great. But basically, Selaco is this space station that was like this getaway from Earth after this thing called the Fall. Actually, it's kind of a bit in common with Megaton Musashi in that regard. We're just like, here we are. And then things go wrong and it's invaded by aliens and enter Selaco, the game, where you are fighting off these aliens. It is a first-person shooter, boomer shooter. Yep. I love these kind of games. I recently also played through Sprawl, which is another one of these indie games, which is a lot like Fear with a slow-mo and some more mobility options like wall running that you'd see in Titanfall. This gets back to the roots, and it cranks up the difficulty. It cranks up the speed to an extent. The AI is super smart. There's a lot of variety. Tons of weapons are thrown at you. You got the weapon wheel. You give me a weapon wheel in a game, I'm tired of giving me 2 weapons. Give me all the weapons. Let me choose what I want to use.
Totally.
They all feel great. The enemies explode real nice. It's got that... it's got like tons of crazy physics going on, or at least effects where you're shooting things and there's particles explode and like papers are being shredded on the paper, and like there's stuff happening all over the place. Like you walk into a room, it's clean, and then you leave and the thing is completely tattered in pieces. And the pacing is awesome. If you have the tolerance for the difficulty, it is a really great challenge. So there are 5 difficulty levels in the game. They also have this cool system, which is like this invasion level, where as you progress in the game, more and more your enemies will evolve and have more changes to their behavior that will make them more challenging. And you could then decrease that. You can raise and decrease that as much as you want. You can change the difficulty as much as you want. There's some odd discourse going around now with some people complaining about the difficulty. Like I saw one guy kind of talking about on Twitter saying, oh, it's too hard. I could play every other game on hard and I can't even play this game on hard. And like, then drop the difficulty. He's like, I shouldn't have to. It's like, people are assholes.
That's how I felt about Wolfenstein 2 when I was like, this game beat the shit out of me. Just so
yeah, this game seems harder than Wolfenstein 2. I played Wolfenstein 2 I actually played that game on Switch of all things and still had a great time. But yeah, this game is just the attention to detail, the amount of fun it is. It's just pure gameplay, which is amazing. Like it's got some little fun things as well, kind of like an immersive sim. You could pick up a lot of stuff that you may or may not need. Like you pick up a chair and throw it. You can eat various food lying around. Like if you open a pizza box, you can eat the whole pizza. The game actually keeps track of stats for everything, including all those different food items you eat, which I thought was a fun touch. The attention to detail, the style, it looks like it's in the Doom engine, but it's also incredibly modern, like at the maximum graphic settings. This is only on Steam at the moment. I've actually been playing it, but I've been playing it like on my couch with Steam Big Mode on Big Picture Mode. Sorry, not Duncan's publishing company. Yeah, I've been playing that. So even with the controller, which is probably the hardest way to play this game, but it's how I prefer to play. Still having a great time. I, similar to Colin playing System Shock, I'm a save scummer through and through. I am constantly pause, left bumper, quick save, pause, left bumper, quick save. It's constant. And because it's so hard that any sort of progress that you could get, you want to make sure you keep it because there's no checkpoints that there are, but they're super spread apart. But the quick save button is clutch. Yeah, really, really amazing first-person shooter. Like I think Chris would actually be super into this.
I'll have to let him know, or you can let him know. I've just been Googling around finding stuff about it, and obviously it's on Steam. There's a lot of dialogue, like you said, about the difficulty, where people are this one thread from a couple of days ago on Steam says the easiest difficulty equals hard, and on Resetera there's a whole thread about like how ridiculously difficult the game is. That's very and that the developers apparently have acknowledged this, and apparently expected the criticism and will not make it easier. Apparently, so which is cool. One thing I am disappointed about, although I imagine once they get their shit together and they have like a nice, really nice version of it that they'll bring it to console, it would be nice to play it on PS5. But maybe they'll never bring it over if it's twitchy or something.
Well, no, I hope they do because I want more people to play it because it's so good. And even compared to, like, I also recently played Warhammer 40K Bolt Gun, right, which was also awesome. And I played Ion Fury. Like, I played a whole bunch of these games, and this one has such a unique identity, and it's an original game, which is great. Like, it's just so awesome and unique. But it's incredibly difficult in that you have health like those classic games. It goes up to 100 points, right? You also have a shield, but the shield is useless. It goes away immediately. And then when you get hit, you're only able to recharge up to 35% if you don't get health kits. Otherwise, you need health kits. Now, there are vending machines where you can buy health kits that you can use whenever you want just by pressing a button, but those are super scarce. But there's tons of weapons you can find, tactics that overpower them. You got to kind of choose where you keep your cover. The AI is smart, so it's meant to give you a hard time. But the way that they do the pacing is also good because there's also a lot of downtime that gives you time to explore and find things and explore nooks and crannies. Cool. It's just awesome. Similar to System Shock, there's no checkpoints. It's just like go where you haven't been before. You have your objective list, and you got to figure out how to do it. You got a pretty sick slide mechanic as well, so you could like slide into guys, kick them, and then blow them away. Yeah, it's great. And man, every gun in this game feels super satisfying. It's clearly a labor of love. They released a demo like 2 years ago, I think, and that's available on Steam. And the full game, it's not even the full game that came out. It's actually early access, but it's just part 1. They have 3 parts planned, but this part 1 is a meaty game. Like I have like 1.5 levels left, I think, and I'm about 8 hours in.
Oh, so nice.
That's a good value. If you can charge $25 full price for that, and it's this good, highly, highly, highly recommend. There's only one issue I've found so far with the game, and that is the cloud saving between deck and PC currently doesn't work, but they've acknowledged it. They're fixing it. So I was hoping I could give some info on how the deck performance is, but unfortunately I cannot.
Yeah. I mean, it's got very positive reviews on Steam right now out of 711. So people seem to be digging it. Yeah, I want to check this out. I'll probably wait till it's fully out though. I usually don't play early access. I like to wait.
I don't either.
Usually.
This is probably the first early access. No, actually, this is the second early access game I bought. The first one, Colin, heads up, you're gonna like this.
Yeah.
Tape to Tape. It's a roguelike hockey game.
Wow.
And it is.
He
bonkers.
Immediately Googles
it's only on PC, so you probably won't play it. But
I feel like someone. I'm sorry, I'm looking it up. I'm on Steam to look at something else. So let's see. Yeah, someone had told me about this.
It is insane.
Yeah, this game looks cool. There's so many. Sorry, I have so many fucking things open with the Selaco game now. Yeah, this game looks great though. I'm always on this show more than anything. I have to look things up because there's always games coming up that I have never heard of before. I also have no control over the show at all, so I've learned more about Selaco than I could have ever imagined in the last few minutes. It looks really great. I wonder if because it's PC centric, because they're in early access and they kind of are getting things out that way out there, I wonder if they'll like get them all out and then put them on console. You know?
Yeah, probably when it's 1.0, then they'll think about porting it over.
I imagine this is a small team, and they're unless they want to like contract out the port, then they'll probably wait until they're done, then do the port. That just makes sense.
Yeah, looks awesome. Yeah, you said the right words. You said I just forgot. It just skipped my mind. Fear. That's it. When I saw it, and I was like, yeah, this reminds me of Fear, and you're like, Fear. I was like, oh yeah.
If you like Fear,
I do like Fear.
I was going to put on my list of things Sprawl as well, and that is absolutely worth checking out as well. Also pretty brief. That's not early access, that's a full game, but it's basically like Fear meets Titanfall.
Yeah, this looks cool.
Boomer shooter. It is awesome. It has, I mean, I don't know. It's tough to choose between these two, but up until I played Selaco, there was no doubt Sprawl has some of the most satisfying headshots in a game I've played in recent memory.
That's good.
It's awesome.
That is good to hear.
Yeah, Sprawl's also on PC only.
Yeah. The deck has made it a lot more palatable for me to pick up these things because that is the more console-like experience that I want.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
So that's allowed me to jump into things. Selaco is kind of an odd exception because it just looked too cool. I couldn't resist. Yeah,
it looks great. Curious to hear more about it when it comes out of early access, when it's finally out. I'll keep an eye on it.
Yeah.
All right. Next game we're going to talk about is Resident Evil Code Veronica X. So with the rumors about Code Veronica and Zero getting a remake, which I 100% believe because I heard the same thing a while ago. So I believe that's totally happening. I was like, let's revisit Code Veronica. I love Resident Evil games. It's one of my favorite series. So decided to hop back in. And Colin, you've played this too, haven't you?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
A long time ago.
Yeah. So replaying it. Oh, Code Veronica X is also like there was originally the Dreamcast version, which was just Code Veronica. Then they did a PS2 version called Code Veronica X. And I think it was on other stuff too, but they added some like cutscenes in it, stuff like that, particularly with Wesker, which I really appreciate. But yeah, Code Veronica is an interesting game because it feels like a numbered Resident Evil game. Like it should be Resident Evil 3 maybe, or 4, but it's not. You play as Claire Redfield, and it's interesting. It takes place on this island the majority of the game, like on a military base, and the whole plot of the game is Claire looking for Chris and trying to track him down. But this game is really great, but it's definitely one of the hardest Resident Evil games, specifically the old school style, the more fixed camera ones. There's a lot of enemies in this game. Lots of hits. The zombies grab you so easily in this game, I feel like, compared to the other ones. Especially like when I play like one remake, I can dodge around a lot of the zombies pretty easily. But this game is not as easy in that sense. They grab you pretty often. And there's a lot of respawning zombies in this game, which I think is strange. I think it's cool in some areas, like a graveyard, because it makes sense of them like coming out of the graveyard constantly, like corpses. But sometimes there's just like zombies respawning for no reason, and I don't get it. But I do like this game. It is also one of the most confusing Resident Evil games, I would say, to get through. I think about Resident Evil 1 and how straightforward everything kind of is, or how easy it is to kind of get yourself back on track. But with this game, you definitely go upstairs 3 floors and you go back down, then stuff gets blocked off, so you have to find a way around it. It always throws like little annoyances kind of at you like that throughout the game. And I got lost quite a bit, right? I just didn't know what to do, and I had to really think about it. Lots of items. Puzzles aren't too bad, actually. They're pretty chill. I would say they're not the hardest Resident Evil games, but they're pretty satisfying. Interesting story with the code, like the Veronica virus or the V virus. I forgot what they call it, but like a different version. All that's really cool. The Ashford family, the twins, Colin, you'll probably remember them.
Mm-hmm.
The brother and the sister. All that stuff's really interesting. The character Steve, I hate Steve. I think he's one of the worst Resident Evil characters. He's garbage. Wow. So if they in the remake, they have the chance for redemption, though. They can make him, like, if you don't believe me, look up Steve in Code Veronica and just listen to him talk. No. He's like the worst character. So
I just know there's a lot of Resident Evil characters that people really dislike.
I think
he's like so many of them that to be at the bottom of the list.
I think he's like one of the worst Resident Evil characters because he's so involved in the game too.
Oh, okay.
He's like a big character in the game, but he's just annoying as shit.
Steve Burnside?
Yes.
Okay.
You like listen to a cutscene of him talking. He's like, everyone has Canadian accents in this game, dude. Even Chris Redfield, and I'm like, God damn it, Chris is an American. Why do you get a Canadian accent for him? It's ridiculous. Also, a lot of the bosses in this game are really shitty, actually, compared to Resident Evil games. There's one that just swims in the water, and it doesn't even attack you. You could just stand on like the edge of a pool and just shoot with a shotgun. The only way you get hurt is if you by walking in the water and he electrocutes you, and that's it. It's a garbage boss. The last boss also sucks really bad because you get like stun locked constantly in it. I'm just like, Jesus Christ, dude. We've come a long way in survival horror games. But it is still a really cool game. It's a long Resident Evil game. Not as long as like 4 or anything, but out of the old traditional fixed camera ones, it's very long. But it's still a good game. I recommend it. Please check it out. Resident Evil. It's available on PS4 and Xbox, I think, only. I don't think it ever came to PC. I looked it up and I couldn't find it on PC, which is bizarre. But yes, there's a PS4 version you can play on mod stuff, and an Xbox One version you can also play. But Colin, I know it's been a while since you've played this game, but what do you remember about it?
It was more that it was I had it on Dreamcast, so I didn't even play the Code Veronica X version. And it was during that weird, I want to say it was 2000. It was 2000, I think, when it came to Dreamcast.
Yeah, I think it was.
And it was during that, like, I had bought in on Dreamcast from the beginning. Along with, like, that was the first time I had, like, it's like some money. I had a job and I could, like, buy things and, like, participate more actively. And so remembering playing a Resident Evil game on Dreamcast was very strange. And then it wasn't very long before it came to PS2. I think it came to PS2 the next year. But I don't really remember very much about it. Out of the 2 games that are in that rumor or that are going to come, I guess, if this person is pretty trustworthy, apparently, I remember Resident Evil 0 a lot better. It's a little newer. I was in high school when I played.
Yeah, it was newer. Yeah.
Code Veronica, and I was in college when 0 came out. So I remember that a little bit better. But as I recall, Resident Evil 2 takes place Resident Evil Code Veronica takes place in Antarctica, right?
Part of it.
Yeah. And it's like the same time as Resident Evil 2. And I think the whole thing about it, it's like it's concurrent to the events of Resident Evil 2, I think.
No, it's after Resident Evil 2.
Really?
You're Claire in both of them, yes.
I thought they took place at like the same time.
It's after. It's probably shortly after in the timeline, but it's after RE2.
Because I think I could be wrong about this. I could be misremembering if that's not true. That I recall that we ultimately found out that this was Resident Evil 2. And
no,
like in development, very similar to Devil May Cry being Resident Evil 4, and that something happened. That's not true. I recall reading.
No, well, they were doing 2 before, and that became what's known as 1.5. That never came out. They like reset 2's development, but that was a PlayStation game originally. But no, this is after 2 storyline wise, definitely, because she talks about there's a line about Leon in it briefly. The whole point is her looking for Chris. Because Chris went off, I think, to Europe for Umbrella stuff.
Oh, it's 3 months after Resident Evil 2. Oh, concurrent to Resident Evil 3. Right.
Yes.
I was close.
Concurrent to Resident Evil 3 doesn't make sense either. It should be Resident Evil 3 takes place like the same time as 2.
Although labeled a spin-off, it was designed as the true sequel to Resident Evil 2.
You mean development-wise, not storyline-wise. Yeah. Yeah, this is more.
Oh no, I'm sorry, I meant story wise. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just reading this on Wikipedia. I really don't. I remember this box art.
Yeah,
I remember this box art pretty well.
It's been a long time.
I'm down for it. Like I was hoping that they would go in this direction actually, just because 5 does need to be remade. I'll be very interested to see how they do it, but it doesn't. It could use more space. Like if you go and play 5, it actually feels pretty good. I haven't played it in a while, but I remember it. I've spent a lot of time with that game because I wrote a strategy guide for it, but it's more of a shooter and less of this survival horror-esque kind of game. I know there's gonna be a lot of like racial undertones and things that they're gonna have to deal with. And that was kind of in Resident Evil 4 as well. But I'm glad that they're slowing down and giving it more space, because once you get to 5 and 6, you're really running out of space. And then you might as well kind of manage your portfolio like this.
They'll remake 1 again.
Yeah, that's the rumor, right? That they'll do that too, which is...
I guarantee they will eventually.
Which is fine. You know, remake was seminal.
It's like 20 years old.
Yeah, and I loved that game.
Yeah, I loved it. That's like my favorite Resident Evil game. Yeah, I love that game.
And then I think I played it on PS4. They released it on PS4, right? Remake.
They did. Yeah.
So that was cool.
But yeah, they have to remake this game before 5, because this is like direct follow. Like you need all this context for 5. Like the whole thing with Chris and Wesker is like, this is a huge part of that build up. So it'd be really weird for them to do 5 first. And this game can use a remake. It could definitely use it. Like I think 0 could definitely use a remake. So it's a cool game though. I definitely still think it's fun, especially if you like Resident Evil games. It is a harder one, so just be aware of that. But if you get stuck, just look at a guide if you need help. No shame. Do your best. All right, Jason, we've talked about, me and Gene talked about this last episode for a while.
Yeah.
But you played Hellblade too. So I'm curious to hear your thoughts, because me and Gene weren't so hot on it. What do you think about it?
It's hard to... This is an interesting game. I have like a bunch of thoughts on this game. I do not, and let me start by saying this. I don't envy anybody who has to put a number score on this game.
I could tell you what I would have given it right away. I beat it. I was like 6.0. That's probably what I would have given it.
Okay. Yeah, because there's different ways to look at it, right? As a game, like as a classic game, is this a good game? Is it fun? Does it have deep systems? Is there like, any of those questions that you'd ask typical of like playing a game? And the answer for all of those is like unanimously no. No, This is not a fun game. I don't think The Last of Us is really a fun game, but you guys have, I know Colin, you've talked about it before, like games don't have to be fun. I was engaged. I was immersed. I was definitely interested in what was happening in the game, but it was just like, I actually thought a lot of games like Another World, right? Like these kind of games that are more of these interactive narrative experiences.
I hate that fucking game, by the way. I hate it. Oh, I hate it.
I thought so, but I can't think of a better example.
Yeah, I understand. But I understand exactly what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like you get funneled from moment to moment to moment. Like it's so much like Another World. Let me put it this way: is that like there's zero button prompts ever any time in the game. So you'll enter a tunnel early on, and Senua is just like sitting there leaned against this thing, and you're just waiting for something to happen because you think you're watching a cutscene. No, you're supposed to hold the A button so that she pushes it forward. And that's the kind of thing that happens quite a bit in the game. Also, sometimes you're just sitting there and you realize you have to push forward to move forward when it's not really any gameplay. It's like, this could have been a cutscene. I mean, a lot of this stuff could have been a cutscene, and it's barely interactable. Even the whole systems, this is going to sound crazy. I didn't know you could parry in the game. I didn't know you could block. I just dodged the whole time. And then I read today at some point, as I was reading some of the stuff after the fact, that the parry window is really small. I was like, you can parry? Interesting. I was just dodging, and I actually Googled early on. I said, can you die in this game? Because I didn't know if I could. Every time I was kind of knocked over, and then I just hit the A button a bunch of times, and I popped back up. So I guess if I failed that, then I would die, and then I was lit on fire about 3 hours later. And then
I died from that too.
Yeah, I got lit on fire. That was the one thing I couldn't dodge, and I don't think a parry would have helped me either when a guy's like throwing fire at me. But yeah, it's everything. It's almost like everybody talking about this game is correct, right?
Sure.
Like it's gorgeous, but the gameplay is shallow. And it honestly depends, I think, your enjoyment on how much you enjoy this experience. It's almost like it's an art piece. That's what it is at the end of the day. When you walk into a museum and you look at this stuff, or you're going through each painting and be like, 6.5, that's a 3, that's a 10. It's like sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, and you kind of take it as that, right? And that's ultimately what I came through. But it I'll actually get back to this point later because it might not make any sense. The fighting, like the combat, everything is super visceral. Like Colin used the phrase that I like a lot, which is that production per square inch. If Naughty Dog had the crown, 2 weeks ago, this game has the crown now. Like it's not even, this game is absolutely insane. And the fact that at any point, even during a cutscene, you could bring up the photo mode and swing the camera around and see what's going on and prove that it's in engine is wildly impressive. And just the cinematography, so there's some of these events that happened. And a lot of it, you could see some of the seams at times. Like I started to laugh at it at times. You never fight more than one enemy at a time. You're always targeted with one enemy. You defeat an enemy, and if there is an actual battle happening with more than one enemy, you get locked onto the next enemy by him punching you in the face, and then you're fighting that enemy. And it's every time.
Someone bumps into you, someone pulls you, like every time, yeah.
But it was kind of comical because there was one where I must have been punched in the head 3 times in a row after defeating 3 enemies. And every time I was like, wow, this girl is taking a beating. So I respect it. Not the fact that it's a woman taking a beating. I mean, holistically, as a game, as a production.
How dare you? How dare
you? God. This is how it happens. This is how it goes down. Yeah. Go for it. So it's so impressive, and the attention to detail is there. And I do think that, it's, God, I'm blanking on that, Ninja Theory, right?
Yep.
Ninja Theory really put their all into this, and you could see the work that they did. And I think they really delivered what they wanted to deliver. And everything is shallow because it has to be. It has to be for what they want to present and what they want to do. They want to tell this story. They want to string you along, and they're going to tell it, and you're going to reflect on it positively or negatively. And you can either be frustrated because you don't have the freedom of other games, or you don't have the depth of other games. But ultimately, that's not what they wanted to make, clearly. And they expertly created this thing that is just this showpiece. So 2 more points I'll bring. One, this is actually a perfect Game Pass game. And not because it's something that, I'd be mad if I spent money on, but it's something that it's very easy to experience. And this is the kind of showcase that you would want on your platform. It's like, hey, here's a really cool thing as an experience. Is it a good game? Probably not. But as an experience that is interactive, it's pretty cool. And it's really impressive. It probably would have been if this came out at launch, I think the conversation would have been completely different, because then it would exist as that showcase of what the hardware can do. But at this point, you lost the window. So when you're releasing, 3.5 years later, well, the luster's kind of lost there. And then this might be a reach, but it got me thinking about other games like this and the complete opposite end of this. And this is going to be really obscure, but maybe you guys remember this. Do you remember Linger in Shadows?
Yeah, dude, that PS3 game. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
I do remember that.
Familiar. Calling that a game is a stretch. It's not a game. It's like it's also an interactive.
That was Plastic, right? That did that. They were Polish.
I think so.
They did that. They later did that game Datora on PS3.
Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. But I was thinking about that similar at the same time I was playing this game, because I said, that was $3 when it came out. Some people said it was too much money because it was only like 15 minutes and it wasn't a game. You just kind of played with these things, and it was just a bunch of different art pieces for this new hardware, and some of it looked really good. I was looking at gameplay for it earlier, and the fur on these animals is great, but they're like flying into these clocks, and you're like, what the hell is this? I don't know. And that to me felt like the abstract art kind of thing, and then this is more like a modern art piece. And if people approach it and they're like, well, that art didn't resonate with me, therefore I'm going to give it a 6, or I'm going to give it a 5 or whatever. But it's really, really difficult to say why some people would give it one score versus another. I mean, maybe I can figure it out, but you have to grade it on specifically what it is. And it's a game in the most basic definition possible, or maybe in like the loosest definition possible, let's say. And I don't know. Does any of that make sense?
No, I see what you're saying. I want to ask you a few questions about this, though. I'm curious.
Please.
So the intent of your point about like what the game is and judging upon that, I think is totally fair. But I think what the game does and presents what it does is not good in many ways. I think about all the puzzles in this game. Yeah. They're really not puzzles. They're more like speed bumps that just kind of hinder you. They're not very engaging. They're not satisfying when you do them. And I'm just like, what are we doing here? Why am I lighting torches for an hour underground here? What's going on here? What is this? I'm like looking at a bubble and a wall's disappearing. It's like nothing ever excels. Nothing grows as the game progresses, I would say, in any form. The narrative, I think, is much weaker than the first game. Also, like, I did enjoy hearing or getting to see other characters in the world, especially after the first game is just Senwa pretty much the whole time. So I thought that was cool. Yeah. But the whole, like, her, like, mental problems and everything like that, the voices in her head are more so just annoying and don't really serve a purpose in her journey. It felt, you know what it felt like to me? It was, as I was playing through the game, it felt like I had two moms sitting behind me at a movie theater and the matinee just fucking talking to each other the whole time, not saying anything useful. They would say, who is that? Do we trust them? Like, that's all they really give you throughout the whole game. Nothing that serves the greater purpose of the game. You present all these, like, the giants, I remember. I was just, like, fucking furious how they handled this. Like, the first one, here's this giant. The whole game, you're trying to take out giants. And I'm like, I remember Ninja Theory. They made a Devil May Cry game. They know how to make some engaging combat. They know how to do that. Mm-hmm. And there's just no boss fights at all through the whole game. Like, how you settle your things with them is you smack a chain a couple times. And that's it. And they're trying to make me feel bad for this giant that's been eating people. It's like, I don't give a fuck about any of these people. Why the fuck should I care about any of this shit? I think I totally respect their vision. I'm glad they made what they wanted to make. I just felt like what they did wasn't effective in nearly any way. Yeah. Visually, stunning game. No question about it. Gorgeous game. Awesome. But there's not much to it beyond that. It's a lot of frustration, I feel like, this whole game. And the ending is just kind of weird. I was just like, oh, all right, it's over. Okay.
I agree with the puzzle thing. That is fair. I think that is the biggest speed bump that kind of goes against what they were trying to do otherwise. I don't know why they're there. It's like, but they did make it a lot easier to keep the pacing going, like more so than the original.
They did. The first one had a big problem with that, of like pacing of like too many in a row, where it just felt like way too much of a slog. They trimmed it down here, which is nice, I guess.
I was surprised when I saw the bubble puzzles. So that is like what you were saying. I don't have a better way to explain it.
Yeah.
But like where you like kind of shift the world. But as a gameplay functionality, I was like, that was probably one that felt most out of place. And that was probably because it was the only thing that required a little bit of thought and thinking.
A very little amount of thought.
Yeah.
Very little.
But it was more than zero compared to everything else. And that was, so those were a little odd. And there were some parts of like, oh, that was kind of clever. Like the first time I did it, I said, oh, cool. I remember doing this in Alan Wake 2 last year, and that was cool. Mm-hmm. This is a less cool version of that.
Yes.
But I think that all your points are valid, and I don't want to get into too many spoilers because it's such a quick game to play. So if you want to play it,
if you're curious, you should play it.
Yeah,
you should absolutely play it.
It's worth seeing also just to see how well executed and polished the visuals are. And that's what I mean by it being a great Game Pass game. But
yeah, it is.
I think your response to the story is in the 6 range, makes perfect sense, and reinforces my theory of this being more of an art piece with the people who do get it on the 9s and 10s side, and why the average critics have averaged it to be around 80.
Well, here's the thing.
I
think the first game you could say is an art piece too, but it's much more effective and it's better at doing what it's supposed to do. That's what I'm saying. I think the first game is a much more effective story, and the narrative is handled much better and much more interesting. To me, this is like way sloppier. That as it transitions things, just like, oh, you're over here now. It was like, okay, why is this like? This is all very sloppy and it feels rushed.
Yeah, the first game also was more straightforward.
Yeah, it was.
Game, and it had a little bit of ambiguity. This game has a lot of ambiguity, if not 100% ambiguity, where it's all up for conversation of what actually happens in this game. And I think that's also a big part of it and what they wanted to do. And that could either lead to some frustration or it could lead to people who like it. I prefer things that are more straightforward. Like for me, like I didn't love my time playing this game. I think I said that from the beginning. I didn't have fun playing it. Yeah. I was just like, all right, let's keep on going. Let's get punched in the face a few more times. All right. But I was never, but the pacing was actually pretty good other than like a few moments, which is, and I'd say better than most experiences. Like for a game that was only 6 hours, it felt like I was in and out without much, without too much fluff in there. Like if there was a puzzle, I'm like, well, it's just one puzzle per chapter. So that's fine. And then I got through it.
I think they sacrificed quality in the sense of just making sure you keep moving forward. Like presenting you with interesting things. I think they just sacrificed to have the player keep moving forward. Because that's what you're going to do the whole game.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Did it have to be a game? Probably not.
No, yeah. I'm just saying, I want to reiterate, like, I have no problem with games doing stuff like this. I think it's totally cool to have different experiences, like more artistic walking, similar stuff. I got no problem with. I just think there's better examples out there than this game. Much better.
But a lot of those, but think about those better examples, right? And what they make it so different is that they are better games. Like when you look at gameplay, like even a game like Gone Home, right? That's like one of the first, I think, games that took on that walking simulator title, right? Like you're still exploring. Like you have to find stuff. You're not just pushed along a path. There is gameplay there. And that's what makes that game so good. Same thing with Edith Finch. That one. It's a similar thing, right? There is good gameplay there. There's exploration. You have a choice. You're not on rails the whole time. And even if you are on rails, because it's telling a linear story, you feel like you have choice. Here, zero whatsoever. You are just being completely strewn along, and that's what reduced its quality as a game in the classic sense.
Yeah, I'm comparing this game to the first game also. I think it takes steps back from the first game. That's why it's frustrating to me even more. It's like,
that's true. But
I shouldn't regress in a lot of ways.
Yeah, but I think they embraced more of the cinematic nature of the game, the storytelling. They wanted to get more into that bag than kind of like they streamlined the combat. The combat's easier.
They did.
Everything is easier to keep you moving.
Yeah.
And I think that's the reason. And whether or not that's a good thing or bad thing, because not people were like, the combat was okay. And they were like, well, if we got like, hypothetically, let's just throw it around a number, we got $100 million, right? We could add all this depth and new weapons and add variety and make a multi-targeting system or bring in some of the elements that we had from DMC, which I love, by the way. I love. I also love Enslaved. So that. I like the team, but they were like, we could do that, or we can put more into creating this tale that we want to tell of ambiguity. As far as the mental health stuff goes, I don't know. I mean, it all depends on how you interpret the story. And I think in some cases you could say, oh yeah, this is just, you could either take everything at face value or you could take it as ambiguous. It's so much of it is unclear, which is probably the most frustrating part to me. I'm like,
I don't have a problem with ambiguity at all. I love a lot of games that are ambiguous. Like I love Shadow of the Colossus, and like so much of that is ambiguous. I love the Souls games and all that.
Right.
But I just think those games are much better at presenting its story.
Totally. Yeah. And they're more enjoyable. Like they're fun games across the way. So you're engaged from the gameplay perspective.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's the frustrating thing. I feel like Hellblade 2, they just kind of gave up on a lot of stuff. They just gave up. They couldn't figure it out or something like that. And it's like, how are you probably have a bigger budget than you ever had before. And it's just like, well, we're just not going to try to improve anything. We're actually going to take away stuff from you this time to make it less engaging as you're actually playing it. It's like, okay, I guess. But
yeah, is this a game that I would have wanted from Ninja Theory? Well, I want them to make what they want to make, but no, because I think my favorite game from them is probably DMC or Enslaved. Like it's one of those, and those things are fun. through and through.
Yeah. Well, if you're curious about it, listeners, check it out on Game Pass. You can get through it very quickly, 1 or 2 sittings. So figure it out for yourself. Colin, do you have any interest in ever playing this?
No, not at all.
No,
I didn't play the
first
one. I didn't play the first one either.
Okay. Okay.
No, I have no interest in playing these. I like walking sims actually, and don't mind them necessarily. But yeah, there's just nothing that did it for me. And the first one I thought looked a little pretentious, to be honest. And I wasn't really into it. But I'm with you. I have no real commentary on the game other than that it seems like a very unusual use of resources for a first party, and an unusual amount of time to take, an unusual amount of money to pay for the team. I still don't really understand like what Microsoft got out of this deal, to be honest. Like everyone's like, well, you'll see with Hellblade 2. And it's like, well, really? I mean, they released their last game in 2017, other than, that's been, what is it? Bleeding Edge or whatever, which was like a small team within.
Yeah.
So I just, from that point of view, it's like, that's a long time for a 5-hour or 6-hour game that no matter how beautiful it is, I just don't understand why you wouldn't have them do something else. A little too much autonomy, perhaps. And there was a rumor, I don't know if it's true or not, but where people were saying like potentially a third Hellblade game might have already been like greenlit, like that this is something they want to keep doing. And it's like, I can't even believe you guys did a second one. I think it's time to move on, guys. This game seems kind of dead. I mean, from my perspective,
So Jez, I think, reported that their next game has been greenlit already. And I think there was speculation that it was Hellblade.
Yeah, I hope not. I hope it's something else.
Anything. Same. Give me something original. I always. I mean, I know I've requested a lot of obscure sequels, but give me Heavenly Sword 2. That would be wild. That's impossible. That's impossible.
They wanted to do it. Sony didn't want to do it.
Where's the movie?
Yeah,
did that ever get released?
That was announced what 17 years ago or something like that. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, so that's all I really have to say about it. I have no problem with 5-hour games. I think beautiful games are awesome. Games with intent are awesome. Games with minimal or no gameplay are fine. So it's nothing like that. I just think that Microsoft could have easily just gotten this as a third-party game. It doesn't really make any sense that they invested in it.
I agree. I think that only reinforces the point more. And maybe it was intended to be a launch title, because I think that would have flipped the script entirely.
Might have helped.
Hey, you got this team to be this showcase. Like, these guys excel more than anybody making all these of any studio in your portfolio that just makes beautiful experiences that look hyper modern, that leverage the hardware. And if you have them ready to go with something on day one, it doesn't matter if it's like, hey, why do you want this box? Hey, look at this crazy looking thing that we have, just as an example, and then go and play Call of Duty.
Yeah.
Because that's
it's a great side companion game to have along with like a big one. So yeah.
Yep.
It definitely got sent out at a bad time. Like, there's been it was like the first party Microsoft game of the year, right? Or something like that. Just, they've been clamoring for something.
Is it? Maybe.
I'm trying to think what else came out for first party.
That sounds right to me, but I don't know it as encyclopedically as I know this stuff, the PlayStation stuff. I will say that this game's inevitably coming to PlayStation. I'll be interested to see if they can get and I don't even mean that to be a dickhead. It just is. I mean, it's just obvious. So I wonder if they'll be able to get a second life out of it. But I mean,
the first one was, go ahead.
I was just going to say, the first one was like a timed PlayStation exclusive. Sony has a relationship, obviously, with Ninja Theory. Might have been one of the driving factors behind acquiring them, I guess, conceivably. But I'll be interested to see how it does, because Sea of Thieves and Grounded both killed, considering their old games, like when they came to PlayStation. So I wonder if they'll find a similar success story, maybe even another way to kind of revitalize the original as well, put that on PS Plus or something again. And so we'll see.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you got a different perspective out of it, Jason. It was nice to hear a more positive spin on it.
Yeah, it's more of one of like neutrality, which is kind of like an easy way out, I guess. But I'm legitimately like torn on it, where not mad I played it, but
I'm not mad I played it.
I probably won't think about this much again, and I'm never gonna play it again.
Yeah, this is not a replay game in my opinion. No, maybe you play it like 5 years later or something when you forgot everything, I guess.
I probably won't do that either. I didn't play the first one again when I played this. So they're giving me the recap, and I was like, is that what happened in the first one? Yeah, all right, that sounds right. That sounds right.
Fair enough. All right, boys, let's end the show like we do pretty much all of our podcasts with some questions and comments from the audience. You can send a entry here, also on our thread. I put it up every Saturday. If you're on Patreon, $2 and up, you could submit to this. All right, this is from Mark Montana. What's good, Brad, Colin, and Jason? Longtime listener, first-time poster. A quick warm-up question. Oh, well, we could have this on the section, but throw it in here. Out of all the recent big-name staff who left their respective notable developers, in other words, Pete Hines, Stig Asmussen, etc., whose absence creates the biggest impact/void? I feel like Dan Houser's writing imbued the Rockstar DNA so wildly that future releases may potentially not hold the same level of quality. I think Dan Houser's actually, the Houser brothers or whatever, are great examples of the writing. Rockstar games are so known for their writing, especially like later on. GTA 5, Red Dead Redemption 2, 1. Incredible writing.
Yeah.
Are people...
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Are people talking shit about the writing in these GTA Online updates?
I have no idea, actually. I don't pay attention to any of that. I don't know.
I don't either, but they apparently keep releasing new content. So if people like it and it's still good, then I think their absence...
I don't know if the GTA Online audience really gives a shit about
that's true.
Story that much, to be honest. They're buying shark cards and whatever.
Well,
I have no idea.
I think to this point, though, it is interesting to... That's an interesting answer to that question, because what I was thinking was like it's kind of unknown. I mean, the Houser's absence is totally unknown, and you're not going to know for a long time. They wrote, as far as I understand, didn't they write Grand Theft Auto 6? Like their work was done years ago. So at least they're going to certainly get writing credits on some of these, some of this content, no doubt.
Sure.
And I'm also of the mind, and I think Jason would agree, it's like with very, very rare exception, and I'll bring up my exception in a moment, and I think it's pretty obvious who it is I think one person's presence on a team and the influence of that one person is often vastly overrated, and that games take huge teams of people, and obviously you need good, really solid, rock solid people in executive positions, in creative directing. You need a great producer, all of the rest. But it's like Stig, that hurts when he left, but clearly things are fine with Santa Monica.
I think they're talking about when he left Respawn.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Well, they're better than fine.
Respawn's better than fine. I mean, they're arguably bigger than when he was there.
Well, he left after Survivor, I think.
And I was surprised that he brought up Pete Hines, because Pete Hines is a marketer. I mean, Pete Hines is incredibly important to where Bethesda got. He is a complete powerhouse in terms of what the games industry is and how to market things, and saw a lot. And I know him actually, and he's a really nice, decent person, but he's not a developer. So so the name that in my opinion, losing Inafune obviously hurt Capcom in their ability to produce Mega Man games, but I don't know. If anything, I think his experience outside of Capcom kind of proves my point earlier that you need a team, because he hasn't done anything of any note, right? And then the person that I think is obviously missed is Kojima at Konami. I mean, Konami basically ceased to exist as we understood it when he left or was removed. And so, but that's the level of auteur and hands-on controller you need. Like I was saying, like Kojima edits Death Stranding 2's trailers. That's fucking nuts. Do you have? I don't know if people realize how insane that is.
Yeah.
Like that's a level of control and like complete hands on everything that is unprecedented in the games industry. And so I would imagine he would be missed if he was, if he moved on to another studio and took his name with him again. But clearly Konami created without having someone like that to rely upon. They're making more money than ever, ironically, but not in our space. So that's the name that comes up for me. And then like personally, Koji Igarashi, I think when he left Konami, that fucking sucked.
Yep.
And I think that really hurt Castlevania. But these aren't, again, big things. Those are choices. Like Castlevania could live without Koji Igarashi. I am skeptical Metal Gear lives without Kojima. Yeah. And Mega Man lives without Inafune. So.
Right. What about you, Jason? Anyone you could think of?
Kojima was one when Colin put that spin on it, but it's funny. It's funny that we're all gravitating towards Japanese names, at least Colin and I are, because the one that came to my mind, to bring it back to some of the earlier discussion, is Tomonobu Itagaki from Team Ninja. Because that team changed quite a bit since he left. And that you could even argue is maybe for the better.
Yeah,
I know he had some issues. I think he seemed to be problematic. I heard a questionable story from some people that I don't know if it's true or not, so I'm obviously not going to say it. I wouldn't either way. But you look at the games that he produced with DOA and Ninja Gaiden 1 and 2 at least, and then you look at Ninja Gaiden 3, which was garbage, like just not good. And you could argue, hey, maybe it's because that guy was missing from it. But now it seems the team carries on, because the team is typically more than just one guy. And they have done some really good stuff. I mean, people love Neo. People who play Rise of the Ronin seem to really like it. So, and I don't know what Itagaki is doing these days, but
what is his
he was a huge impact back in the day.
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah, he was doing Devil's Third.
Yeah,
and that game turned out real good.
Yeah. And then that game, it was re-released, right? Or wasn't it on Kickstarter or something to come back? There was like something.
I don't know.
Yeah, Valhalla.
It's a rare Wii U game, I know.
Yeah, and then I don't know what does he have no.
On his wiki page, he's credited as Supreme Advisor on Samurai Jack Battle Through Time.
Wow, what a cool title.
Yeah.
Supreme. That's pretty sick.
Supreme Commander.
Another to that Japanese point, I think another answer would be Mikami. Although, see, if you give teams enough time to figure it out, they do. Like Resident Evil is arguably better than ever, and he's long gone, right? Like there's like none of him except for the games that he originally directed and produced, and there's something to that, obviously. But I just think that this is why I'm of the mind that I would really like to see AAA games made more like movies are made, where it's just like one-off permutations of people and making like one-off production companies to make one game and then seeing what happens, because some of these teams, it's like the ship of Theseus at some point. It's like there's actually not a lot of people left at some of these teams, and you just move on. And sometimes you don't even notice the difference. That's why I just think it's a team sport. It really is.
Yeah. I think with Mikami, at least, particularly in Tango, is he kind of had like his successor, his protege, which was John Johannes, who directed Evil Within 2, a lot of the DLC for the first game, and Hi-Fi Rush. So he was great. But now I'm sad thinking about Tango. Damn.
Yeah. I actually really liked Ghostwire.
Me too.
Big fan of
I did too. Yeah,
it
was awesome.
It was marketed as a horror game, and that game was a collectathon platform.
Oh hell yeah, it was. Dude, I loved it.
FPS.
the one that I platinumed it, and that one thing I ignored and it was annoying was getting the parades to come, like the undead parades, because you needed to see like a certain amount of them, and I had to grind that out, and it was so annoying. But that game was I didn't have to do anything. I guess I'm just fucking crazy. But that game was awesome, and I'm disappointed that they went away.
Did so well, probably.
I could also reinforce the team sport mentality when it kind of hits close to home at Atari, because oftentimes you get these guys who constantly criticize the multiple forms of Atari. And they're like, oh, it's not the same Atari, or I've heard, what is it, the zombie wearing the skin of Atari. It's like, dude, think of any 50-year-old company that you can do. Any of them have the people that were there back in the day? Like the amount of churn and the turnover, the people who are at the helm. It's like, come on, let's take things in stride here and look at what we're actually doing now, instead of like kind of looking at some of the maybe questionable decisions prior.
Sure, yeah.
So we're doing our best here.
Yeah,
come on,
best, yeah.
But like you could look at guys like Colin, you bring up the point about guys who do Mass Effect and Dragon Age.
BioWare,
right? Like
BioWare.
Yeah. Like that's a completely different team than the team that released the trilogy back on 360 like 20 years ago. So
it's been so long that some of them came back and then left again.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot.
It's
damn.
BioWare is one of those true examples where like, EA would have cannibalized this company a long time ago if they thought they can get away with it.
Yeah.
They just can't do
it.
And
And most recently, one to watch, to go back to the original question, is those guys who just got signed who are former Rocksteady guys. Like there's that rumor that they were just signed by something with Xbox. Who knows what that'll be? But let's see what happens with Rocksteady. Let's see what happens with those. Like, you really don't know.
Yeah,
but
we'll see. Literally, we'll see in 2030.
Yeah. Oh, that's a depressing thought. Might see a JPEG, to use Cog's term. Might see a JPEG before
maybe.
that. It'll be like some Marvel product.
All right, this is from Yorgos. Hello, everyone. Some episodes back on Summon Sign, Colin was discussing Banisher's Ghost of New Eden. He stopped short of providing further details because he didn't want to spoil anything. Since Banisher's never got a spoiler discussion episode, I'll never know his opinion on the game. My question is, what is your approach to how spoilers can be handled on the show such as this? Wouldn't more freedom with spoilers only improve the show? If we were so afraid of spoilers, doesn't that show suffer? Personally, I feel like having a show where we can be more relaxed about spoilers would only help a show such as Summon Sign. Such an approach can only invite deep dives and more discussions about a game, a plus for me. All in all, thank you so much for all the efforts and your time. Sincerely, Yorgos. Well, Yorgos, I think Colin explained his opinion quite well about the game without getting into spoiler details. I'm a firm believer you can give your opinion on the game and get your thoughts across well and concise so people can understand without having to get into a lot of spoiler details. Colin, what do you think about this?
Yeah, I just feel like there's a time and place. I don't. Games are kind of unique. I mean, not really. I mean, I guess it's TV and film or similar books. There's just, you can talk about something pretty easily and actually voluminously without really ruining it for someone.
Right.
And because you're taking like elements of it and then expanding on them, and you're not, that's why when I actually am glad that I don't host many spoiler casts and review discussions anymore, because people used to get mad at me that I basically didn't go like beat for beat through the story or something.
Right.
And I think that that's cool. And I enjoy that when people do that. And I think you guys did something like that for Final Fantasy VII.
We did. Yeah. We did that.
But for me, I'm like, that's just not how I look at games. When I used to review games at IGN, I would just literally write things down in a notepad, and writing reviews would be the easiest thing. Like, that's why when I did, what was the guy that plagiarized at IGN a few years ago, and I interviewed him.
Oh, right.
And I asked him, I was like, don't you understand that like writing reviews is so comically easy if you're like where you're supposed to be, that it makes no sense that you would copy someone? Like, it's the strangest thing. So I don't struggle personally with having things to say about games without getting into spoilers, because I guess I'm kind of used to it. But also, it's like out of a level of respect and not alienating people. I leave that for the spoiler casts and review discussions where like you opt in and there's no accidents. But generally speaking, I just think, first of all, Ghost of New Eden was a really cool game. I just felt like it was tedious. It was getting really tedious. It's a very cool idea, and I really I was actually really into it for like 10 hours. And then by the 20th hour, I was just like, I just don't want to play this. It's just, and that's pretty rare for me. I like to finish the games I start. I don't abandon many games. And so it's not really a commentary on the game. It could be a commentary on me, but I just, I don't want shows to be full of spoilers and alienate and isolate people and annoy them.
Most of our audience doesn't want that. I've known that over time. They want us to not talk about spoilers on it. But if we do talk about spoilers, like if we have to talk about spoilers for some reason, I would like to save it for the back half of a conversation. But most of the time, I feel like we don't honestly need to. But like with Final Fantasy VII, I did the beat by beat. It's just because there's so much, that story is so dense, and I didn't want to miss everything. And like a lot of the guys forgot a lot of stuff, so I felt appropriate there. But Colin, I'm also like you with spoiler things. Like I usually don't do beat for beat on spoilers, but for Final Fantasy VII, I thought it was appropriate. But yeah, usually I don't like to do spoilers because if we do a spoiler, we talk about the very early parts of the game, like first hour or two.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't even consider that a spoiler, really, unless
I don't. It's just
like The Last of Us Part 2 or something. Then
yeah,
but generally nothing's happening that's like crazy. You know,
everyone's opinion of like what a spoiler is often different too, so you're always dealing with that. But I don't think necessarily going free range of spoilers would make this show necessarily better in any way. But that's just my thought. But it's my show, so I'm going to do what I want to do. All right, this is from Adrian Pinter. Hey, gang. What's a game in a specific genre that you're surprised isn't talked about as Seminol's game in said genre? I'll go first. I think Alien Isolation should be talked about as one of the greatest in the survival horror genre. Having the alien stalk you throughout the ship is a genuinely terrifying experience and has a really cool or great story that ties directly into the original film to boot. Excited to hear what y'all have to say. Thanks for the hours of stellar content. Y'all rule. Kind regards. Seminal game in a genre that we love.
I think Dying Light doesn't get enough love, I don't think, for open world games. It did right when it came out because it was so surprising. But long term, it's still like one of the greatest open world action games ever. I love that fucking game.
I guess, yeah. They sold a lot of games.
They did.
Certainly. But yeah, maybe like retroactively people don't think about it now.
Well, no, I don't even think it's funny. It's like it sold like 15 million copies or something, and like no one ever talks about that game.
Yeah.
I don't know like who bought it, because I feel often like I'm the only one that's ever talking about it when it comes up. I didn't even I played the sequel a little bit. I wasn't crazy about it. But
What about you, Jason? Can you think of anything?
No, like it's a hard question. Difficult. Like he's saying what is like a game that everybody should know about, but they don't know about. Like they're not talking about.
Yeah.
But it should be like, what was his example again?
Alien Isolation.
Oh, all right. Yeah. Oh man. So I guess you're almost talking like a game that's a 7, right? Maybe it didn't sell as well. Maybe they don't know what we're talking about, but man, everybody needs to know about it. Like I mentioned earlier Remnant in a way, because it's kind of like got the Souls-like vibe, and I think it's often overlooked. But Remnant 2 seemed to be a pretty good success. So
they both were.
People are talking about.
They both did very well.
Talking about it. So it's a tough example, tough to think about.
Yeah, it is tough because like what game truly doesn't find success? I mean, we're going to
be talking about Megaton Musashi in about 5 years. People are going to be like, oh, you should have played it.
Yeah, maybe.
That game was awesome.
Megaton Musashi, yeah.
I do think we're in a space where like truly good games are starting to fall through the cracks.
It's going to happen. Yeah. Like no matter what, it's going to happen. But I don't know.
Sprawl's one of those games.
There's so many voices out there on the internet now. You could find a YouTube video about like any game, someone praising it. So
I'm looking up games that I've played, like just going back through the oldest list I have, which I think is 2021, maybe a 2020 might have one there. I think, or no, they go way back earlier than this, so I need to go back further. Oh, here we go. Man, Amplitude, right? Okay, that's a great one. Actually, I actually just looked because I had Amplitude for PS4 in 2018. I don't think that game gets enough love in the rhythm genre. I think everybody only goes back to Rock Band and Guitar Hero, and they don't look about the true roots of the game, of that genre, which is where harmonics came from with Frequency and Amplitude on PS2. Amplitude is my favorite PS2 game.
Oh shit!
And that is like, and it's so good. It introduced me to a lot of music that I didn't know before, and it's just constantly replayable. The way that they layer in all the music, and if you have a PSP, the way that Rock Band Unplugged, I think that's what it was, which was literally the closest thing that I came to that with licensed music.
That had like a controller, right? Like
No, that was that was Guitar Hero for the 3D for the DS.
Okay. Oh, I remember that.
With the pick on the touchscreen. That was crazy. I never actually played that. But that's a good one. And I think I go back to, it's going to come back full circle, but I think that kind of classic third-person shooter, I don't think people give enough credit to Winback. I think it came back to when it came back to the Nintendo Switch online service. That was a big bump for it. But that was Gears of War before another one that doesn't get enough love, Kill Switch.
Yeah, dude. I always bring up Kill Switch.
And then Winback was before Kill Switch. Kill Switch was awesome. Winback has not aged well. Kill Switch, though, basically the same mechanics.
Yeah,
so I'd say I'll throw that there. Yeah. That's my choice. Yeah. Kill Switch needs to be in the pantheon of kick-ass third-person shooters.
Kill Switch is a great game.
We got there eventually.
Yeah, Kill Switch is a great game. Cover-based shooters. It's funny because like with Frequency and Amplitude, it's true. Like they were just too early and obscure at that point. It wasn't quite. Yeah. People loved those games, but it wasn't quite mainstream yet, and so you don't go as far back as you might otherwise if they came out at a different time. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, boys. Final question. What's up, boys? Every few months, I go down the YouTube rabbit hole looking at the many canceled video games from the past 15 to 20 years. Most of these titles are from the 7th generation of consoles, Project LMNO, Reich, and A Man of the Damned, to name a few of the lesser-known ones. What's most interesting to me is the amount of attention these videos receive. My reasoning for this write-in is to find out where gamers like myself are so hungry for more information on these projects. Why are canceled games so damn compelling? Keep up the great work. Why do we love watching YouTube videos on canceled games, guys? What about them?
They don't come out. I mean, there's like so much mystery about
Yes.
about what happened and what went wrong. And I'm also into the illicit shit where it's like, how did this leak and who's talking? And there's so much good stuff, man. There's so many games that don't come out there. I mean, one of my favorite things about being in the industry for years, although I don't play really anything early anymore, but for the years I did, was I've played a lot of things that never came out, you know, like not a few things, like more than a few things. And it's always fascinating to think about the different reasons why things don't come out and how things fail and why things fail. And I, as students of the industry, I think anyone would be interested in that, but I would understand why normal people wouldn't give a shit about that. It's like talking about like a car that was never manufactured. It's like, who gives a shit? But someone out there like definitely does. And so, for me, that's good stuff. I love it.
Yeah. You just want to know, and just seeing like the what ifs, like Castlevania on Dreamcast. You just think about it, like, what if came out? I remember seeing like the beta version of Ocarina of Time, just how different it was. I'm just like, what if it was like this when it came out? It's just fascinating, man.
That Zelda GameCube demo.
Oh my God, the Space World one? Yeah, geez, Louise. Yeah, what if? It's just like alternate timeline shit that we all
goes back to, it's like murder mysteries. Why do people like those so much? You know, it's that fascination. Why, you know, it's that unknown, that mystery of it all. It's very cool. And it's also what could have been. I think this is an industry that lives on hype. Yeah. Right. And the anticipation of something, and to have that taken away, it almost feels like something has been taken from you. And for these people, a lot of these gamers that have like this, you know, this feeling of ownership, of skin in the game, you know, that as we see now with all the culture wars, right? If something is canceled, it feels like something is taken from you. And if something is taken from you, you want to know why. Yeah. Right. And I think that just fuels the fire even more. And then there's like some more innocuous stuff. I love seeing this stuff. And I wish that there was more honesty with it. Like there's reasons why you can't. Like I've personally went out of my way to cancel a game, and I would love to talk about that. And I'm not going to, because the other thing is that the amount of reasons why are often because it is someone is going to bear the brunt of it. Maybe multiple people bear the brunt of it. And what I find is like there is a lot of team mentality where you don't want to do that. You don't want to, you know, tarnish somebody's reputation. You want to give them that chance and give them the benefit of the doubt. And maybe this just wasn't the right project, the right time, all the different factors that could have gone into it. And then that's why it didn't happen. And then some of them, maybe it was like, hey, this is just bad. You know, you might think it looks cool because you're not playing it. And that's the other thing that happens a lot of the time. Hey, it looks cool in a trailer. But believe me, you know, you might play it and be like, well, this was awful. This is just not fun. Right?
StarCraft Ghost, man. Damn.
Yeah. Would have loved to see what that was. But they probably played it and like, this is not up to our Blizzard standards. We also don't want to get into console gaming. That's not who we are. And that's why they pulled the plug. But that's probably the most notorious example, right?
Yeah. I think about what could have been of PT if things worked out.
I would have loved to see, you know, Colin, you bring it up all the time, that Halo DS game, right? Almost a precursor to where we are now with potentially getting their toe in the water, third party Microsoft, right? Like, I would have loved to have Halo on the DS. I dug first person shooters on the DS. Moon?
Yeah, Moon.
The other one?
Moon.
There were so many good ones.
Yeah, Moon's dope. My old friend Mark Ryan, who was at my wedding, who hired me at IGN, he introduced me to Moon, and that's a very obscure game. That's a great game though. Really.
They just re-released it. They just released a remastered version.
Oh, did they really?
Yeah.
Is it on? Oh, is it only on Switch?
I don't know.
I'd be sick to play on PlayStation, but I have a lot of obscure, weird ones. Well, not even obscure, but just weird ones like Deep Down was weird.
Oh,
Deep Down. And that game kind of sucked. I mean, I did play it.
I bet
it wasn't very good. A big one for me is Mega Man Universe, just because it was done and they just never released it. And I thought that was weird. And that seemed like a spite thing, because that was right when Inafune left. But I know people that had like final builds of that game. They just opted never to release the game, which was basically a kind of a Mega Man powered up version of Mega Man 2 with like some Minecraft elements, I guess, like stage building and all that, which would have been pretty cool. So that never came to be. But there's a lot of like random, like the canceled Getaway game, the third one. was another that would have been cool. There's a lot just in PlayStation. 7 Days.
Oh yeah.
There's like a ton of random shit in the world of PlayStation.
Sure.
So anyway,
so I was misspoken, but bear with me. So the actual game that they brought back to modern consoles, and it's on PlayStation as well, is Dementium the Ward, and that was the game before Moon from Renegade Kid.
Right? Yeah, so, that's my friend Jules Watson, who does. Dimension.
Hopefully, Moon comes next.
Yeah, Dimension. I didn't even realize that was the same studio. That's interesting. Yeah, so yeah, maybe it would come next. Cool. Yeah, cool. I like that game.
All right, boys. Another episode in the can. Thank you for joining me, especially I know it's later for you guys. Thanks for hanging around. I appreciate it.
It's all good.
Jason,
yeah, it's great.
Thank you for guesting on our show. It's great to have you on here. All the people love you. Been on those Sacred Pluses before.
Oh, is that true? Well, yes. Either way, thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Yeah. If people want to find you on Twitter or anything like that, where should they go?
Yeah, so it's funny because they made that dig at Days of Doom, which is fine. But you can find me on Twitter at Jays of Doom, which I made like when I was working on the mobile version of that game. So anyway, yeah, that's JAYS of Doom. So you can follow me there. I repost all the stuff going on at Atari. So and other random opinions here and there. But
cool. Awesome.
I generally keep it pretty milquetoast. But follow me. It's fun.
Yes. And Colin, thank you for filling in. I know you were on here not too long ago.
Oh, it's all good, man.
I appreciate it.
Glad to be here. Thank you for having me. Sorry, I play my game slowly and one at a time, so I don't know.
No, that's okay, dude.
To play. Yeah.
Go at your own. I want you to go at your own pace. You'll enjoy it the most.
Yeah, I will. I personally do. I can't jump around.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, everybody. Thank you for listening. We'll see you all next episode. Take care, y'all. See you next time. Bye. Summon Sign is a product of Last Stand Media and Colin's Last Stand LLC and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is written and hosted by me, Brad Ellis. The show is produced by Dustin Furman. All of Last Stand's theme music is by Ramon Narvaez. Summon Sign, along with the rest of Last Stand's media shows, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we are grateful for your kind contribution and generosity to our independent endeavor. Thank you.